Hey guys, thank you for checking in to this cover of Hotel from Undertale. That was bad. If you want a version of this without me talking at the end, you can click the card right up there or a link in the description below. I've been looking forward to this one for so long. I love Bossa Nova music. Back in high school, while my friends were listening to like The Killers or Beyonce, I was listening to Joe Beam, like a retired man trapped in a 16-year-old body. For the instrumentation on this one, I first was doing that vibraphone bass flute combo. I used that in Raining Somewhere Else. I love it because it gives the vibraphone kind of this airy, expressive solo quality. I also love the flute quartets in kind of old commercials like 50s or 60s. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of reference that energy and add a little bit more pep throughout the song. And finally, I used the accordion combined with the violin to kind of replicate a guitar tremolo, but also give it a little bit more of that French cafe energy. Anyways, if you like watching this video and you want to come join the bandwagon, click subscribe and hit that notification button so that YouTube lets you know every time that I upload a new video. I've covered a ton of Undertale songs at this point, so if you're interested, I have the full playlist in the corner right up here or in the description below, as well as a Spotify playlist if you're on there. Finally, as always, let me know what you want to hear next. I'm always taking suggestions. And with that, I will see you in 2 weeks on Wednesday. Hey guys, thank you for checking out.
Oh no. Okay, I'm good. It's all good. Hello, Banjo-Kazooie vibes. Yeah. Hey, Omar Alonso, how you doing? So yeah, that was it was supposed to sound creepy. That's the intro song for the dastardly Flowey from Undertale. Sounded like a Yoshi game. Well, Flowey does kind of look like he belongs in a Yoshi game, at least at the beginning. Hey, Will a wee bit, how you doing? Also, hello, Stout Man. Also, I love that emote. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Rum Solo. Congrats on your win last night, by the way. Hello, LB. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Winbee. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Erica. Hello, one and all. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Weebit, you're making a whip? Like an actual whip, or are the kids these days calling like whipped cream just whip? You look really comfy this evening. I'm practicing for tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'm going to be very, very cozy, and I'm going to play Baldur's Gate 3, and none of you can stop me. Okay, you might try to divert me from Baldur's Gate. I'm going to be playing it. You can't stop me. I think it comes out at 10 a.m. my time tomorrow. I'm going to be doing everything I can to be playing that game all damn day. And I will be playing it on stream, so y'all should join me if you can. Hey, Archangel DeCab. We can set up the second Great Toilet War. I mean, I'm not going to complain if you do. No, not the Toilet Wars. Is it true my father fought in the Toilet Wars? One second, folks. I'll be right back. Hello. Sorry about that. Any suggestions how to clean off the bed faster than soap and water? Axial gradiometer, hello. Depends on what is oh, you're talking to Archangel the Cop, not me. Never mind. I was gonna give you a nonsensical answer. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. We talking 3D printers? I thought you were just talking about beds. I know all about beds. You just take the 4 quarters of your sheets and you pull them up and you got yourself a bag. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right. Hello, lovelies. Hello. We have so much to cover today. It's going to be a good time. I was going to dress provocatively tonight, but I actually worked out earlier today, and I feel old in my bones. So I'm just gonna look how I look, and you're gonna all deal with it. I've been pretty busy gaslighting ChatGPT. Excellent. Doing the Lord's work. Okay. So I thought we would kick off tonight with a number of little video segments. Also, hello, Patrick Miller, over in YouTube chat. And hello to the fine folks in Twitch chat. Archangel Takab, very true. I thought we would kick things off with this excellent Media Matters horror trailer that they made of Fox News and conservative pundits reacting to Donald Trump being indicted yet again.
This is not your country anymore.
From the minds who brought you January 6th, election conspiracy theories, and the war on Bud Light.
Equivalent of the French guillotine.
Comes a new terrifying tale.
A junk indictment. The shredding of our Constitution.
They're going full banana republic, full third world on this.
Third world banana republic.
Full banana republic.
I wonder if they have any idea who made the banana republics. I wonder if Fox News even has that level of self-awareness. A tale of intrigue.
Complaining to a governor over the phone? Speaking at a rally?
Betrayal.
Like they have the best lawyers.
Unanswered questions.
It's a crime to ask Pence not to certify?
And denial.
He still believes the election was stolen, and he has good cause to believe so.
You have every right to think an election might be rigged.
We care about the system.
This election
is
cycle.
The criminalization of disinformation.
Watch Fox News fall apart.
Have to go back and find fraud in the 2020 election? Is this now what we're going to go relitigate?
The indictment of Donald J. Trump. Full banana republic.
Pence would agree that that was a crime.
Coming to a television near you. Who is United Fruit Company in this analogy? I don't know. I'm not bothering to flesh it out. Banana Republic, the clothing store? Indeed, they've been behind all of the Banana Republics. Coming this January, Jan Michael Vincent. How we doing, folks? I just thought that'd be a fun way to kick off stream. Also, just want to say we're gonna throw this up at the very beginning because this is a story I missed a couple of days ago. But apparently, Ron DeSantis is in a bit of a pickle. You see, he got into a car accident a few days ago, and you know, not this car accident. He wasn't injured. He's fine. You know, he's okay. Except that the extra scrutiny on the car accident itself, because he is running for president, Meatball Ron inadvertently has broken election laws. DeSantis caught using taxpayer-funded state vehicles to campaign. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when you're campaigning, you aren't supposed to use state funds to fund your national campaign. That's actually quite illegal in the world of like campaigning in politics. Now, I don't know if anything is going to happen around this. It would be very, very funny if it did. Here's one of the state representatives who we've talked about before, Anna Eskamani, who's a Democrat from Orlando. It's absurd that he's using public resources and public infrastructure to campaign. He's using state resources to boost himself politically. Makes you wonder how often state vehicles and public employees are being used at out-of-state campaign events, she said. So, like, yeah, nah, it's actually illegal. And another delicious wrinkle in this little story. Well, God. If it hadn't been for the crash, though, nobody would have even known he was doing so. That's thanks to DeSantis' own state legislature, which passed a recent law that shields the governor's travel records from the public. So, basically, the only reason we know that DeSantis has broken the law here is because he got into a car accident. Otherwise, we'd never know he was breaking the law. And honestly, I don't know if he's actually going to get charged with anything here, because he's basically got a little kangaroo court down there in California, in Florida. Every right-wing allegation is an admission of guilt. I mean, yeah, it is pretty telling that he had the state shield his travel records from the public, and then proceeded immediately to commit crimes. Just, I mean, like, he's not gonna win anyway. Like, you know, I'm hungry. Ron DeSantis is not going to win. He's just too big of a dork, and frankly, he's really, really bad at talking to human beings. I almost said other human beings. I'm not entirely convinced about Ron DeSantis. I literally just bought pudding cups. Hey, Big Ben. Okay. So, that's just kind of like a little fun tidbit. We don't really have a huge story on that one, but it is fun, right? It's a little bit fun that, like, he got into a car accident and that's how we know he was doing crimes. He's got no riz and thinks sugar is bad. Well, he's also, like, been trying to lose weight to campaign, so, like, I'm sure when he saw that little kid's icy, he was just like, man, I'd really like an icy. This sucks. Does the U.S. have Yogo pudding cups? I don't really pay attention to pudding, so I don't know. All right. Also, this has very little to do with anything, but I do want you guys to see it because I think it's funny. And you know, Rhizome is out there supplying you guys with brain rot. I need to try and like provide some competition for the brain rot. So, if you are a man, stop and watch this video from Cosmic Encyclopedia 33. All right, Cosmic Encyclopedia 33. Give us your male wisdom.
Attention to all my men. Y'all need to understand how dangerous it is to be ejaculating every single day. Do you understand that your seed is literally synthesized sunlight, and it feeds every single organ and gland in your body? It feeds your whole entire central nervous system. When you are constantly releasing, especially every damn day, you are literally depleting your bloodstream and bone mineral tissue of minerals and life force energy. You are quite literally destroying your bone tissue, and you are aging yourself tenfold. Did you know if you are ejaculating every day, you are scientifically speeding up the aging process times 20? You are literally aging 20 times faster than you should be if you are releasing your seed every single day, even every single week. You should not be releasing that life force energy. It is literally the golden oil. It is the synthesized sunlight. It is the elixir of life. It creates a whole new being.
Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh my god. It's incredible. I've never seen, usually even if usually if you like look at like the woo-woo like spirit medicine that's being peddled by like, new age mystics or whatever, they'll try and have a veneer of respectability. This guy's just like, nah, dog, your cum is made out of sunlight, dog. When you cum, it literally ages you 20 times faster. If you masturbate daily over the course of 5 years, you will be 20 years older by the time that it ends. Which I'm fairly confident is not true. Just a hunch I have, I guess. I just this motherfucker sees like 20-year-olds walking around and is like, or sees 40-year-olds walking around, is like, that man over there is 20 years old. He just been masturbating. Oh god. Yeah, we're gonna have 60-year-old looking high schoolers then. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, fuck. And just the unbridled confidence that man has to just claim that cum is made out of sunlight is wild to me. Not only that, sorry, there was a bit in there about like if you are masturbating, your bones, like it uses your bone tissues, so your bones become brittle. What? If you masturbate, your bones will snap like twigs. Like, what the hell, dude? Oh god, my bones. I guarantee you this guy just heard the term boner and just made the assumption that comes from like the like when you cum, it uses your bone tissues. That's why it's called a boner. Just that's the extent of the logic here. I think I heard this story on the surface. It's not even really a story. This guy is just cuckoo banana pants. My bonitis. I have boned too many times, and now my bones are gone. When you're constantly releasing. So also, what is cum in this guy's head? Is it sunlight? Is it bones? Is it your like life force? If you come hard enough, can you basically do a Kamehameha? Like, are you basically Goku, but instead of firing it out of your hands, you firing it out of your dick? Like, how does this work? I want to know more. If you just never masturbate, and then like the last minute of your life, you crank one out, like, does it just like explode the healthcare facility? Like, what happens here? Just Kamehameha. Damn, that was right there, Exia Ross. It was right there and I missed it. God damn it. God damn it. Kamehameha. Some young men can be really weird about their semen, like it's magic or something. Yeah, I don't know. That's how the doctor regenerates. He never comes. Kamehameha. God damn it. There's no greater point to be made here. Just kind of funny. Also, this is also very, very funny. And frankly, I'm ashamed I didn't show it to you the other day. I just kind of forgot about it. Now, I'm going to tell you all. that in a few seconds after I hit this play button, a police officer is going to come out of this slide and suffer a concussion. Now, if none of you have seen this before, if you haven't seen this before, I guarantee you aren't prepared for this guy, how this guy comes out of this this slide. That I need to reiterate, is made for children.
Why was it so...
Just, how did you get that level of speed, sir? How? It's not a tall slide. How are you coming out of there at 30 miles an hour? How are you doing that? Also, why are you doing it like face down? Like I can understand on your back, like you're doing a luge, but like what is, no one luges face down, dipshit. What they don't show after this is that he immediately pulled his gun and shot the slide, and later in the police report claimed that he thought it was posing a threat to him. How do you come out backwards and face first somehow? I don't know. Maybe it was his first time on a slide, guys. We don't know. Maybe this is some kind of like Tom Hanks in Big situation where like he's actually like a 4-year-old who wished on a Zoltan machine. And now he's an adult. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I got nothing. I got nothing. Oh god. I'm gonna watch it again. I'm gonna watch it again because I'm a bad person. Jesus Christ, dude. How? Just real quick. How? How does this happen? Like he almost just yeeted off in a completely different direction. Oh god. This is the completely predictable outcome of you coming down the slide this way, sir. Oh god. A Boston police officer sustained a head injury after a mishap at a playground on Congress Street downtown. Boston EMS treated the officer. He called the fucking ambulance, guys. Is that the taser? It might be spare ammunition. Maybe the taser. I don't know. I don't know. How... I got nothing. I got nothing on this one, guys. It's like a group of cops threw up into the slide in like a hazing bale of hay. I would have thought that he like would have had to have taken like a running start, but you can see at the beginning of the video, there's no one else at the top of this slide. There's not really room for him to do a running go at this. Like, how? Jesus Christ. Man, it's amazing how much training the Boston PD have received. They can now perfectly replicate ragdoll animations from Dark Souls. Jesus. All right, we'll also watch this one because I'm a bad person. It killed him, Jim. It killed him. Oh God. Man, yeah, we did these officers better trained. I tell you what. What the Lego sees when I accidentally suck them up in the vacuum? Yeah. It's one way to suck, I guess. All right. Now, I do have to say, we're about to take a look at Forbes doing an interview at the GOP caucus in Iowa with a bunch of very likely voters, and just to prep you guys for what some of the attitudes we might see. And this was something you could see, by the way, in like the lead up to 2016, again in 2020. I think it is now intensified. And that is the shift in rhetoric around the religiosity of Donald Trump. Right? So in 2016 and in 2020, you had a lot of people who basically were like, yeah, look, Donald Trump, he sleeps around, you know, he has sex with hookers, and, you know, but God can use anybody. God can make a tool out of any one of us, and, you know, God can take a flawed man and turn him into a force for righteousness. You know? That we saw that rhetoric a lot in 2016 and 2020. I think with the dropping of this indictment and the court case to basically try and prove that Donald Trump tried to subvert democracy and overthrow the republic, we're seeing that rhetoric now cranked up to, like, not even 11, 12, 13, 14. And what we're seeing is a shift from, well, Donald Trump is a tool of God, to Donald Trump being less of a tool and more the actual Christ head. You know, they're basically turning and they're basically deifying Donald Trump. That's what I'm trying to say. So here we have a couple of people here. Cernovich, which we'll come back around to Cernovich, but Trump's courage while facing persecution at a level usually only inflicted upon religious saints by the demons is an inspiration even as the country's heart breaks, as we witness the rule of law upended in real time. It's a republic if you can keep it. Again, Donald Trump is now on the level of saints being tortured by demons. Jim Caviezel, star of the recent QAnon film, Sound of Freedom. President Trump is going to save children, the likes of which you have never seen. You might even say he is the new Moses telling Pharaoh, world cabal, to let the children go free. Mr. President, you are the new Moses, and I'm still Jesus. Winky face. Plus, plus, plus. Remember, by the way, just in case that one guy is here again, you think the movie that this guy produced and starred in is telling the real story when he literally, like, capitalizes random words and talks about the world cabal? Yeah, he's definitely not anti-Semitic, that guy. Jack, there is one other that walked on this earth and faced even more persecution, our Lord Jesus Christ. He alone will set all things right for good, but we need Trump to step out and lead us until he returns. Basically, like, oh, Donald Trump is second only to Jesus Christ. Woman at the Trump rally today says she supports King Jesus and King Trump. Like, it's like these people are going from, isn't calling Trump the new Moses blasphemy? Yes. All deifying Trump in Christianity by all rights should be considered like one of the most heinous blasphemies you can possibly utter. But again, these people don't care because they think he is going to do what they want him to do, and that means he is an agent of God himself and therefore can do no wrong. So keep that in mind as we go forward through this content today, folks.
I'm here with Mitch from Ames. We are standing outside the Trump Country room after the Lincoln dinner. What have you seen tonight? What are you excited for? What are you hoping to see when you get in there?
Now, keep in mind, this interview was done 4 days ago, so it's before the indictment dropped on Donald Trump. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, these people would probably be like, I don't know, holding like some kind of ritualistic sacrifice or something.
Reality is, I think we need a candidate who can bring back what it means to be conservative. Not just winning, not just grandiose, but actually getting policy done, actually doing things. And so watching tonight, I think some candidates did a really good job talking about actual policy issues, actual things that need fixed. And others just went up there and spouted platitudes the whole time. And so I wasn't happy with the way Trump performed tonight. I was really happy with DeSantis. I was really happy with Tim Scott. I was really happy with Vivek, and I'm not a huge Vivek fan. He talked about actual policy issues. And so that really excited me.
What do you think the tone is in Iowa right now? Obviously, Trump is polling first. DeSantis is behind him, but he's declining his campaign. And then Vivek is not too far behind. What are your thoughts on the tone in Iowa right now?
I think a lot of people are looking. People seem hungry to figure out who the best candidate that they can choose is. And if that ends up being Trump, that ends up being Trump. But I think people really are searching and looking for somebody that they think is going to do the best job that they can find. Not just somebody who goes up and spouts about, oh yeah, we did this, that, and the other. We need real policy moving forward. And I think people want real policy. They want to actually talk about the issues. They want to have ideas for how we're going to solve problems, not just saying we're going to do things.
I'm here with Reed from Marshalltown. Now, Reed, you have a lot of signs and T-shirts. Who is polling in the front of your mind after tonight's speeches?
I'm still kind of middle of the road, but it's a fun trip to be able to go through this whole process. There's some people that, in my mind, probably are not as well qualified as others.
Chat, I have bad news. In my search to uncover the legendary clip,
hungry.
Unfortunately, it's from a bad lip reading video, so it's not actually. He did not actually say hungry.
Hungry. Hungry.
But it is still very funny. You look so much like Amy Schumer. I hope I'm the hotter version of Amy Schumer. Or, even better, Amy Schumer is the less hot version of Jack. There we go.
So there's a couple that really tickled my fancy. Vivek was very memorable. Okay. Ron DeSantis knows how to govern, and that's critical.
You were saying there's a lot of people in the forefront of your mind, a lot of people you feel like might not be qualified. You were saying Vivek was coming to the forefront, DeSantis, anybody else?
Well, I'm looking for someone that has the ability to govern. Just because you've been a senator or someone that's run a major multinational company doesn't necessarily mean you've got the ability to be able to be a good president. So I think it's important to have an open mind.
Yeah, honestly, Vivek is gaining in the polls. might even overtake DeSantis soon.
Astonished at Vivek. It doesn't mean I'm ready to support him, but there's some, when you've got the opportunity to see that many candidates all at once, what a terrific night.
You're an Iowan, I'm an Iowan. We've heard a lot of issues. We've heard a lot of social issues, financial issues. What do you think Iowans care about most right now, and who's answering those calls?
You can't narrow it down to any one thing. Politics is an extremely unusual thing, but at the same time, there are...
Why?
So many, things that have to be first and foremost in our minds. We got to be secure nationally. We have to have good defense. We got to be solid in the economy. So, if anybody wants to just kind of go down that road and look at only one item, it's a mistake. So, you have to be very good at all different things, and you have to be able to think on your feet, and that's the kind of people I'm looking for.
Now, I want somebody who's good at everything. That's what I want. Is that too much to ask? A person that's just good at everything?
Now, obviously, Trump is polling in the front. We have those recent charges that were brought forth this week. What are your thoughts on him and where he lands in Iowa?
Trump was a fantastic president. His policies and ability to get stuff done was critical. However, unfortunately, for whatever reason, our Congress didn't go along with a lot of his policies.
Ravana! Hello, lovely! Hello! Congratulations on coming back. Hope you had a great stream. Everybody, go follow Ravana. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Follow. Also, Ravana, do you want to come on my show sometime? I'd love to have you on, and we could just talk about politics and such, because I think you're cool, and also we haven't talked on stream for like a really long time. DM me, let's make it happen. Hell yes. Cool. Will do. Folks, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics and do a little bit of everything. And how are you all doing? Hope you had a great stream. What'd you guys talk about? Headed to bed, but have a good stream. Thank you very much for the raid. You get good sleep, okay? Right now, we are going over just Forbes did some on-the-ground reporting in Iowa, interviewed a number of people at the Iowa GOP caucus. We're looking at just kind of what they're talking about. That was one of the best drunk politics streams. Hell yeah. Ugly Houses, it was good. Hell yeah. I need to do a drunk politics stream sometime. Heading to the gym. That's a fly-ass hoodie. Thank you very much, Omega Shenron Dragon. This is one of my favorite hoodies. It's the hoodie I told my partner I love her in, and it means a lot to me. I feel very comfy. We saw an ugly house in Iowa. I mean, there has to be more than one in Iowa. Anyway. Hey, Marshall Ghetto. Hello, Raiders. Also, hey, folks, hit the follow button if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here sometime. And if you want to be in the on-screen chat, you just have to come to riverboat.gg. And you can watch ad-free over on riverboat.gg. So there you go. You don't have to subscribe, but that's a thing that is available to you if you don't want to see ads. All right. Let's finish this.
At least initially, when we had all of the House and all the Senate, and we lost our momentum badly there. He then had to rule by presidential, fiefdom, and that's okay, but that's not how we're going to get all stuff done. There's too many I's in that. It's got to be we's and ours, and it's, because no one person's going to make it all happen. but it's got to be a team leader. It's got to be a team organizer.
Marshall
It's gotta
Ghetto, thank you
find
for
people that
subscribing
can
over on
rally people
Twitch.
behind them. Who that is, we'll see.
I'm here with Allie from Holstein, Iowa. Now, Allie, we saw a lot of speakers tonight. I think they said 13 of them. Who stood out? What were your thoughts of what they spoke of?
Marshall Ghetto, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Hell yeah. Thank you very much.
This Larry Elder is a really interesting candidate. I hadn't actually heard of him before I came.
Wait, is Larry Elder still running for president? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that's still happening? Wait, real? I remember him announcing, but then he dropped off the fucking face of the earth. Larry Elder, president. Oh my god. Yeah, he's still running. Also, when you search Larry Elder presidential, all that comes up is the Wikipedia page and then the AP News from his announcement. There's been nothing since then. Here's July 14th. Most of these articles are from April 20th when he announced. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, no wonder you never heard about him. He hasn't been doing anything.
Tonight, and his sincerity and his message about family values.
Who is Larry Elder? Oh boy. Larry Elder is a conservative radio host from California, I think. Who, as far as I remember and can recall, is only famous for, like, basically being the Emperor Palpatine to Dave Rubin's Anakin Skywalker. like Larry Elder absolutely baffled Dave Rubin into becoming a conservative. Which is very, very funny. He's not important, and there's a reason why you haven't heard about his presidential campaign.
It was very, it was just touching and meaningful. So that really
Just
surprised
another
me.
skeleton.
DeSantis, I thought was awesome. Big DeSantis fan. I hope he goes all the way. Other than that, I thought Trump was a little bit. He was just a little bit low energy. I was surprised by that.
Well, obviously Trump is polling at #1 right now. DeSantis is behind him, and then Vivek is not far behind them either. And so what are your thoughts on Vivek?
He is a great speaker. I have questions about where he stands on abortion. But other than that, he talks about truth, which is important, right? He talks about...
Well, his campaign slogan is just the word truth, so he must really care about the truth, right?
There's men and women. He talked about different things with, we're going to tell the young people what the truth is. And I liked that about him.
And I'm sure that we have no differences on what the truth is. We all know that the Jews are running the world and are trying to insert CRT as well as LGBTQ A+ -1000 into our schools. We all know that. That's what the truth is.
What issues are most important to you?
Definitely being pro-life. I love the fetal heartbeat bill. I think it's so important to protect the innocent babies in the womb. My little sister is pregnant. She shares the picture of the little baby in the womb, with its little face. So to me, that's the #1 issue.
Now, what are you looking forward to the debates? A lot of candidates are talking about reaching that 40,000 donor mark because, they can't fit everybody on the stage who's running. What are you hoping that they'll address to the nation that maybe we've just been seeing here in Iowa?
Well, that's a good question. There are a couple of guys tonight that I would love to see go back and forth. The one said that he was like a copy of Trump, but with a whole nother level. He said, well, I'm going to take that as a compliment. So I think they all have their unique strengths and what they want to...
He's like a deeper level of Trump. It's like Trump, but with more than just what you get on the surface or something.
Focus on. I would love to see them debate about pro-life issues because that's the issue that I care about the most. I would love to see DeSantis talk about pro-life issues like what he's doing in Florida. Education is also a huge one. A lot of the candidates touched on education tonight, debating about the best way to improve the system in the country, whether they want to completely do away with the Department of Education, which a couple of candidates talked about, or school choice, things like that. I'd love to see a debate about that.
I'd love to see a debate about whether or not it'd be a good idea to just get rid of the Department of Education. It'd be a really good idea, I think. Also, yes, as we all know, Vivek Ramaswamy is a very, very, very astute media man. As you heard in that video, he's like a more eloquent Trump. He's a powerful speaker, and let's just hear how powerful he is. Really? You gonna do me dirty like this? You gonna do me dirty like this, independent video player? Ed? You're gonna do me dirty like this on the day of my daughter's wedding. How dare you? Fine. I didn't need that clip anyway. I didn't need that clip. I have my good friend over here, the New York Post. A very well-respected outlet.
Somebody has uncovered in college, you were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper. Explain that, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Well, look, the things they're digging up, they're going deep. And I have to say, some of these opposition research stories are false, but I will confirm that one is true. I was a little bit of a libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you remember any of that rapper? Do you have some freestyling to do today, Vivek?
Well, it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just you just say what you're inspired to say. So, I like, that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some sense, is freestyling my message.
All right, very good. Go ahead.
You want to join us on the campaign trail? You want to join us on the campaign trail? You can do that. I often open up. I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, if anything, not even on policy, but like, man, that line alone should get him disqualified from becoming president. Just what is it?
Trail. We'll have
here. What is it?
Liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you on the trail. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Oh, God. Godfather reference equals points. Thank you, Marshall Ghetto. I appreciate the additional 5 gifted subs. Also, hello. Did I see a Berwin of Greyhawk? Welcome to the riverboat.gg site. I appreciate it. Not the hardest bars. I would say the weakest of bars. I have heard like little ass children sing better rhymes than. Also, I'm pretty sure sorry, we're gonna check one thing. We're gonna live fact check this.
It's uncovered in college. You were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper. Explain that, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Damn, I thought we'd get the
deep, and I have to say some of these opposition research stories are false.
I just want to hear whether or not the host pronounced Vivek Ramaswamy's name as Vivek, because I have never heard anyone, not one single goddamn soul, in my time of covering politics, have I heard one person call Vivek Vivek? I have not heard anyone call him Vivek. So is it Vivek? Is everyone just saying his name wrong and he's not correcting them? Or did he just really massage his name to try and get it to rhyme with cake for some reason? Vibe check, Ramaswamy. Yeah. God damn, dude. Wait, it's Vivek? Vivek is alive? Vivek is his stage name. Oh, God. Vivek. It rhymes with cake. That's how you actually pronounce it? Okay, so he's literally just not correcting anybody except for David Pakman, and we'll get to that in a bit. I did want to say, by the way, let's see here. I've been a bit frustrated in lefty spaces recently. I've been a bit frustrated, specifically with some of the discourse I've seen coming around. Like, just please, for the love of God, like, look into things. Be curious about the information you are ingesting. Be, like, I don't know, a bit skeptical, question things, but also don't be a coward. And, you know, that can be hard sometimes. So I know that I'm asking a lot, but man, what is going on in some of these left-leaning spaces? Okay? Becca, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. How hard is it to Google facts? That's the thing, Becca. It's not. But a lot of people don't even consider doing it. You know? So it's frustrating. And I will say I've tried to not talk that much about the stuff that's happening at TYT. I've covered a couple videos that people have really gotten on my ass about covering. I'm not interested in covering every single one or every single clip where something is like stumbled over or said wrongly. I'm not interested in that. But I do gotta say, it is very disappointing to just kind of like watch people who I thought had, like, I don't know, the civil rights of people like me in mind, kind of position themselves in such a way that it really doesn't seem like they do, and that's frustrating and sad, and it hurts my heart. So Ben Burgess, who I have a ton of respect for, I've followed his work for a long time. I think he's very intelligent. And he, a few days ago, posted a 30-second clip of Anna Kasparian and said, "I'm sorry, but if you think this is what moving to the right sounds like, you've lost the plot." So, for the sake of, like, giving you the whole context, here's the clip. Okay?
The biggest change that some of you might have noticed with me is that I'm done with the identitarian garbage. I'm done with it. It is a giant distraction, and the more we focus on it, and it's definitely very obvious to me when it comes to the left, the people who are supposed to be fighting for a better economic system, better economic conditions, better working conditions, all of that stuff pushed aside. Let's focus on the identitarian stuff. And the identitarian stuff, by nature, divides us and leads to more fights, more conflict, even among us. But that's the point. The big...
Okay, so the reason... I wasn't going to talk about this, but then I saw him quote tweet his own tweet about this, saying, "Hi, I'm Ben. I have socially progressive policy positions. I'm pro-choice, pro-gay, and trans rights, etc. But I think the left's culture of identitarian scolding and purity testing is wildly counterproductive, and it makes strategic sense to emphasize universal material issues. If this post isn't literally the first thing you've ever seen me say, and any aspect of this package or views comes as a surprise to you, maybe pay closer attention, because it's what I've shouted from the rooftops consistently to the point of tedium for the past 5 years." All right, that gives you the full context there. Is this literally class reductionism? Yes. That's exactly where I was going with that third archon. So, when we talk in leftist circles about the need for intersectionality, it's specifically because there are certain issues when you look at economic effects, when you look at specifically the case of civil rights or medical rights, etc., where like analyzing everything through class kind of falls apart a little bit. And I don't know how you necessarily square saying that you're pro-gay and trans rights while simultaneously think that that you need to like diminish emphasis on identitarian issues. Because when you watch that clip and you combine it with what Ben is saying, it really does seem to be saying that essentially the left is overly focused on these identitarian issues, and identitarian here being like queer, trans issues, or even like cultural issues, like amongst like Black Americans. And it's just like, I am baffled by this, I guess. It's weird because every time in recent memory I've seen a take from Anna, it's been based in identity, not economics. Yeah, so what's important to know, right, is that the reason diversity is a strength, right, is because different people with different social, economic backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, are able to contribute new and previously unthought of strengths to the wider whole, right? And so in an intersectional movement, you are able to draw upon the strengths of all for the betterment of all, right? And the idea that you should just, well, trans issues aren't popular, so we should throw trans people under the bus, or throw trans people on that particular issue under the bus. I think that that doesn't hold water if you want to build an actual movement, right? A movement for it must be a movement for all, not a movement for one, you know? First time hearing about identitarian. Is this some fascist Nazi stuff? So identitarian, I'm not gonna say that it's associated with fascist Nazi stuff, but I will say that the term identitarian is often very much used as kind of like the academic speak for, you know, Black people, trans people, etc. You know, like for minority issues, you know? And so that's kind of how it's used. You will see it used, I think, primarily in conservative circles. Maybe not necessarily fascist Nazi circles, though they might use it too, but definitely more in conservative circles. Now, the issue here is that, like, the left does have a problem when it comes to things like purity testing, right? When it comes to like scolding people based on like, oh, well, you didn't agree with me 100%, you know? That is an issue on the left. But this particular case isn't the vehicle to make that point, right? Mostly because when we're talking about why people are like saying Anna Kasparian is transphobic, or, you know, even talking about that, or speculating on it, whatever, the reason they're doing that is not because they are, you know, upset that Anna isn't agreeing with them lock and step. It's that she has agreed in the past and seemingly understood certain issues like why trans-inclusive language exists in policy and medical, like the medical field, right? That's been explained. She seemed to have understood it, and yet it continues to be an issue over and over again. And not only that, she has now gone public saying that she supports Jesse Singal, Singal, who is known as a transphobe. Jesse Singal's basically entire career is built off of spreading misinformation or half-truths about trans healthcare, to the point that he is recognized by GLAAD as a transphobe. GLAAD themselves have a page on his lies about trans people. And not only that, his work has been cited by multiple conservative lawmakers in order to strip trans people of medical rights. And on top of that, like, you could say, well, maybe she just reads the articles and, like, that's, you know, that she's hearing both sides or whatever. But she pays for his Substack. You don't have to do that. You don't actually have to pay for people's Substacks, generally speaking. So, like, she's both socially supporting him, publicly saying that he is not a transphobe when he very much is, and also financially supporting him. And it's just like, well, that's... I don't know what the contents of Anna Kasparian's heart are, but that would be a pretty reasonable set of data points for someone to, like, at least raise an eyebrow about whether or not Anna Kasparian has, like, trans people's best interests at heart, you know? So it's frustrating to then have Ben Burgess step in and be like, well, you know, it's the culture. They're just scolding her because she doesn't agree. And that's not the case. You know, that people are upset because they thought she was an ally, and now she is supporting someone who is very, very, very much not. I mean, and we also just covered, by the way, like, the video where she went over the problem of retail theft, organized retail theft, and I gotta say there was a lot of glaring errors in that video. So I don't know what is going on, but there's something pretty not good happening over there. Does the left need an Andrew Tate? The answer is no. But I did throw that in the title to catch your attention, because a lot of people on Twitter have been talking about the need for an Andrew Tate, a left-leaning figure who will be able to bring in the boys, You know, the conservatives have the far right figures who are bringing all the boys to the yard, and now clearly the leftists need their version of a milkshake that brings all the boys to the yard, because Mr. Tofu's Barrel asked, did you miss the part where I said the answer's no? Isn't that Hassan? No. You see, new data has come out. New data has come out, you see, from the conservatives. I predict more American men seeking foreign brides in the future. Get your passports, bros. And wow, look at these graphs. Oh my God, you know, we need a better look at these graphs. We need a better look at these graphs. Political identities of 12th grade girls. Percentage identifying as liberal or conservative. Whoa! So many 12th grade girls are identifying as liberal, and not very many conservative girls. That's great. Oh, but what has happened? The political identities of 12th grade boys. Oh my God. So many more are identifying as conservative. Clearly this is symptomatic of some kind of deep failure. Clearly there is a deep and abiding failure when it comes to reaching out to these young men. How can we get them over to our side? Except everyone's freaking out about this today. But there's a problem with this, and that is that the original data set is bad, actually. And when you consider how the data was obtained, it's actually not particularly accurate or compelling. In fact, what's more compelling is actually how bad the data collection is on this particular set. All right? So, when we look at this, right, it turns out that these graphs don't actually include all of the answers given to the survey that was sent out. They exclude answers like moderate, or none/don't know, or just another category titled radical. And, well, I think you can see why maybe this particular attempt at surveying high schoolers might have gone awry just from those points alone. Because you have a bunch of people who are saying, again, in high school, saying, I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative. And then you have far more people saying, I don't know. Or like being like, well, I'm not a liberal. I'm farther left than that. Does that make me a radical? That doesn't make sense. Or you have conservatives who are just like, I'm more of a moderate, and they're being excluded as well. So like the data is actually just really bad. And it is not particularly helpful that the most radical of these people don't even have a way to answer. And not only that, high schoolers don't necessarily have the best grasp on what conservative or liberal even mean. So, like, for example, like, some people might be like, well, I'm a conservative, but I think the gays are all right. You know, like, what does that mean? How do they fit into this structure? And the answer is there's not really a good way to classify this, because the ideal way of actually gathering what the political positions of young people are is to ask them questions about whether or not they support, like, gay marriage. Do you support this economic policy or that economic policy? You have to ask them concrete things about what they support, because they might not have an accurate idea of what is in which category, given like their upbringing and a lot of other factors. They haven't had a lot of time away from home to develop their own ideas about politics, you know? So it's just not a good way to get this data. And also, when we look at this, I think you might want to know this particular little nugget about that data. The data that was collected here was not actually to determine the political beliefs of the high schoolers being surveyed. Does anyone want to take a stab in the dark? Okay, I'm gonna throw up the graphs on screen again. Does any of you want to take a stab in the dark about what this graph was actually trying to study? What this data was being used for in this study? Anyone want to take a stab in the dark? Anyone at all in chat? to survey parents? That'd be a good guess. Anyone else? Favorite Pokemon? Sexual orientation? Weed? Knowledge of who the president is? Puberty? Sudden onset dysphoria? What school has done to kids, teachers? Likelihood to vote? Only one of you even came remotely close, and that was Paladin Lost. This data was being used to study drug use in high schoolers. So not just weed, but all drugs. This data was collected for real to determine likelihood of drug use. It's not being used or collected or even analyzed with the intent of showing like, oh, look at this massive conservative swing. Jesus. So the drug's doing well. God damn. So it's predicting drug use with ideology? Kind of. Yeah. But also notice that both of these graphs here have very different y-axis notation. So you might think, oh, well, the bottom of this is 0, right? The bottom of this particular graph right here, the political identities of 12th grade boys. Nope, the bottom of it is 10. The bottom, the y-axis just ends at 10. So while both of these look the same, they don't actually read the same. This one starts at 0. This one starts at 10. Like, it's a very, very misleading visual, I think. This is gonna make my inner mathematician cry. Yes, it will. Just the worst data analysis ever. Well, and the fact that, like, well, let's take a look here. We've got like 24% identify, or 23% identifying as conservative here, and we'll say 13% identifying as liberal. You'll notice that only accounts for 36% of all the respondents here, which means the vast majority of the students that data was gathered from aren't even present in this graphical representation. Twitter leftists were crying over this BS? Yes. There were so many people saying we need like an Andrew Tate of the left. This is because the left has abandoned young men, and it's because of all of the feminism. It's because of all of them saying that feminists need to be superior to men. Like, that's like that was like the finger wagging of the Twitter online left today, and it was frustrating as hell. Where was this even researched? This is from Monitoring the Future Survey, University of Michigan. Which, yeah, you might notice here is both from 2021 and also published in the National Addiction and HIV Data Archive Program. So, you know, just normal stuff. Oh, God damn it. So, Sam, did I miss why we need a leftist Andrew Tate? We don't need a leftist Andrew Tate. The point I'm trying to make is that actually we're doing pretty all right. I think the left in general could do a bit better to clarify that feminism is actually to help men as well. Because a lot of the internalized messaging around feminism at the moment that has gained traction in pop culture is kind of this girl boss feminist idea. More female drone pilots type situation. But the reality is that feminism helps men and women. It's actually intended as an egalitarian ideology dedicated to fostering equality between all genders and all sexes. And so, like, the main failure here is just that we need to do better at, like, messaging, because if we don't message about, like, the effectiveness of feminism as an ideology that helps, that seeks to help men with their issues, well, then some men are going to find their way to the far right, and it would be better if they did not. But this is not a situation where we need, like, a god emperor to, like, arise. Oh my goodness.
I felt like this moment needed some BWA. We need to bring back the excitement, Maglev.
We do need to.
The wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. BWA.
We do need to bring back the excitement, Maglev. I'm sorry. I've been shirking my duties as the excitement Maglev conductor. And thank you for the incredibly generous $50 dono. That is incredibly, incredibly generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. And folks, by the way, if you've been enjoying stream, remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the like button on the stream over on YouTube, consider hitting the subscribe button. We've got new videos coming out every day this next week on the YouTube, so look forward to those. Additionally, if you're over on YouTube or Twitch, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, where when you gift subs or donate, I get 100% of the money you send my way, instead of it being split 50-50 with Twitch or 70-30 with YouTube. So consider doing that. Hey, welcome, Batman. Thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. Why the hell was I not subscribed on your YouTube channel? I've done a very poor job in the past of hyping up the YouTube channel, but I'm doing better now. We're actually on our way. We're cruising on our way to hitting 2K subscribers over there. So help us hit that goal, folks. Some people are scared of equality, absolutely, but I don't think the people who are scared of equality are, like, high schoolers. I don't actually think that high schoolers tend to be very scared of equality. They're actually pretty open-minded, they tend to be. I know because I worked with a lot of high schoolers in the past. So I would just say, like, I think we need to just make better content that ensures that, you know, men and boys know that, like, feminism is there to help you as well. Just because it has feminine in it, femininism, or fem at the beginning of the word, doesn't mean it's just for ladies. It's actually there for men and ladies. Particularly because there are ideas like men can't cry, or you know, violence is the, like, only way you can express emotion, and the only acceptable way you can express emotion, or like the idea that you're supposed to be the only, like, the breadwinner of the family, and if you aren't able to earn money, you're a complete and utter failure in our society. These are things that are lies, told to you by patriarchy, and frankly, you deserve better.
Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? WHHHHHHERRRRREEE as BLLLLAAAAAAAAAAAAJJJJJJJ.
Blahage. BWA. I love a man who cries. Yeah, honestly, like, I can't even begin to count the number of men that I have encountered in my life who have expressed the concept that they can't cry. Like, they lose a loved one, you know, a loved one passes away, and they're like, I can't cry. I can't do it. And that's not healthy. That's not a sign of you being strong. That's actually a sign of you being deeply hurt in some way. You should be able to show how you feel and be able to communicate how you feel, because we're social creatures. You know? You should be able to talk about it. I'm quite proud of my ability to be emotionally strong and have an emotional intelligence. I can control my emotions, but I can also be sad. And yeah, it's good to have a handle on your emotions. Absolutely. But also, just, like, you should be able to feel. You know, if you are going through life and you just feel numb, that's a sign that something is deeply, deeply wrong. I don't know what it is. I'm not a therapist. I can't psychoanalyze you each individually. But if you are going through life and feel like that, you need help before you break completely. A guy that I like told me that he has a hard time getting over his ex because he was taught that it's unmanly to talk about things that hurt. Yeah, that's depression. I mean, Lily loves stuff. It could be depression. It could be dissociation. I know that I got through, like, many years of my life I got through due to high degrees of anxiety causing me to dissociate. There are like years of my life where, like, I have like 1 or 2 memories max because of the sheer amount of anxiety that I was repressing in my body. That was not healthy for me. And it's not healthy for anybody else either. Still struggle with that myself. I can cry, and I do sometimes, but I do have times where I feel like I should be crying and I can't. Yeah. Done a lot to improve my view on opening up to people. I also hate bothering people because growing up disabled, I felt too much of a burden. Woohoo, dissociation. I don't remember much before about 30 years old. Yeah, it's weird. You know, like, I'll be talking to my partner and, like, she'll be able to remember something that happened in, like when she was, like, 4. I'm like, I don't remember anything that happened in elementary school, really. Like, I just, most of it is just gone. You know, the film has been burned. And that's not an indication that things went particularly well, you know? If a man can't cry, you're just not kicking them hard enough. Boo! 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 I know that was sarcasm, but still boo! My husband was convinced that it was physically damaging to make a man/boy talk about their feelings. Took months to work him through that. Damn. The idea that it would be physically damaging to talk about your feelings is that's some next level toxic masculinity patriarchy shit. The patriarchy hurts men and it hurts women. It hurts everybody. Anyway. I just wanted to talk about that because it's been frustrating just to see so many people immediately crumple to the idea that, well, clearly the only reason data like this could exist is because the left is failing men. My father believed he couldn't give affection to his kids. My dad always told me to don't worry, be happy. That type of avoidant thinking about things hurt me. Good dad just didn't have the most available father figure himself. Yeah. I remember too much from elementary school to the point where I ran into a girl I threw up on a picture day in the first grade and I apologized to her for it. We're 32 now. That was, what, 26 years ago? God damn. All right. We're going to continue on. I just want that all to be a cautionary tale about when you see an extraordinary claim that seems to indicate something along the lines of the left is failing all young boys and men, maybe look into where the data is coming from. Maybe look into how the data was collected, because methodology and all methodology and intent are actually pretty important when it comes to studies like this. Okay, enough of that. I just want you all to know we have another indication here that LK99 is in fact real. So there is basically the first independent measurement of the substance known as LK99, and they found this claimed superconductive material actually does possess zero resistance, which is a property of a superconductor. So basically, they were able to synthesize a much more pure version of the material that was made in South Korea. You know, I'll just read this. This is a summary of a video that was released on Bilibili, the Chinese YouTube equivalent. So they measured zero resistance at negative 163 Celsius using the 4-point probe method. Zero resistance at this high of a temperature at ambient pressure is a new discovery in material science. They also claim a transition in and out of zero resistance state depending on a strongly applied magnetic field, a classic characteristic of superconductivity. The sample they synthesized is reported to have a much higher purity than the original Korean team of LKK. They note an interesting and abrupt drop in resistance by several orders of magnitude between around 300 and 220 Kelvin, approximate values from a graph that is shown in the video. This is currently unexplained, but it is in rough agreement with LKK, i.e. LKK may have been measuring this higher temperature drop, just 2 orders of magnitude. They retain the claim that this is not absolute conclusive proof of superconductivity, but it is suggestive of a very interesting electronic property in the material. So, again, this is not full confirmation. However, it is huge that they were able to confirm zero resistance in this material. Absolutely good news. Here we go. So this also dovetails with the simulated evidence that we saw yesterday from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And another one, by the way, was performed by the Shenyang National Laboratory and TU Wayne. Basically, all of these simulations were run and overseen by reputable material scientists. And they all basically came to the conclusion that this could possibly work. But again, this is not full-blown lab reproduction. But the fact that we have an independent measurement of a similarly made material having these properties is huge. So, yeah, just a little update, just a tiny little update from the LK99 race. At the very least, we have the baseline for room temp superconductors. Yeah, something like that. Now, when we measure, so apparently, additionally, when we measured, when the measurement was made at room temperature, there was a 2 order of magnitude drop in superconductivity, like, attributes. However, it still demonstrated those attributes, just at a weaker level. So you can get a higher performance out of this at lower temperatures, but the fact that it performs at all at room temperature and room pressure is insane. So, anyway, there we go. It's super crazy. Also, folks, got some good news for you guys, or interesting news, I guess. Due to a lot of what we're gonna call professional whoopsie daisies, a film called Wonderwell has been stuck in production hell for about 7 years. And it turns out Wonderwell is the last film Carrie Fisher appeared in. So it's coming out soon. And the trailer for it dropped a few days ago. And we're going to watch it. It looks like a young adult adventure film. Let's go.
What are you doing?
I'm running away.
To where?
Out there.
A witch lives there. A real one.
Daniele, you're holding all of us up.
Where's Violet?
She went for a walk.
You let her go on her own?
She'll be fine.
Are you the witch?
The witch or a witch?
Where am I?
On the other side.
Of what?
You want to see for yourself? We need to talk. Fancy meeting you here. You know the rules. The forest is yours. The town is mine. My girl isn't usual. She's not yours. Are you sure? It's only a matter of time. See what happens.
I want to go back.
You got to make it before sunrise. Because if you don't, you're gonna be stuck on this side forever. Life can be just as magical as this garden, only it's a lot more fun.
I don't know. I think that looks delightful. Shame we lost her so early. She had such a charm and subtlety in the way she acts. Yeah. And I feel like she was just kind of getting back into the swing of it and like just having fun with like parts like this. You know, it looks pretty neat, not gonna lie. I agree. I'd watch that movie. No idea what's going on. Looks like two witches fighting over the fate of a little girl who then seizes her own destiny. Aw, Entrama, don't be blubbers over there. Also, we need a blubbers emote over on riverboat.gg. I'm gonna steal it. I knew blubbers would make you cry. Blubbers doesn't make me cry. You fool. I'm sorry, that came across as very mean. I'm sorry. Don't lie to me. Why can't I save this as a GIF? Wait, let's see if it will work. Chat emotes. Huzzah. Nope, improper file type. Damn it. Found it. We got you. We got you, you son of a bitch. All right. How you doing, Entrama? You lovely bean, you. Just getting moved into my new place? Hell yeah. Alright. There we go. Save the chat. Chat will update in a few minutes over there. There you go. As I'm already a fan of Wonderland stories, I'm thinking this may be the next movie that I watch. Hell yeah. Probably be a long time before it was in consumer products. They can find ways to mass produce it. The effects on transportation and electrical infrastructure might not be too far. Well, Shaloon, the cool thing about this LK99 is that it appears to be made out of pretty common elements, like things that are not that difficult for us to obtain in large amounts. Remember to delete all your saves in Baldur's Gate 3 if you played beta. So I played the beta, and I tried to go into Baldur's Gate 3 earlier today to delete my saves, but it looked like they were all gone. So, oh, I need to update. I forgot. So the Blubbers emote does actually have an animation. There we go. Think we got it. Should actually function. It'll have to update soon, I'm sorry. Right now, it's just going too fast for you to actually see the mouth move. Damn it, Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be a full download? I mean, I'm going to have to wait. God damn it. God fucking damn it. It's like half speed. Yeah. Why is it not? There we go. Save to chat. If LK99 is successful as superconductor, how long will it take to be implemented in our daily lives? Yeah, so if I had to give a rough estimate, given the fact that LK99 makes use of like relatively available elements on our planet, like copper and phosphorus, I would say, like, generally speaking, it's something where we have immediate use cases for it. We'd first need to figure out ways to refine it. Then we would need to figure out ways to mass produce it. And then it would be incorporated into our various technologies. So I think, given the fact that this material, if actually a superconductor, is so goddamn useful in so many different fields, that we would see LK99 incorporated into our world, like, within 10 years. I think that that's actually pretty reasonable, and certainly in the next 20 years, we're gonna see it, like, completely have changed everything. Yeah, literally people have already, like, made it in their dorm rooms. So, like, it is something that you can make, and we can create pretty easily. But again, this all needs to be verified by, like, a national laboratory, so we're not just, like, being like, ah, yes, this trans lady on Twitter did it. And there have been several of those already, but, you know, we need actual, factual, final confirmation. But a lot of the signs appear to be pretty positive. Yeah, I'm you know, I got some hopium in me, you know? Okay. Moving right along. How we doing, folks? Scientists refining the LK99 process. We refine the blubber emote. We all have our noble toils. Yeah. I need to actually have it make more repetitions because of how short the animation cycle is. Let's update that one more time. Hello from President Sunday's stream. President Sunday's stream. Howdy. Okay. All right, folks. We have now been streaming for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping some subs and donos, because that is what allows me to continue to live and make content for all of you. In fact, by supporting me over there, viewers like you make this stream possible. Thank you. Also, consider hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the like button on the stream. Go for it. That was an odd cut. I'm sorry. My brain is autistic. Let's see. Oilers. Also, I had to take a look at like several different messages that got sent to me at once. Do you get money from my YouTube Premium? I don't know how YouTube money sharing works. I think I get ad revenue from you as if you had watched ads on the YouTube video, but I don't run ads on my live streams, so probably not. Yo!
I'm a broke bean this month, but I gotta give some to Jack, BWA.
WinB, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, even though you're a broke bean. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. BWA indeed. Do you have the magic ad button like Vosh? No, but even if I did, I wouldn't use it. Mostly because, like, I don't know, I have like a total of... Here, let's just check. How many people are watching the YouTube stream in total right now? Got 73 people watching on YouTube. Like, it's not worth it for me to run ads. You know, like it's just not. So, I mean, if I had several thousand people watching me, I would sure as shit run ads because that would actually make me money. But you know, and until we're in the like thousands of people are watching me every time I stream, we're not gonna even consider implementing that. What if we want ads? I genuinely don't know how to implement them right now on the live streams. You'll have to go watch the YouTube videos, the standalone vids. Good night, Robber Ad Set. Get good sleep. Aw, wrestling with the news. You deserve more viewers. Hey, I'm working on it. If you guys want to help out, you can retweet like the stream live notification. You can I don't know, share around some of the YouTube videos. We got some good ones going up. As if on cue, the ad begins. That's fair, Cyborg Elf Gaming. You can like the stream, you can hit the subscribe button. We're almost at 1,800 subs. Let's go. Let's go. That presumes I have friends. True. But you know what? You do have friends. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. I want all the ads I can take. Okay, well, this is just turning into a fetish now. I do just most of my peepo. Be sleeping when you stream because of countries. That's fair. Yeah, but I'm putting out more video content. I just have to set aside time to actually get that done, and that is difficult to do at the moment, but I'm making it happen. Yeah, right now we are 21 subscribers on the YouTube, away from hitting 18 hundo. And frankly, I would really like to hit 1,800 subscribers before the end of the year. And I'd really like to hit 2,000 subscribers before the end of the year. That would be real fucking nice. Back when I was running a social media site, we added a paid option that removed ads. I was overrun by complaints because our ads were so well targeted, people wanted to see them. Nice. The cat just walked in, stared at me, and hasn't stopped looking. I have no idea what he's going to do. He already has your soul. It's too late. Hey, do you guys want some, like, I don't know, a good news? Do you guys want some good news? Because, guess what? The IRS, with its additional funding, is actually able to do something really cool starting this year.
When it comes to filing taxes online, the status quo is unacceptable.
The United States is really an outlier among wealthy countries in how we do tax prep.
It's absurd that American taxpayers have to pay to fulfill a civic obligation.
This makes me mad every year. What she just, like, put into words makes me so goddamn mad every time I file my taxes.
In 1 year alone, they estimated 14 million Americans had paid for tax prep software that they should have been able to get for free, generating at least $1 billion in a single year of revenue for the tax prep companies like Intuit.
And that's because the tax prep companies sabotaged the program so they could keep raking in money.
Every year, the United States government requires taxpayers to file our taxes. Americans spend a total of 1.7 billion hours and $31 billion each year just to comply with the law, largely using private tax preparers like TurboTax and H&R Block. But what if all of that could be different? What if it could be easier? What if it could be free?
Across the world, there are a few different ways that taxes can be filed. The three sort of main ways are direct file, pre-populated returns, and return-free filing. Direct file, which is in question with the IRS today, is a form of filing in which you have a form with questions and you basically just answer the questions to be able to file your taxes. Pre-populated returns are a little bit easier for the taxpayer because portions of that form are already pre-filled for them. Return-free filing, which 30 countries around the world and many of our peer countries already have, is a type of filing in which the public tax agency does all of the work for you without the constituent doing much more than just approving or fixing maybe any errors that come through at the very end. Oddly enough, in the US context, none of these three are currently at play when you file your federal tax returns.
But the Inflation Reduction Act, which President Biden signed into law in 2022, could change that.
In the IRA...
That's right, chat. Dark Brandon has come through yet again.
$15 million was given to test something called the direct file system. The direct file system in question here is similar to any of the other sorts of tax forms that constituents might be filling out already. The main difference, however, is that this direct file system would be administered directly by the IRS, and it would be free.
As it stands, there are only a few options and many obstacles for those looking to file their taxes without paying private tax preparers, and that's by design.
In the early years of the George W. Bush administration, there was
today.
a move to create some kind of free electronic filing system.
Justin Elliott is a reporter with ProPublica. He's spent years tracking the tax prep industry and their attempts to block government-run tax prep software.
If the government made it free and easy for people to file their taxes, directly with the government, then Intuit stood to lose a lot of money. So the tax prep industry mounted a huge lobbying effort to essentially stop that from happening.
What they came up with was the Free File Alliance, a group of private tax prep companies that, in theory, would offer free tax prep software and services for certain Americans, under the condition that the IRS not enter the tax prep marketplace.
Essentially, the story of the next 2 decades was...
Basically, they don't want to compete against an entity that can run at cost instead of at a profit. That's the thing. Private companies know that the government can operate more efficiently than they can.
The tax prep industry finding ways to give as few free versions of its software as possible. At various points in this program, something like 70% of all Americans were eligible, in theory, to get tax prep software for free. But as of 2018, only 2% of people
Holy
filing
shit.
their taxes electronically actually use this program.
Yeah, I have no idea how to access that program.
Justin has reported on all types of tricks and traps the private tax prep industry has used to scam eligible free filers, like quote-unquote free filing services that actually forced you to pay.
At one point, we found that the forms that would cause you to hit the paywall included things like a tax form related to unemployment income, a tax form related to student loan interest, things that by their very nature, the people filing them would tend to be low income or would be in, sometimes vulnerable populations. We found at one point that Intuit had actually added HTML code to the website landing page for the truly free edition, that even if you were looking for it and went to Google and put in TurboTax Free File Edition, this page would simply not show up on search engines. We talked to a lot of people that worked at Intuit over the years, got all kinds of internal documents that showed that this was all intentional. We got our hands on the internal instructions that were distributed to H&R Block customer service reps. What it said was, do not send clients to this website unless they are specifically calling about the free file program. We want to send users to our paid products before the free product, if at all possible.
In 2022, Intuit agreed to pay
like actually evil
$41 million to consumers who were, quote, unfairly charged.
I didn't get fucking money from Intuit. Fuck you.
To be clear, that was a small fraction, really, of how much these companies made in revenue from all this over the years. In 1 year alone, they estimated 14 million Americans had paid for tax prep software that they should have been able to get for free, generating at least $1 billion in a single year of revenue for the tax prep companies like Intuit. These companies are willing to spend what looks like a lot of money, like millions of dollars on lobbying, and the amount of money they're spending on lobbying is a tiny, minuscule fraction of the annual revenue they make from tax prep software.
The tax prep companies collectively have spent more than $45.7 million through the first quarter of this year, and that's going back to 1998. And so they're spending on lobbying and ultimately being able to insulate that industry that has become so lucrative to them. My name is Anna Masolia. I'm an editorial and investigations manager at Open Secrets, tracking dark money groups, looking at lobbying, and in this context, looking into the tax prep industry's efforts to really push against free tax filing. Intuit, which owns TurboTax, for those of you who don't know, spent a record sum last year on lobbying the federal government. This was over $3.5 million, which is more than they've ever spent before in a single year. We're seeing tax prep companies pouring millions and millions of dollars into lobbying the federal government on a variety of issues, but a big part of that, based on their Lobbying Disclosure Act filings, has been pushing against free tax filing. This means that they're pushing to make tax filing more complicated for the average American.
Yep.
And with each year, they're pouring.
They literally lobby to make your taxes incomprehensible so that you have to use their software to have any chance of actually filing your taxes. It's actually evil in a way that makes me so fucking angry.
Bring more and more money into these efforts.
As the tax prep industry continues to spend on lobbying, the IRS is moving ahead with the implementation of a scaled direct file pilot in the 2024 filing season.
There are three sort of key benefits with a direct file system. The first, as I mentioned before, is that it would be free. Second, it would afford Americans a lot more data privacy. By cutting out a third-party preparer, what you're effectively doing is sharing your private information with one less entity. The third big benefit of a direct file system is greater ease for issuing credits or refunds, such as the Earned Income Tax Credit or the Child Tax Credit, which serves a lot of low and middle income American families. If you're filing directly with the IRS, it allows you to expedite, hopefully in the future, the process and the timeliness of those credits by filing directly through a direct file system. It is going to be a first step towards a future state or system in which we aren't paying money to pay more money to the government.
So, good news. The direct file system first step is happening. Next tax season, folks. See if you can get in it. The IRS is not evil? Yeah, no, the IRS is not evil. I would just highly encourage us to want to fund the IRS even further so that they can just go after the billionaires instead of, you know, the little guy. Tater Tot the cat passed away? No. That was the little cat with the braces? With like the little like broken leg casts, right? That was looking angry all the time? God damn it. Oh. Man. He was a real cute cat. Little gremlin. Pour a thimble out for Tater Tot? Yeah. Good little egg. Right, I need to run to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we will... I'll give you guys the option. Either we can watch Sam Seder debate actual justice warrior, or we can watch Sam Seder debate a 5G truther. Whichever you would prefer, you guys think about it while I'm gone, okay? And because you guys have been very good...
This is crack. Everybody wants to be cool. But doing it with crack isn't just wrong. It could be dead wrong.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you know you gotta hypnotize. So be wise and keep on reading the songs of the body.
DJ Cumberbund.
Oh boy, I can see your body moving, half animal, half man. I don't really know what I'm doing, but just seem to have a band. Oh baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So be wise and keep on reading the signs of my body. I'm on tonight, you know my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel you, boy. Let's go, can you see that this is perfect? I know I'm on tonight, my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right. All the attraction, the tension, don't you see, baby, this is perfection.
Hey girl, I can see your body moving, and it's driving me crazy. And I didn't have the slightest idea until I saw you dancing. And when you walk up on the dance floor, nobody can ignore the way you move your body, girl. And everything's so unexpected, the way you right and left it, so you can keep on shaking it.
I'm on tonight, you know my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel you, boy. Let's go, baby, this is perfect. I know I'm on tonight, my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right. All the attraction, the tension, baby, this is perfection.
Dance like this, it makes a man want to speak Spanish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. No te bailan la calle. Después de la festeja, the one that is in love. Hey, if I wanted to cry, but there was West Coast guy. I'm on tonight, you know my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel you, boy. That's for the power, just never forget. I know I'm on tonight. My hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right.
Hello!
Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it.
Y'all should go subscribe to Amy Waters. Do it. Do it now. Boom. Boom. Alright. Want to see a short video that's a spin-off of the Pee-wee anti-cocaine PSA? Excuse me. Is that Amy Winehouse's sober sister? Me? Who?
This is cocaine. It's not glamorous, it's not cool, and it's not gay stuff. Worst part about it is people don't know how much it takes to kill you. So every time you do it, you risk dying. I know everyone wants to be cool, but every time you blow, it's not only wrong. It could be dead wrong.
What is this?
Dylan, come on, man. We're still rolling.
Cut.
All right, that was funny. That got me. Can someone get that much coke? Asking for a friend. Okay. By the way, I wouldn't say I know Lizzo well, but I've met her a few times, and unless she got really drunk on power, I don't really buy the charges her dancers made. I mean, I get the feeling that Lizzo is a very genuine person. So I'm taking. I didn't really want to talk about it on stream, but like I'm taking the allegations her dancers made with a colossal grain of salt. Yeah, honestly, like, all the stuff around Paul Rubens, ripped to a real one, by the way. Paul Rubens, the only reason people thought he was, like, a pedophile and thought he was a creeper was because he got caught going to, like, an X-rated movie theater. Like, that's it. And then everyone was like, oh, he's grooming kids. He's you know, he's a predatory gay. Basically, conservative moms tried to like destroy his career. That's why he like disappeared off the face of the earth for like 15, 20 years. And pretty shitty. But I'm glad that he had a revival, you know, towards the end of his life, and you know, I think he did a really good job. I grew up on Pee-wee's Playhouse. I was always a little bit off-put by Pee-wee's Playhouse, mostly because I didn't understand where it fit in with, like, I don't know, the rest of, like, children's shows. It was just so different. But I think honestly, like, as an adult watching it now, I'd probably get a lot more out of it. My friend told me he got caught with CP. Nope. Paul Rubens was actually a very wholesome person. As far as I know, never had anything to do with child pornography. Also, like, apparently, and I found this out after he passed the other day, apparently Paul Rubens has been, like, a longtime friend of Elvira. So, like, Elvira... Yeah, Elvira's awesome, but also Elvira has had, like, a 30-year-long, like, relationship with another lady. And, like, if Paul Rubens was, like, her longtime friend, like, Paul Rubens knew that she was gay and, like, kept her secret and was just, like, a real homie. And, like, I don't know. Okay, so he did get charged with possession of child pornography, but that charge was dropped, and he pled guilty in exchange for a lesser misdemeanor charge of possession of an obscene image. And he was fined $100 and received 3 years of probation. Okay. Oh, he had like 1920 to 1930s erotica that was questionable. He was famous as a collector. Yeah, also, again, it's telling that he was charged with possession of an obscene image, not multiple obscene images. Yeah, I mean, like it sounds like, oh, this is an image of someone from 1915. They're probably over 18, maybe. I don't know, maybe not. Thanks for that. What happened? Yeah, Jim Moneymaker. We have a bot called Posada Bot that bans people if they like get flagged in other people's chats. Apparently you got flagged. I don't know why, but I unbanned you because you've been cool in our chat. So there you go. And again, if any of you just get banned by the bot by accident and you haven't done anything wrong, you know, we'll unban you. You just got to put in the unban request. Jeffrey Jones, on the other hand, is a pedo. He was the dad in Beetlejuice. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, so yeah, in this article here, I'm looking at the picture or the article. In November of 2002, police received a tip from a witness in the pornography case against actor Jeffrey Jones and raided Paul Rubin's home, and they claimed to have discovered more than 70,000 memorabilia items and dozens of photographs that they characterized as child pornography. At the time, his rep denied the allegations, claiming the alleged inappropriate material were simply historical art photography pieces. Yeah. And he put out a statement saying, "I'm glad the prosecutors finally dismissed the child pornography charge without me or the taxpayers having to pay for a costly circus-like trial. I'm disappointed that any part of my art collection was ever deemed inappropriate. Taking responsibility by calling a few images in this collection obscene and paying a $100 fine seemed like the sanest way to make it end." So, yeah. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, he said, "You can say that I'm different, that I'm freaky, that I'm weird. You can say a lot of stuff about me," he told the outlet, "but you can't say that I'm a pedophile. That's just not part of who I am. I'm not a child pornographer." When asked about the images found in his apartment, he said they came from his collection of really camp, kitschy, funny stuff from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. 90% of anybody off the street who looked at the stuff would burst out laughing and say, "You're kidding me," he added. They took more than 3 computers, which I still don't have back, but not one thing was found on any of them. They took the backup disks for my computers. They took my Palm Pilot. They took my address book. People should ask themselves, what do I have in my house? What would I do if the police came with no warning? So, yeah, that's... John Waters defended him. Yeah. Look, honestly, if they had found that he had 70,000 pieces of child pornography, there is no way in hell they would offer him. They would even offer him a deal, or like, be like, "Yeah, we'll drop all the child pornography charges if you plead guilty to a single misdemeanor." Yeah. Oh, Danny DeVito gave Paul Rubens a job after the movie theater? Danny DeVito's a class act. He's a good guy. All right. Chat, if you're over on riverboat.gg, you can participate in the vote to decide the course of today's stream, okay? Uh, 5G or actual justice warrior. Here you go. Vote, 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 go, go, go. You only have a few seconds. Go, go, go. Coolio Beanio. No, I'm the hotter version of Amy Schumer. How dare you? How dare you? None of you would dare say that to me when I'm dressed up pretty. You would only say that to me when I'm in my big comfy sweater. How dare you? All right, 3 seconds. 1 second. Okay, we're doing the Sam Seder 5G debate. Let's go. It's okay, Coolio Beanio. I forgive you and appreciate the compliment. Well-respected deputy in my parish got fired and charged for falsely accusing the sheriff's daughter of a felony speeding. She was going 1 mile per hour over the speed limit. Holy shit, dude. Hey, goth gay girl. Gay girl. Also, welcome, Coolio Beanio. I like your username. Dislike being compared to Amy Schumer. Mostly because I don't like Amy Schumer. You're still a more cute and compacted Amy Schumer? I don't know what that means. There's a whole Margot Robbie is mid thing on Twitter. I think those people have lost their fucking minds. Yeah, of course they have. Margot Robbie's hot. She's hot as hell. Yeah, I got put in the trash compactor. Yeah. So why did they target him? Because he had in the 90s, Paul Rubens had a had a scandal where he went to see an X-rated movie in the theater and was photographed by the paparazzi, and that meant that a lot of people thought already that he was unsafe to be around kids because he, as an adult, went to see a sex film in the pre-internet era. That's about the extent of it. Yeah. I'm the daughter? Oh, damn! What a twist! I was seeing something where people were transvestigating Margot Robbie a bit ago. People are fucking weird. Well, the transvestigators in particular are crazy on a level you can't even deal with, you know? Transvestigators are crazy on the same level of crazy that, people who believe every influential person is secretly a lizard man is crazy. That's the level of crazy we're dealing with, you know? What the fuck even are transvestigators? Transvestigators refers to an entire subculture in the conservative online sphere that dedicate every waking moment of every day to investigating whether or not certain people are actually secretly trans. No joke. Their entire online life revolves around speculating on whether or not strangers they've never met are trans. And sometimes also speculating on whether or not some trans people are actually secretly double trans. Because this happened notably when, what's his name? Elliot Page? When Elliot Page, did a photo shoot for People, a lot of the transvestigators, basically looked at his photo shoots and were like, he's way too hot. He's way too hot. Clearly what must have happened was Elliot Page was born a boy and then transitioned into Ellen Page and then is now detransitioning back to Elliot Page. Yeah, no, they think that there are double transes. They think that there are secret double transes. Yeah, male to male transes. And they also think it's all done in secret. The fuck? Yeah, no, it's real. It's crazy too. They get an idea in their heads, they will not give up. You pop a picture of the most beautiful woman you can imagine in front of them, and they'll be like, what's her hand size though? I mean, his hand size. The shoulders too broad to be a real woman. You know, they'll just start going full on bone science. You know, they're just gonna be like, look, we need to do phrenology, but for trans people. That's basically their entire thing. They're not ready for triple trans. They're not. It will break them. BWA Labs is going into development on triple trans. Also, chat. We've almost been streaming for 3 hours. If you've been enjoying today's stream and learning new things, consider dropping some subs and donos, especially over on riverboat.gg, where I don't have to split the money with Jeff Bezos, which is a major plus, I think, for everybody involved, except Jeff Bezos. He already has enough pluses. I think I would rather write 100 arrest reports with pencil that's not sharpened enough on a Lego stool than have to see their shit on X, Twitter. I'm not calling it X. I actually had to uninstall Twitter and download X because Twitter just kept kicking me off today. I'm a triple trans then? Yep. Oh snap, new trans just dropped. Sextuple trans. All right, here we go.
Calling from a 503 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Matthew.
Matthew? What's on your mind?
Also, I'm
Matthew?
going to play XCOM.
Yeah, I first wanted to say that I'm really honored to be talking to you, Sam. I think you both have done an excellent job today. I appreciate the story on Israel. I appreciate your take on morality. I've taken philosophy classes, and I appreciate what you said about guns. I'm with you on guns. And I also wanted to say I am sorry for the loss of your friend. I've myself dealt with mental health issues, and I just wanted to say my heart's with you.
Oh, thank you. Which friend are you talking about?
Well, I saw something yesterday, and you were talking about the guns and how suicide is actually, and this is true, suicide is actually made easier with guns. And you said you knew somebody killed themselves with a gun.
Yeah.
And that broke my heart. So I wanted to let you know that my heart's with you.
Yeah, the story was even worse than that, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I did want to bring up something, and I came prepared because it's on something I took issue with a few days ago, and I hope that I can talk to you about this, and I want to be respectful, so I hope that's okay.
Okay. There's a lot of people who are a little concerned right now, I can tell you, because it's a 2-in-1 day, but let's hear it.
Okay.
I know the game effects are really loud. That's because it glitches every time I load in, but I fixed it. There we go.
So, internationally renowned scientist Dr. Deborah Davis, who...
Is this the butter up? You know it's the butter up. This guy wants to debate Sam on whether or not 5G is good.
Alongside Al Gore, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007 for her being part of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change team as a lead author on their assessment of climate mitigation policies. She formed a organization, Environmental Health Trust, which details...
Oh, come on. Why? But why, though?
A map. It says here, both France and Belgium have banned the sale of mobile phones for children under 7. Numerous countries do not allow cell towers on school grounds or high-voltage power...
Why?
...power lines near schools because they have special regulations and more protective limits for sensitive areas. Also, France, in 2015, passed
it is basically sci-fi Fire Emblem
from all nursery schools and lowering the use of it in elementary schools. Even certain universities in the French National Library have removed their Wi-Fi networks completely based on research that indicates the health concerns are not worth the risks. In Australia, India, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Italy.
Why? Why is it like this? Here, you know what? You know what? We're going to use a different browser, all right? There we go.
You'd want that regulated.
Care pediatricians, pediatric medical subspecialists, and pediatric surgical specialists dedicated to the health, safety, and well-being of infants, children, adolescents, and young adults. They basically mentioned their concern and how reducing exposure to this would be helpful. And I don't think they're flat earthers. I don't think they're tinfoil hat people.
Reducing, I'm sorry, reducing exposure to this would be helpful to what?
to health, to overall health. There's an actual international appeal to stop 5G on Earth and in space, and it's actually signed by.
And your argument is what? That the
regulation.
excuse me, hold on 1 second. That
Sorry.
the non-ionizing radiation is being emitted from Wi-Fi signals or from cell
Various
phones?
things.
And it's all
Wi-Fi,
and
Bluetooth.
Okay, and all of it is exactly the same in terms of its health effects.
So it's the accumulation. So like if
all of these,
like,
all of these, I get it's cumulative. You're saying, and because it all, excuse me, because it all lives in the body, the implications of this, or you're saying that if we layer these on top of each other, it causes a problem.
So what I am saying is that when people expose themselves to this non-ionizing radiation, which comes from Wi-Fi,
And it comes from light too, right?
well, I'm specifically talking about what the over 10,000 peer-reviewed scientific
No.
studies
I'm
demonstrate.
asking you. Listen, I know 10,000 peer-reviewed science. Okay, I'm asking you, how does it interplay with, say, like the non-ionizing radiation from light? Like, what you say that the cumulative effect is dangerous to our health generally, and I'm asking you, like, are you saying that if we layer these things on top of each other, or if we get exposed today, I get exposed to Wi-Fi, and tomorrow I get exposed to the cell? I mean, because you have, for the past 10 minutes, laid out all of these studies which imply that you know what you're talking about. And so I'm asking you a very basic question that is not a gotcha question. I'm just trying to understand it, and you're getting a little defensive about it. So there's non-ionizing radiation in light, correct?
I am not talking about the light. I'm talking about...
You're talking about non-ionizing radiation. And I'm asking you, is there non-ionized radiation that comes from light?
The answer is yes.
I am merely sharing with you what various organizations who understand
I am
this
merely
better
a
than
mouthpiece.
Me, but
Okay.
simplify it.
Well, let me
for
ask you this then. Let me
and
ask you this.
anybody
Let me ask you this.
To share
Why?
It. And I was trying to share it with you.
Why? If this is, I'm not sure what you're sharing with me. We can't even get past, like, you're telling me these things.
Consensus statements.
That
and
what?
Scientists who study this.
Okay,
and they
scientists
have
who study
said-
this say that the aggregate of this, and I'm asking a basic question. I don't know the answer. I'm asking a basic question. Is it the aggregate of all this stuff, or does it, like, if I get Wi-Fi today and I get 5G tomorrow and I get light the next day, that it adds up in the body?
What I am saying is that the light thing is less an issue as much as all the introduction of this technology, which in a very short period of time, we have not, due to our evolution.
By the way, these people probably existed when wheels were invented. You know, like, they were probably also just going like, you know, the human body wasn't made to have wheels around. Back in my day, it was healthy to not have any wheels. The wheels give off horrific energy signals, which is how you know the wheels are bad for your body.
Been equipped to handle. And when there's
Wait,
more
what do you
and more
mean
of this
equipped to
introduced
handle?
into our
See,
environment,
dude,
it causes
listen.
health impact.
I've just asked you honestly, I've asked you like some very basic questions about something that I know nothing about. Like, let me put it this way: if you were a guest on my show, and I asked these questions, and the guest elided these answers, these are basic. Rudimentary questions. And you know how I know they're basic rudimentary questions? Because I don't know about any of this stuff. And I'm just asking.
To
I'm just
your
asking.
question honestly, I don't know about the light.
Okay, you don't know about. You don't even know that light.
technology.
You don't
See
even
a
know
spectral
that light,
player? Hope you have a good time.
emits this stuff.
But I know what these
You don't got to
organizations are
apologize.
saying.
You got
I
nothing to
know what the
apologize for.
scientists are
So,
saying
all right,
about
so
the
we're just going to
technology.
defer to you. Just basically give me a bibliography without actually any citations, and you're assessing what they're saying, even though you don't seem to
Riverboat
know some of the
stream.
most
Hey, Sock
basic
Dunlap.
stuff about it.
How you doing?
Okay, fine. Let me ask you this. This is something I do know about. With all this information out there, and your argument is this is causal, right? This isn't correlative, I would imagine. Why hasn't there been a lawsuit?
There has. Actually, in 2021, environmental groups and petitioners.
Ooh. What's the over-under on this guy bringing up, like, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claiming that he's in the process of working through a class action suit about, like, cell phone radiation? Oh, I bet he's gonna bring that up. I bet he's gonna bring it up. I bet he's gonna bring up RFK. That has to be where this is going. Oh God, I love nut jobs. I love nut jobs so much. Also, hey, if anyone wants to drop some subs and donos, I'd appreciate it.
Took the FCC to court, and the federal judge ruled on the favor of the environmental organization.
Took the FCC to court. Man. Cool.
And the petitioners, and ordered the FCC to explain why it ignored scientific evidence showing harm from wireless.
Okay, and so what did the FCC put out at that point?
I don't know. They're just ordered to explain why.
I don't know.
Why, according to
Did they explain it? That was 3 years ago. 2 years
I
ago.
did not follow that. I just know about this court. You asked.
Okay.
It's a court thing.
Let me ask you
I
this.
gave you that.
Dude.
Do you know what kind of money?
He's getting so upset just being asked the most basic questions about the things he's bringing up.
Like, for instance, like Bobby Kennedy is a tort lawyer.
Oh shit!
Right.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Sam's bringing up RFK. What a twist!
And I'm not voting for him.
Okay.
I'm not voting for him.
Well, I'm just using an example. I mean, I know a bunch of others too, but I know the Bobby is. And I imagine if you saw me talk about Wi-Fi and that type of stuff, it was in the context of Bobby Kennedy saying that it was dangerous on Rogan. Bobby Kennedy is a tort lawyer. And if Bobby Kennedy has that kind of information, that there has been damage done to human beings that can be tracked to this technology that is being sold and can prove a causal connection, there is, I want to say millions, but it's probably billions of dollars that can be recovered. And it is surprising to me that there have not been lawsuits like that for technology that we've had for decades now.
So according to some of these organizations I have read, there has actually been lawsuits internationally, and many lawyers are very much convinced that they're, with the evidence of harm, that they can actually win quite easily, and many insurance companies
Wait, so
are
they're
actually
convinced
saying
that they can
high
win
risk.
quite easily. Why aren't they bringing these cases?
Well, they are, but you just haven't heard about it.
Really?
I told you.
Well, I'll tell you what.
about
I'll tell you
the
what.
one
I'll
in
tell you.
2021.
Yeah, now, I know you
and,
told me about a
Ah, yes, the secret court cases against 5G.
regulatory like a resolution from an FCC, and for all I know, they put it out and it said it's not harmful.
Yeah,
that
but then
would have
they
been in compliance.
They would be
but-
lying. They would be lying.
Oh, okay. All right.
Of course.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going down in October to a conference full of tort attorneys.
God,
And-
I love how horny Sam gets for tort law.
And I will ask around. Anybody got any of these cases? Because I know what the answer is. We've looked into it. No. He said maybe it's possible if you hold the cell phone to like a specific place on your body 24/7. There's no doubt, I have no doubt, that some of this stuff may be harmful to human beings in the same way that like the arsenic in a peach is. But it's a question of like how much, what kind of damage is it doing, what causal, this and that. I am all in favor of kids under 7 not having cell phones because because
not because of the radiation, just because it would be insufferable.
I see what it does to their
brains,
but not for mine.
And I just want to say, I mean, part of the
I did know that,
examples that you describe about in those schools internationally, them getting rid, like banning cell phones, maybe banning, like not wanting Wi-Fi for the school. Do you know that that is because of their fears about radiation, or because of what Sam is describing, their fears about their brain
Kids
development?
Using the devices, not the health implications on them physically, but more on them mentally. That's why I don't want kids to have.
Yeah, you have to make the children earn skibbity toilet videos on YouTube.
In fact, so some of the things that happen.
I gotta go. Listen, I'll tell you what. Send an email at majorityreporters@gmail.com with all the links to that stuff, and I'll take a look at it. You've already made it clear. It's really just for you. It's just about passing on this information, and you've done that. So send the email.
And
I appreciate it.
Could I just say one thing just to end it nicely? Because I don't want to end it negative. Because I do like you guys.
Gotta be quick.
Gotta be quick.
Okay, yes, I will send this to you, and that's all I wanted to do was get this out, because I don't think this is tinfoil hat stuff. I do think there's some, it's like there was a time tobacco companies paid doctors to go on TV and say tobacco doesn't give lung cancer.
You know what? There was also a time where writers in the New Yorker,
exactly
I think his last name was Boudoir, if I remember, in the 70s wrote that those power towers bringing electricity were also giving us all cancer, and it turned out that he was wrong.
Well, I will say that there are actual regulations on that in other parts of the world, but I will send you a link with all this stuff.
Okay, appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can understand why the audience, not that guy, but other people get mad at me. I understand why my co-hosts and my colleagues, my colleagues get mad at me. I understand. It's all right. Good thing we had the.
Emma's
show
just like,
dinner
I
last
wasn't
night,
that
and we're
mad.
at peak sort of like indulgence for Sam.
Yeah.
That's what's going on right there.
Peak indulgence.
Dave
for
from
Sam.
Jamaica. At this point, MR is going to have guests on to explain how radiation worked. I'm shocked at misinfo. People calling confidently.
I mean, radio waves also, I believe, admit non-ionizing radiation.
No, it's ultraviolet and above is non-ionizing, so not including visible light and stuff like that. But at the same time, like this is like, again, like we would see this if there was like a rise in like cancer or something like that, then I think we would see it. I'll let the scientists, and the tort lawyers get on it.
The radiation that cell phones use is just literally not powerful enough to affect the human body.
At least relative to, but
cancer's gone down in general.
I should also say, like, I got some Twitter threads, taking to task some things that we didn't bring up in the Ryan Grimm interview about the lab leak theory, which was about a week ago, Friday. Was that what it was? He had just written a piece on it, and subsequently there's been a couple pieces come out. I think Jonathan Katz at his Substack, Kevin Drum, where's he? His Substack. And so we're going to go back over the interview at least and raise, but increasingly, like, I don't have the ability to argue that the intricacies of cell phone radiation and Wi-Fi radiation. I will say that it's quite clear to me that the people who call in who make these assertions also don't have the ability to do that. They just have really some numbers
H.R.
that
Johnson, thank you very much for the raid.
About stuff.
Welcome, Raiders. We're just watching the aftermath of Sam Seder having had a debate with a 5G truther. Hope you all enjoy your stay. Hope you had a great stream, H.R. Johnson. And welcome, folks. Hope you enjoy your time here. I'm playing XCOM 2, War of the Chosen, while we just enjoy some debate content. We're about to after this is over, we're loading up Vivek Ramaswamy Ramaswamy versus David Pakman. So good content on the way. Let's go.
Studies that they.
Oh, also, if any of you drop a sub, has to be over on riverboat.gg. But if you drop a sub, I will name a soldier after you in XCOM 2. Vivek, it rhymes with cake. Having a good time on the trail. See you on the trail.
Claim to know what the studies say, and they represent them. And this is the problem. Like, you know, when the Substack stuff, when the leaks came out about the Slack channels and this and that from the Republicans, you get cherry-picked stuff. You make an assessment of what the Slack channel says. Very few people are going to go and read the entire Slack channel. And this is stuff that we have access to. In other words, like, intellectually.
Mm-hmm. Truly a modern Shakespeare.
Channel, for the most part. Okay? I don't know that I know how to read a clinical study on the impact of non-ionized radiation on human tissue, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I am quite confident I don't know how to read that.
Anyway, ionizing radiation is above UV and non-ionizing is below. So visible light is non-ionizing.
Yes.
radiation.
Okay.
Yes.
But UV, we get that from the sun. UV radiation, right? We get the
X-rays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Chris Dura says France banned cell phones because of attention. That I am for.
But
that was what I was saying.
But so I don't know really, frankly, how to handle this, particularly when we get all this stuff coming and But I'm going to read some of this stuff. We'll talk about what on the lab leak stuff. Again, we don't have evidence of the lab leak. I think we said that on that interview. We don't have evidence of the lab leak theory. I don't think that there's anybody out there that says it's impossible for it to leak out of.
Also, Paladin, you barely survived one of our missions the other day, and sadly on that same mission we lost Mint Kuro. It was a devastating loss.
The lab. The point is that there are people presenting evidence or what presumes to be evidence, and it's turning out to not be evidence.
Yeah.
And there still is no evidence, and even the circumstantial evidence is appearing to be not even circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
Which again, circumstantial evidence is not high quality evidence.
I mean, it still does remind me of the ClimateGate emails and the hockey stick graphs and stuff.
And the argument, and maybe we're previewing what tomorrow, but the argument then moves to this sort of second order thing, like why wasn't there allowed to be conversation about this on my favorite social media network? Why did they moderate these comments out? It's a danger to society. And then you have to say, like, are you going to allow everything? You're not going to hold back anything. Can people get on social media and say, everybody, you must leave your homes now and rip off your masks and go make out with someone with COVID? It is the only way to save your life. If somebody had said that like in March of 2020.
Yep, you're still alive.
Should the
baby.
social media have allowed that? And if the answer is no.
Winby, thank you for gifting a sub to Sockdon Left. We gonna put you in, coach, don't you worry.
Then you have to basically say, okay, on principle, there is some stuff that is just too irresponsible in the context of a pandemic for a social media company to allow.
Yeah.
And then it's a negotiation.
Absolutely.
And then the question becomes, where's the line? And there is no doubt in my mind that there is a range in which it is a reasonable argument as to whether it should or should not have been banned. But once you accept that there is some stuff in some contexts, yelling fire in a crowded theater as just an example, I know it's not a specific, it's true, but that kind of thing. Once you accept the existence of that, it becomes a negotiation within the context of society.
Right.
And
what the
people
fuck?
can have different opinions as to whether this is too dangerous for society.
God damn.
And I happen to believe that there
Everyone
is a
just
line
got so hurt
in specific contexts, and I can't think of. I'm sure there are other contexts.
Good night, Mithril Mist.
A health emergency or a like a physical emergency, like if there were wildfires, and somebody was getting on social media because they thought it'd be funny to say drive north on I-10.
You'd want that regulated, yeah.
And the fires were actually on I-10. And people going like, I'm telling you, I've been out there, drive north on I-10, go fast. And people go rushing into that burning fire and like, I mean, would we allow that?
There was a guy named Comfortably Smug who
Batman
was
still here?
posting like disinformation during or misinformation during the Hurricane Sandy, and it's like I think there should be penalties for that stuff.
Oh,
I'm not so
yeah.
much a free speech advocate.
At the very least, you should not allow them to
Punking
post
out.
it.
Donuts
Exactly.
count.
Right.
They do count.
He can say
Let's
that
go.
whatever he wants to his friends.
Yes, because implicit in some of this is this idea that social media companies have zero responsibility during a pandemic.
Yeah.
We'll probably talk more about that tomorrow. Evan from Portland says, you're getting way more non-ionizing radiation from your computer monitor than your cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Should have asked the caller if we should ban children from planes due to the higher cosmic ray exposure. Read my book challenge.
Yeah, you get a lot from flying.
Abhishek. Indians do pronounce Vivek as Vivek, similar to how my name Abhishek is pronounced Abhishek, not Abhishek. In that tiny aspect, Vivek is telling the truth as opposed to all the other BS lies that he spouses. Ryan and Cal.
Fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Sam, answer call from 310. I want to waste an hour talking about Jewish space lasers. I'm not a tinfoil hat wearer. It's aluminum foil. Omega, I heard a possibility for those who live closer under cell phone towers for what this guy is saying. It reminds me of the 5G scare, people getting flu-like symptoms in the Midwest, only for it to turn out to be one of our earliest brushes with COVID as a country. There's a possibility of things, but it hasn't gotten to that point yet, so it's hard to give too much attention yet. That being said, I got bitten by a radioactive spider. Real Ace Attorney, X-ray specs are giving kids from the 50s who order gag gifts from comic books brain cancer. Literally, no one is talking about it. Sam Cedar Simp, hey, my crew, I may have a shofar for my 42nd birthday, which is today. Everyone enjoy the last day of summer sales. Left is best, best is best. This is the last day of summer sales? Is that a thing? UV and up is ionizing. Matt said it backwards.
Right.
Already corrected it.
He corrected it.
I'm
yeah.
at
UV
5G
and
now.
down is non-ionizing.
Yes, exactly. Ionizing and above is above UV is ionizing, and below UV is non-ionizing.
So isn't regular light below UV?
Exactly. Yep.
Oh yeah. So
you
we're
were
getting yes.
from
Okay.
just light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should turn the
We are
lights off.
we are so set
gotta
to
do the show
handle
in the
these
dark.
science shows.
We should do the show in pitch black and say we're doing it because of 5G.
Maybe it's time to get a science person on this show for once. Like for a long time, I'm like, I'm not letting any science people on this show. It's gross.
Certainly no math people.
No math people, never. There's not gonna that's never gonna be until the great sort
Disgusting.
of like math controversies of. All right, we gotta go. Emma's gotta do her show, folks. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Paladin!
Everybody. I apologize.
I was like, you know.
So Fox and friends join us on the trail.
Leftist Batman and PFC Samuel, Nightmare, Seder.
All right. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono in the name of Sam Cedar and Batman. Let's go.
We'll have some fun. I'll see you
See you
out
at
the
the
trail.
trail.
Oh, God. All right.
See you at the trail. Ooh, they also have this.
Ladies and
We'll watch this one next. Or after we do the Vivek thing. This one. Yes. Rest in peace, Tater Tot. You deserve better.
Speaking with Vivek Ramaswamy, who's an entrepreneur.
Oh, look at that. Okay, Pakman pronounced it Vivek. Very nice. Also, Vivek just looks like he's ready to, like, snap a puppy's neck. He looks so, like, dead to emotion.
candidate in the 2024 Republican primary, also author of the book Woke Inc. Inside.
He knows he's in the lion's den. The Pac-Man's maze, as it were.
Corporate America's social justice scam, which maybe we will have the opportunity to get to. I really appreciate your time today. I know you're super busy. I'm going to get right into what, fortunately or unfortunately, is often my first question when we speak to candidates right now. It's just sort of like a sanity check, which I think you will pass, honestly.
Let's hope.
Is there any way to interpret that Donald Trump actually won the 2020 election, or did he lose the 2020 election?
The way you're framing the question, you're asking me a very specific question. Is there any way? Here's one important unexplored strand.
Okay.
The Hunter Biden laptop story and its systematic suppression. I'm a data-driven guy.
Really?
I'm a data-driven guy, and I think you probably are too, based on
absolutely
what little I know. So look at the polling data
Yeah.
on the aftermath and before and after. There are more than enough people, it's not even by a super small margin, that say they would have changed their vote had they been exposed to that information before that election. The fact is that was systematically suppressed in what was probably the single greatest form of election interference in American history.
And
there was
in
a lot
other
of discussion.
words,
if I may just finish, just so
Sorry.
you get the full freight of my view here.
Yeah.
There was a lot of discussion about the legitimacy of the 2016 election on the back of Russian election interference that actually, it turns out, was actually much smaller scale than surmised. But on the day of Trump's inauguration, there was a lot of discussion. Hillary Clinton called the election result illegitimate.
Hunter Biden laptop.
Russian election interference. Whatever that was, that pales in comparison,
really,
to the effect of the systematic suppression on domestic soil of a story that 2 years later, every news outlet in this country has absolutely admitted was indeed true when it was systematically suppressed at the time. So you asked the question, is there any basis? There's your basis.
And it is, do you have an opinion as to, is it the explicit pictures of Hunter that would have in some way changed people's
Spectral
minds,
Pyre,
or
no!
the as of yet unproven claims that
Oh,
Joe
God.
Biden is involved in some kind of bribery fraud scheme?
Oh,
or
Pradle
what
Knox.
about it?
So I'm not
No.
speaking for the survey respondents,
Oh,
but I can tell you
God.
what speaks to me.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
We lost Worf.
Because I wouldn't have changed my vote. I voted for Trump, right? So I wasn't one of the survey respondents who said I would have changed
Oh,
my
God.
vote.
Good.
So here's what does speak to me, and I think it's relevant. Let's
God
just take
damn
this
it.
outside the scope of political partisanship.
Good thing we have new bodies for the
Burisma
grinder.
payments to Hunter Biden,
I guess,
are a deep problem. $5 million paid by a Ukrainian company, privately owned by somebody who at the time was sitting on the National Security Council in Ukraine. Relevant now because it did result in an impeachment.
I am killing off
of the
chatters
US
in real
president
time,
who
it's true.
called, that was Trump, who called for further investigation of that in Ukraine. But that wasn't the only geopolitical consequence of it. I think it has deep-seated implications even now for, say what many people on Russia's side of this say. Well, you have a U.S. president whose son was dealing, when that person was vice president, with actually the Ukrainian government indirectly, accepting what in any other context we would call bribes. So much so that President Obama's staff actually raised this with Biden, only to be shouted down by it. This is a bipartisan concern.
Obama.
That's a real issue. Also, the shell companies created to do business with China and the Chinese government, again paid millions of dollars. That is relevant information on the eve of a presidential election, when the fourth largest newspaper in circulation, the New York Post, founded by Alexander Hamilton, had its social media accounts locked for publishing a story where you and I would have had our accounts locked for even sending it via direct message or email. So I do think we have to go back and reconcile ourselves with that, have to reckon with that, admit what went wrong if we're actually to move forward in the future. Sweeping that under the rug and relegating that to be the concern of rubes that live in the middle of the country and are election deniers, I think is the wrong approach for us to heal as a country. I think we have to reckon with the fact that we did that as a nation. The United States of America, we let that happen. Admit that. Now, my view is nations make mistakes. You can move forward if you understand those mistakes, but we have to be open about them.
So, not to stay on this, but to summarize.
Oh, God.
in terms of a factual vote dumps or sandwiches
Massive
and ballots
vote
under
dumps.
the table or vans backing in, Mike Lindell,
Hey, Gen
cyber
Z
guys,
socialist. How you doing?
looking for bamboo fibers on the ballots.
Valhalla
You're not talking
Vidya,
about
how you
any of that.
doing?
You're simply saying,
Yeah, you
had
crazy
some
son of a
people
gun.
known about the allegations related to Hunter Biden at the time, enough people in some states might have changed their votes such that Trump would have gotten to 270. That's your position.
If that story had not been systematically top-down suppressed,
I gotcha.
I think there's good data to suggest it could have changed the result of the election. That's
Okay,
correct.
good. And the point, again, is not to debate it with you, but to get
Nope,
your
that's my
position
view. That's my
on
view.
the record. Good.
It's data-driven, so it's not really
I'm
that
super
it's not even
interested in your campaign because you are right now one of the people that Donald Trump is saying nice things about in general. He mispronounces your name badly, Ramaswamy, which you may care about, you may not. That's for you to decide. But
it's been an affliction in my life, I will tell you. but I've grown used to it. Best efforts are what I appreciate.
He is generally saying the reason you're surging, he said this Saturday, is because you're actually mostly treating him well, treating him fairly, etc. You're roughly polling 5% right now, Real Clear Politics average. I'm sure there are anecdotal polls that have you higher and lower, but the Real Clear Politics average has you right around 5 right now.
I'm a distant third at 5.
You're a distant third at 5. You do seem to have taken a commanding position ahead of Mike Pence, though, and that we can talk about as well, maybe. My question is, from a practical standpoint, is your perspective on Trump calculated in order to sort of be there in case Trump really can't run a campaign because he gets arrested a third, a fourth, a fifth time, maybe even 6? Is the idea not to turn off the MAGA voter so that if Trump hits trouble, they go to you rather than maybe DeSantis or somebody else? Is that a consideration?
It's not a political calculation. My whole political strategy in this race is to speak the truth, at least share my beliefs, tell the people who I am and what I stand for, and leave it to the voters to decide whether that's what they want.
Okay.
And so if I come out of this election where everybody in this country knows who I am and what I stand for, and that's not what they want, I'm at peace with that. I'm very much at peace with that. And that's exactly the system working as it should. The more I learn about and the experiences I have, the more difficult I realize how hard that is for certainly me and probably any other candidate to actually achieve that goal. But anyway, the reason I'm saying what I am is I actually do believe that Donald Trump was an effective president. He was an effective president, no doubt about it. I think he was a good president with whom I agree on most policy questions. The reason I'm in this race is that, A, I believe I can take that agenda even further than he did and unite the country in the process. Because for whatever reason, and I don't blame him for this, but I think it's just a fact.
Okay.
That about 30% of this country becomes
no,
I would say
fuck.
mentally ill.
Oh,
in a certain
shit.
Form,
Oh,
psychiatrically
fuck.
ill.
I've
where they
heard you
start-
say that.
Oh, I
yeah,
misclicked.
They agree with things
Oh,
that
I
they otherwise wouldn't have agreed
misclicked.
with. They start disagreeing with
Oh,
things they otherwise
fuck.
wouldn't agree with just because he's saying them.
Oh, fuck.
And I think that
Trans
for
girl
whatever
Jade,
reason,
I might
I'm
have
not
just gotten you
yet
killed.
having that effect
I'm
on
so
people, and
sorry.
I don't think I will.
Oh,
No,
God.
that
People
allows us
seem to make
unite the
people
country.
crazy. You know, the interesting thing about the
Oh,
psychiatric
God.
thing, you know, your background is in, if I understand, undergrad biology and then
Also, there's a
business.
glitch
Mine is in
where I can't
economics and
move this unit
communication.
for
Neither
some
one of
reason.
us are doctors. But one of the interesting
damn it.
things is I was in Chicago last weekend. I was sitting very close proximity to a table of MAGA folks who were talking about the primary, and I was just listening in like a fly on the wall. It was an incredible sociological experience as a progressive. I was out of my bubble. And they start talking about, you know who's really in charge? It's Obama through the military. And then
Okay,
someone
I
else
think
says,
we'll
you
be
know,
okay.
the vaccines, this and that and the other thing. And someone
just need to
else
kill
says,
this
you know,
guy.
we got to get rid of the deep state. And one guy goes, you know who I like?
Oh.
I like that Indian guy. They didn't know your name. They didn't know.
Valhalla Vidya, it's just me playing, but people in chat can donate to have characters in the game named after themselves, and they become units on the battlefield. So right now we're working with Spitfire, Trans Girl Jade. Unfortunately, we lost we lost one of our latest recruits over here, Spectral Pyre, our robot. We also got Catalina Gearbox going strong. So yeah. If you would like to have a character named after you, you have to come over to riverboat.gg and drop subs or donos. I don't have a facepalm emote. I need one right now. I don't have a facepalm emote. I'll see if I can rectify that, H.R. Johnson.
Know your name, but they refer to you as that Indian guy because he's not part of the deep state, et cetera, et cetera. The definition of what we mean by psychiatric illness, a lot of the stuff I'm hearing from folks about JFK Jr.'s alive and all this different conspiracy stuff that surrounds MAGA, it seems as though when we start just saying psychiatric illness, I don't know if it gets us to where the country is and what would be best for it necessarily, which is why I wonder about this talking point you've come up with about Trump makes a third of the country psychiatrically ill. What are you getting at when you say that? That he's too divisive?
No, I think that I'm describing the fact of many people in this country disagreeing with policies that they otherwise would have agreed with, that I believe are good for this country.
When I sell some feet pics, I'll donate. Fair.
Believed are good for this country, that they put themselves at odds with just because he's the person arguing for them. Like at the southern border, for example. I went to speak of Chicago, since I'll reminded me of my experience of going to Chicago recently.
You didn't sit next to these people I sat next to, I'm guessing.
No, and actually, I share with you a commitment to get outside my own bubble too.
Yeah, yeah.
I went to the south side of Chicago, where Republican candidates don't go.
Right.
So nearly 90% black audience, most of whom are viewed as deep Democrat country. We held a couple of town halls. I got my hair cut at a barbershop. We visited South Shore High School in Chicago, which is partly being converted into an encampment for migrants who are crossing the southern border. I'll tell you what I found. I found some of the most ardent supporters.
Wait, you can't just casually drop that Paladin Lost. You got roped into running a very large foot fetish pic site? How does one just happen to get roped into that? That's wild. You silly Billy.
Of sealing the southern border, who I have met in my life. Didn't come at a conservative MAGA rally. It came on the south side of Chicago. And I think that that's just one example among many. I found some of the fiercest opposition to our war in Ukraine, which, by the way, I share in common.
Public
And so
loser.
I don't think the real
Come
partisan
on.
boundaries that the media teaches us to accept, those aren't the real divisions in this country right now. I think there are different divisions. They do not track traditional Republican Democrat boundaries. That's an artificial projection.
Are they class divisions more so, or what are they?
Well, I see it as, I cut it through, I think there's some element of class division. I think that there's a deeper division between what I call the managerial class and the citizen. And I think the managerial class pervades multiple institutions. It's not just in government. That is what we call the deep state. And believe me, I care about this phenomenon and believe I understand it deeply. But there's a sort of horizontal managerial class. The same kinds of people, if not some of the same people, who are the associate deans of God knows what at a proliferating cancer of managerialism at universities, that professionally sit on corporate boards, that become the ambassador of God knows what to some third world, or sort of second bit nation as a gig that they take on. This is the undersecretary of God knows what in the next administration. It's the rise of the managerial class that wields far more power than our founding fathers ever envisioned. And I think part of what we're missing in this country is a three-branch constitutional republic with three co-equal branches of government, where the people who we elect to run the government in the executive and legislative branches are actually the ones who run the government. That is not the case today. And so I have no doubt that there's plenty of occasion for folks who
78% chance.
step
Let's go.
outside their bubble, whoever that is, to roll their eyes, and whenever they walk into that other room and walk out and dismiss whoever they heard as a bunch of crazies.
Well, Obama's still in charge secretly through the military. He's a little nuts, right?
Well, let me just that's facile, okay? Let's just double click on that a little bit.
Sure.
What's the intuition? What's the intuition there? The intuition is that Joe Biden, the duly elected president of the United States, supposedly, the person in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never made it into the feet pick game, It one of my greatest failures as a sex worker.
Is actually in charge, making the decisions. I don't think he is. I don't think many people in the Democratic Party think that he is. I think it is a managerial class that finds him as a convenient vehicle for advancing a particular agenda.
Okay, but are there any of these examples
Wait, why?
you wouldn't defend?
Why
Like,
can't
we've gone
my
to Trump
characters
rallies
do
and they say
anything?
Trump's actually still in charge
Why?
because the generals swore an oath to him. Are you willing to say there is there
Do they
some
just
version
stay
of that one
dazed
that you
forever?
think
Trump is
true?
not in charge. That's why he is taking great pains to run for president of the United States. in
Okay,
an
so that
election
one's
we're
just
holding.
wrong. That one you're not going to equivocate on.
But
This is
but
dumb.
Is it David or Peck? How should I address you?
You know, you can call me anything you want, Vivek.
Okay, got it. I'll call you David. And thank you for saying my name correctly. It is Vivek. So, here's what I will say. I think you and I share this in common. I'll speak for myself, and I'll, give you the assumption to start with that you share this in common. Is
sure.
We care about reviving a national identity and a nation we can be proud of that is united around the principles that set us into motion 250 years ago. That's certainly what I care about. I think that is still possible in this country. I don't know that 20 years from now it'll be possible. I think it's still possible in this country right now. I think you and I are not on the side of a national divorce. If that's the case, then we need to be able to pierce through what somebody, because I went on the Breakfast Club. I don't know if did you see that interview?
saw it, of course.
Yeah.
We did deep prep.
I appreciate that. Deep prep. I appreciate deep prep. So I had a moment in that interview where I could probably have done to this woman, I forget her name, what you might be able to do to the people who were in that room with you in Illinois.
God
which is
damn
to
it.
take a speck of what she said and then just say, this is my occasion to bury her. I kind of
people
had
are
that moment
so
on set
hurt.
with Don Lemon and decided to take it because Don Lemon's different. That's not an objective. My question is, what's going on underneath the surface?
Yeah.
Okay? And I think what's going on underneath the surface in our country, left, right included, is that we are all starved, not even hungry anymore. We are starved for purpose and meaning and identity at a time in our national history when the things that used to ground us in our identity, faith, patriotism, hard work, family, these things have largely disappeared. That
32% chance to end it now. Let's go.
A black hole.
Trans girl
in
Jade.
its wake.
Ah,
and
damn
when
it.
you have a black hole that runs that deep,
Hey, tipster, how you
poison
doing?
fills the void. And so what we need to do is to fill
Hope you're
that
doing
void
all right.
with a vision of, in my opinion, American national identity without apology. To dilute that poison to irrelevance. That is what we are starved
Catalina
for.
Gearbox. Damn
As
it.
it relates to the conspiracy theorizing on the right.
I'm leading all of my chatters to their deaths in this video game, and it's very frustrating.
Sure.
That as you'll label, okay?
We just need to land
So
like
first of all, I
one
think
good
it's
hit.
worth just doing a recounting of the last 24
We need to
months
land
in
one
this
good
country,
hit.
Right? We were
Please,
told
for the love of
that
God.
a virus that did not originate in a lab in Wuhan, if you said it did, that you were racist and had your social media accounts locked.
Okay, if we
now
can,
know
Vivek,
that it originated,
only
right?
because we have limited time and we've gotten this list so many times. I know where you're going with
Please
this.
don't
which is
kill.
Sometimes people have been wrong
Not
about
sometimes,
certain
many times would be my only point, because I could go for a
totally
long time.
fine.
It's
In the
okay.
last
We'll
2
get you
years.
undays.
So
Public
we
losers
have
on the
to-
case.
We got to be on a point where I think that alone is prima facie evidence, okay, that it's not enough to just point to the ridiculous facial claim that somebody makes and sort of narrowly solve for, can you denounce that as false?
I'm not one
You're
of those
playing the wrong
commanders.
game,
I've
especially
lost
against the
remarkably few
backdrop
of
that is
you.
not reading a room correctly.
Yeah.
Where time and again, and it is, and so you'll cut me off appropriately because you know the list as well as I do, but time and again, it has to be measured against the backdrop of every major instance that has been systematically suppressed.
Please,
has
for the
come
love of
out to
God.
have had some element of truth to it.
Fair.
And
And
I
I
think it's
think
against that backdrop
if
we have
it's
that
okay with
conversation.
you, so I can hit a couple other things, I want to leave it at, I think there's a difference between recognizing that, for example, how effective vaccines are against the latest variant is different than Trump is
Finally.
in control right now because the general
Finally.
a loyalty oath. As long as we can agree
fuck
those are
that
two
guy.
different things and we can talk about both, we can maybe hit a couple other things. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Fair.
I think we're on the same page there.
Good. I have to talk to you about woke and wokeness. You wrote the book. It's in the title. One of the things I'm interested in when it comes to the anti-woke movement and woke as a cancer or a problem is that there's about a half dozen or more polls that show that wokeness seems to be the predominant perspective if you look at the whole country. I won't give you the full list, but just so we put a couple
3
here,
soldiers killed
there's
in
one
that
poll
mission.
from Pew which
Jesus.
finds that about 6 in 10 Americans say on the issue of going far enough, the right distance. Or not far enough on making trans people feel okay, not discriminated against, understanding their issues. 60% say we've hit the right note, or we.
I have
actually
not had the time to
gone
try the Star
far
Trek
enough.
mod for Stellaris,
There's
but
one
that
from
sounds
The
so
Hill,
fun.
About 60% of the
Damn, everyone came home to a promotion though. Holy
country
moly.
is against any restrictions on drag performances. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Maybe you will dispute the numbers, maybe you won't, but those are some of the data I'm working with. Doesn't it seem as though the anti-woke idea is maybe overplaying a hand that might do well in some parts of the country, but won't win a national campaign, as evidenced by what Ron DeSantis is seeing right now, losing 42% of his support in the primary?
So I want to say something which I've said before, but it doesn't seem to matter, but I'm going to say it anyway. The media seems to be the one that uses a label of anti-woke to describe my campaign. I am running a campaign to revive national identity, and at the time I wrote Woke Inc.
Yeah.
You know what people criticized the title back then? People said nobody knows what this word is.
Okay.
So at the time I wrote the book, that was actually the chief criticism of the title. And unlike many on both the left and right, I will define exactly what it is that I view as a symptom of a deeper malaise in our country. It is
I
a
thought
symptom.
you were going to define woke itself.
No, well, wokeness is a symptom, and I will define the symptom, but it is also a deeper cancer. And wokeness is a worldview that says that there are certain invisible social relationships between us, grounded on oppression or oppressor relationships and statuses of people, based on race, gender,
Okay, we need
and
to recruit
sexuality.
some folks.
That you're either oppressor or oppressed, based on those genetic attributes. That there are invisible societal injustices resulting from them, and that we have to be awake, alert to those injustices, and then correct for them. Left or right, I think that that's a neutral definition that describes at least what we're talking about.
I have a different one, which is much simpler, which is simply becoming woke is becoming aware that there are problems in our society bigger than any one person's circumstances. That's how I define it. And I know it's very different from what you're saying.
That's a slightly different definition, and one that is set up for more people to agree with it. But I think that that's not. I respectfully, David, that's a definition that on its own does not support the specificity of policies that follow from it. Right?
Samuel
Racial quota systems in
Nightmare
boardrooms. The
Seder.
fact that a company cannot list on NASDAQ unless it has a certain number of quotas filled by racial minorities or sexual minorities on its board. That is a much more specific instantiation
Metal Kitty
that
Mom.
closely tracks my definition
we also
of
got
wokeness
Punky Gal.
than a general definition that there are just vaguely some things wrong in the world that are systems that don't result from individual behavior. Well, okay, that's a big leap to get from there to racial quota systems, especially when actually in that very rule, and I'm just triple clicking on that just to get specific, but it is not an outlier, it is an example of what we see pervasively, where people then came back and said, well, how about veteran status or disability status? To which the government, the SEC, and the NASDAQ said no, because that would reduce the desired forms of diversity on that board. So we are talking about very specific instantiations of a culture that we can't just elide in the form of a general neutral definition that there are some unfair systems that we need to correct for them. That's not the essence of the claim that alone would support the range of policies that we see. And so
everyone's
I think we have to owe it
tired
to
and
ourselves
wounded right
to
now.
at least be specific and get on the table, where I'll give Ibram Kendi at least some credit for being specific when he expressly says the right answer to past discrimination is present discrimination. The right answer to present discrimination is future discrimination. Those are his words, not mine. You have to take people like Ayanna Pressley at their word. We don't want any more black or brown faces that don't want to be a black or brown voice. I know that's a little bit uncomfortable to smoke out, because it makes a lot of my friends on the left uncomfortable, because they don't want to agree with those exact statements, even though they do want to agree with the more neutral definition of wokeness that you provided. But we have to smoke that out, where there are policies
we haven't built
that
our
directly track
built our
what the
psyops
leading advocates
trainer
of this
yet.
movement have said in their own words. That's not me putting words.
We just got
in
the money
anybody
to
else's
do
mouth.
it.
And I think we just have to own that up and get that on the table so we can actually have an honest, clean-hearted debate about it.
Yeah,
Right? We can
what's
debate what's
interesting
right or
about
wrong.
that is
See
it
you, Metal
sound-
Kitty
know,
Mom?
The most of the
Oh, your
examples
vacation
you're
ends
coming up
tomorrow?
with as someone on the progressive
good
left
sleep,
are not
please.
examples I would defend, and simultaneously it sounds like you're also not denying that when it comes to the way we treat people, when it comes to the questions asked in these polls about wokeness, when it comes to trans, controlling books, drag shows, etc., I'm
8
not
more
hearing
days.
that that's actually the fight you really want to have, which if that's the case, I like that. I think that that's good.
Yeah, well, here's the one fight on that narrow issue that I do care to have is as it relates to kids.
Okay.
So I believe that, and what I'm about to say is controversial to some, but I'm going to share my view, and I think it's grounded in history and fact and my true perspective. I think that gender dysphoria, especially in kids, is a mental health condition that and should be treated as such. And for most of our history, all the way through the DSM-4 and I believe the DSM-5 has been viewed that way. When a kid says that their gender does not match their biological sex, that is usually evidence that something else is wrong in their life, and we should get to the bottom of that. I do not believe it is compassionate to affirm that kid's confusion. I believe that is cruelty. I believe 20 years from now, we will look back at allowing kids to undergo genital mutilation and chemical castration in the way that we would also judge Iran for doing the same thing. In Iran, if you're gay, you know what they do? They make you undergo genital mutilation and sex change. I think many gay kids are going through the same thing today because of the trans fixation in really American culture right now. I met 2 young women, Chloe and Katie, both of whom badly regret decisions they made to undergo double mastectomies.
Oh, well, you met 2 people who regretted it. Well, that's clearly indicative of everybody.
And in one case, a hysterectomy, as well as chemical castration. They will never, chemical intervention, they will never be the same again either. I think that is barbaric, and for the same reasons that we do not allow kids to get a tattoo before the age of 18, we should not allow kids to undergo genital mutilation or chemical castration.
Now, of
below
course,
the
you
age
can
of
get a
18.
tattoo before the age of 18 with parents' permission, and that's what many want to see.
Actually, many states you can't.
I'm not aware of any such states, but I take your word that there are some where that's the case. I mean, listen, on that issue, and we're out of time, and I'm going to let you go because I know that that you have a lot of things to get to. On that issue, I do want to say that in every state I'm aware of, the issue of gender dysphoria in kids does start as a behavioral health intervention. I think the question becomes, and I don't pretend to have an answer to this question at this time. How far is it okay to go beyond that? I am with you that I don't yet believe we have the full 2020
And then, David,
hindsight on.
the one thing I will leave with you on this too, and you seem like I appreciate your reasoned approach here to having a conversation, something I don't always get, is if gender dysphoria is such a condition of suffering, and I believe it is, in the rare instances in which it occurs, why on earth are we now going out of our way to create more of it? By purposefully weaving in the possibilities for gender confusion at ages where literally, and there's good evidence to back this up, when there's one case of gender dysphoria in a school, it spreads. Like you could do the R-squared math on this, right? It's like you could compare that to COVID, the spread of COVID, and you can epidemiologically model this stuff. Yes, this is actually having an effect that we're going out of our way to create a condition that we say creates more suffering. I'll give you one example in New Hampshire, where I travel frequently. The state just shot down a piece of legislation. All it said was, if a kid in school identifies as a gender different than their biological sex, the parent has a right to know. And over a lot of activism and opposition, they shot that bill down, which is odd because the whole premise is that kids are at heightened risk of suicide, in fact. And so a parent doesn't have the right to know if their kid's showing up in school with the condition that the whole premise for the movement was the kid is at higher risk of mental health condition or suicide. It says there's something else going on here.
Yeah,
right? This is not compassion.
We talked about one of those laws recently. I expressed the same concern, which is I understand the two forces here. The idea of we don't necessarily want to, quote, out a child that is not ready or maybe outed into an unsafe home environment on the one hand, the other side being exactly what you're saying. So I think all of these issues are more complicated than both
And David,
sides.
before we rock and roll, not on this but on just a synthesis of this conversation, I just feel, you know, I'm on a mission to
Ooh, we got a
lead
new
not
spark.
a political party, but a nation. And I will share with you a commitment that I'm willing to make. And I hope that provides some inspiration to people who disagree with me on many issues like yourself. To
I
maybe
hope
do the
I hope
same.
you're not about to offer me press secretary.
You know, we have to get to know each other better before
Okay,
I make that
fair,
offer.
fair.
But maybe you're on the short list. I don't know. But here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goddamn, Pakman's charming.
I think that we all need to do better of smoking out the best argument for the side that we actually disagree with, to contend with that.
Hey, Penny.
Not with some caricature of it. And so I, for my part, believe that I'm doing that in this campaign. And if you spot an instance where you think I'm not, then get that on the table. But what frustrates me, and it does frustrate me, is that I see a lot of, and I know this world, man. Like, I came from it, right? I graduated from the top of my class at Harvard. I've been through Yale Law School. I'm working at a hedge fund in New York. Like, let's just get real here. Like, I know you. We haven't met before, but I know you in some sense of the word, okay? Like, you're not unfamiliar to me. And what I see amongst even my peers, right, is a form of laziness. I think I'm saying this out of respect and not an attack, in a constructive way. I saw a little bit of it in the start of this conversation, right? Where you're going to be able to smoke out a version of that which can be caricatured, but these are our fellow citizens.
Fair, forlorn,
and their
fair.
concerns come from a deep place.
Okay.
Where if you can do a better job of articulating and smoking out where that concern comes from, then we have an obligation to do
Here
it.
we go.
And that's what gives me
Going
my
in hot
motivation
to a
in
new
this
mission,
race,
folks.
Where people will say, somebody living 50
Today's
miles
been
radius where I
a
am in
bear.
Central Ohio today and say,
Well, I hope you
well,
have
they
good
say
dreams,
the First Amendment
and I hope
applies
you're
to tech
vibing.
companies. They're rubes because they don't know that that only applies to the government. Actually, to double click on that and say, you know what, there's something to that intuition. And it turns out if a private...
Does anyone right now want to gift 2 subs? If someone gifts 2 subs right now, you get the robot named after you. Or $10. You're always hot? Then why does my dysphoria convince me otherwise when I look at the VODs when I'm editing? He keeps saying double click on it. Did I get put in? Win B, you did not. Because we did not have an additional soldier slot. However, we are going on this mission to rescue a soldier. When we get through it, that soldier gonna be you. We on a mission to rescue Win B. Let's go! Borealis Phoenix, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Over on Twitch. Also, Borealis Phoenix, I know you're on riverboat.gg. I prefer subs over there because I get to keep all of it instead of splitting it with Jeff Bezos. But just keep that in mind. There's like a little tab up there on the site called subscribe. If you click on that, there's an option to gift subs. But you did get your 2 subs in before Salmon Moose. However, Salmon Moose, we are building another robot. We will indeed have an entire army of robots. So, Borealis Phoenix is our next one here. And then we will have Moosebot. Borealis. Phoenix. I always have to pronounce Phoenix in a silly way in my head, so I remember how to spell it. Have I ever played Xenonauts? I have. I actually just bought it the other day, but I was still learning how to play it and decided to play XCOM 2 instead. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I found the best cop edit. Well, okay, we'll take a look at it. Okay. Okay, but Okay, we're turning the audio off because otherwise I'm gonna get the MC'd. I'm trying to be more careful about that. Okay. It's not gonna work, is it? Fine. Whatever. Can it be pink? Yes. Yeah, this... Okay, that was I disagree. That is not the best edit we have seen, but that song is great, and I won't ever get tired of that cop coming out at 80 miles an hour, cracking his little noggin. Yeah, this was a full minute of a song. Ugh. I thought this was the next Skibbity Toilet, but this is great.
Actors doing what the government actually implicitly goaded them to do, then the First Amendment does apply. In every instance, to be able to say that when there's something of value there, don't just sweep that under the rug and reject it. Smoke it out, and then let's have that.
Can we not have a pink?
I think that's the woke or trans case. I'll do the same. I am doing the same.
Oh, here we go.
That's what we got to do.
I'm with you in general. I think 3 times now you've deliberately blurred very different types of issues. We have a real situation in this country where a whole bunch of people think Trump either won or is currently the president. It's very different than tech and First Amendment. We've got to leave it there. That is a disagreement we have about the similarity between those situations. I could talk to you for another hour. I want to be respectful.
So friendly.
Of your time.
Thank you, man.
Vivek Ramaswamy, he's running for president on the Republican side. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, my man.
Get the fuck off of my show. Get the fuck out of here. All right, here we go. Sam Seder, actual justice warrior. Let's go. Sam Seder, standing up for the honor of Emma Vigeland. Sam Seder, the White Knight. Fuck, that was not a good debate. It wasn't. That was really unsatisfying. I thought Pakman would do better, but like, I guess it was technically more of an interview than a debate, but man, it really should have been, I don't know. I thought it was going to be a little bit spicier. Sam Seder is hot. Sam Seder is very hot. Dangerously so.
Gentlemen, Sean Fitzgerald is joining us. Sean, I was just telling the story of, before we got into the fun half, of how you were on with, when Emma Vigeland went on to Tim Pool's show. You were there, I guess, as a third guest. And my understanding, after I got back from a wedding, I saw on Twitter that I was not responding to you, apparently, and I guess ultimately found out that you had challenged me to a debate on Tim's show, also asked me to go out to dinner, but
yes.
And I figured, 50, batting 500% is pretty good, batting 500, so we do this, not so much of the dinner, I asked you, I reached out to you on Twitter, and I asked you what you wanted to debate me on, and you said, my main issue is that I've seen you downplay the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020.
Yeah, Trans Girl Jade. Actual justice warrior, when Emma Vigeland went on the Tim Pool show, said that he wanted to debate Sam Seder, and I guess Sam made that happen, and yeah, blast from the past, I know.
The excusing of crime by blaming poverty. Emma did so in person. I do not have an example of you doing this offhand, so your position can be different. And then individual cases, Daniel Penny and the Jordan Neely case, and or the Jordan Williams case. We'll have a debate about that. but let's just let me let you introduce yourself. You call yourself the actual justice warrior, and my understanding is you are you're a criminology expert. Have you?
No. So I don't have a degree in criminology. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice. It's a like petty distinction, but I don't try to get into qualifications that much because I don't think they matter. I think if you're a learned person,
you studied it. You're an expert on crime.
I know a bit about crime. I wouldn't call myself a like perfect expert or anything of the sort.
Okay, I mean, I bring that up because I don't, I have not spent, I think probably the time that you have looking at this, and I just want to give you credit for that.
Oh, thank you. And as for the people hitting you up, listen, I apologize in the DMs in advance. I did not stoke that other than issuing the challenge on Tim's show. But, you know, I was not complaining that you were not responding. I still get tagged by people saying that you didn't respond, no matter how many times I clarify. That's how the internet works. But we're here now.
No, believe me, you don't need to explain that to me. That's it happens all the time. Yes, we are here now. And actual justice warrior, how did you come up with that moniker?
So I'm a big believer that any qualifier to like justice tends to invert it and make some kind of injustice. At the time that I created the channel, it was when social justice warrior was the term du jour among the right, and I made the name. I kind of regretted it immediately, but I've stuck with it for years because, you know, you got to commit to something.
Yeah. And so economic justice, you don't like that that terminology either?
No.
Okay. What's that?
That makes sense.
All right. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So make your case here about what is the issue you have in terms of me downplaying the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020. What? Give me a sense of what. Characterize how you perceive my how I've downplayed that and what's problematic about it.
So I've heard this point from Emma and specifically from you on your show in response to the recent uptick in crime, that crime is not as bad as the 1990s, which is true, by the way. Compared to the peak of America, we're significantly down from that mark. However, we've had a giant increase in crime since the Black Lives Matter riots. You can actually trace it in a lot of places to the month of the riots where we had certain criminal justice reforms implemented that I believe.
I don't think that reforms were implemented anywhere within a month after George Floyd's death. I don't think that happened literally anywhere. You lying, Weasley little liar, dude.
Are really driving the uptick in crime. So nationwide, we had a 30% year-over-year increase in the homicide rate. This is the largest increase in American history. The second largest increase in American history is actually 2000 to 2001. And what's significant about that is that's only 20%, and that includes 3,000 people killed in New York City on a single day. So it's the largest year-over-year increase in American history. New York was actually ahead of that curve. They increased 47% year-over-year. And to get into the raw numbers for New York City, it went from about 312 homicides. We were in and around 300 murders in the city of New York per year to 489. I think that's a significant increase. I think the argument that it's not as bad as it ever has been is a terrible argument.
You were just
and
a complete badass in this video game.
In response to what is a notable increase in crime.
Okay, so I will agree that in 2020 and in 2021, we saw increases in crime, certainly year over year, without a doubt. You're neglecting to say that those numbers are now going down. I mean, because when we talk about the most recent figures, really, those numbers are going down. So we had this peak of crime that was pretty big, like you say, in 2020 and in 2021. You measured it to the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yes.
I also noticed that during 2020 and 2021, we had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that also created massive unemployment, that also created massive spike in pedestrian deaths, that also provided a massive spike in inflation. There were all sorts of phenomena that, and also massive spikes in deaths around that are attributed to the pandemic. But from your perspective, the pandemic was not, this is not a function of the pandemic. These spikes in crime were a function of the Black Lives Matter protests. Is that, do I understand you?
It's really the after effect of the protest. But to be clear,
Well,
crime
okay.
has declined.
The after effect. We can talk about the decline.
No,
in a
but
minute.
this is important because what you said is like it's misleading. So crime has declined since the increase in a lot of places from 2020 to 2021, but it's declined in comparison to the increase. So New York, as an example, I love this example.
No. You're misstating that. It is. I said it decreased year over year at this point.
Yeah.
Year over year, because you're talking about. You're not like you're discounting when the peak of crime in this country, or a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, and you're using a year-over-year increase, and I'm saying that we're now in 2023, and I think you wouldn't argue against this. We have experienced now a year-over-year decrease both in New York and nationally in like 5 out of 7 measures of crime. I think in New York, the only crime that has really gone up is car theft. But homicides down.
But down compared to what?
Year over year.
Yeah, but pre-2019, we're still up if you compare it to
no, there's no doubt. In fact, we're also up in inflation, but inflation is going down. So I just want to make sure that people understand the dynamic. And also during 2020 and 2021, we had this huge spike in deaths from COVID, and that's also going down. We still have more deaths from COVID than we had in 2019, but we're talking about a trend in terms of it's going down. And the reason why this is important is because your argument seems to be, and I want to get back to the cause of this spike, according to you. Your argument, as far as I can tell in what you just said, was because of the Black Lives Matter protests, we had police reforms. You would call them not reforms, but
no,
bad
they're reforms.
Things. Okay, police reforms that created this spike. So to measure whether this spike was a function of police reforms, we would have to believe those reforms have been reversed this year for the crime to go down. Now, I'm going to take issue with even the fact that there were police reforms that caused this, but that's why it's important that we all understand what's going on here in terms of crime. It went up in 2020, it went up in 2021, and now it is starting to go back down. It's still not at the level it was at 2019, and I concede that. But it is clearly going back down. You will concede that, yes?
Well, yes, depending on the area, but also
well,
you would have
nationally,
to use 2022 numbers because the 2023 numbers are incomplete.
Well, yes, but at this point, 6 months in, 7 months in New York, are they up or down from last year over year?
It could very well be true that they're down in comparison.
What do you
to
mean?
The
It could
dramatic
be very well true. This is a hard number. These are actual hard.
Well, the NYPD puts out their data at the end of the year, and we're at the summer, and that's usually when the spikes come out.
Sean, take it from June. Just the 6 months. Do you really not know those numbers? You know those numbers. If I have those numbers, you have those numbers. Come on.
2023. What crime am I looking at?
Look at the top 7 crimes. I mean, I don't understand how you don't have these numbers. If I could find these numbers, this is not what I do. I don't talk about crime that often. Like you say, I downplay it, as far according to you. And the fact is that
I like how Sam can be simultaneously salty, but like not sound like he's
crime
angry.
Numbers are down. I mean, people can Google this. Look, here's a story from Patch. nearly every major crime in New York City dropped sharply. New stats show. This is from the ComStat.
Yes, there's a decrease in 2023. And homicides are down 3% from June 2023 to last year, June 2023.
Shootings in New York dropped about 25%.
If you tell me what you're looking for, I can go find it.
Okay, well, I'll read it. I have it here. New York Times. Shootings in New York City dropped. This is July 6th. So this data is 3 weeks old. Shootings in New York City dropped by 25% through the first half of this year compared with the same period last year, extending a downward trend after a spike in violent crime during the pandemic. What else do we have? Murders, rapes, burglaries decreased by about 10% each. Robberies fell nearly 5%. But car thefts...
Burgle is a really fun word to say. It's very pleasant to me. Burgle, burgle, burgle.
It's increased, like I said, by almost, it's 18%, but nearly 20%. Felony assaults by 6%. I can't tell whether that's Class D or Class B. Transit crimes have fallen nearly 4% this year. I mean, you know this stuff. So I just want to be clear. We're talking about the effects.
Yes, we have a slight decrease after a dramatic increase. That is
right.
true.
Okay. Exactly.
Like the overall crime index appears to be down. Total, I think it says 3 point something percent. But major crimes, obviously, greater disparities.
Right. Okay. So now, since and we should say this is a nationwide trend. It's not just New York City.
True, but the homicide spike was ahead of the nationwide curve in the city of New York. And we can talk about other cities, like Philadelphia is a good example. They're actually at their peak homicide rate all time.
I don't know.
So there it actually is worse than the 1990s.
Okay, and but also again going down. But with that said, let's talk about now your theory that there were all sorts of...
The Hamburglar was a great character.
Let's start with just...
Had the deepest lore of any of the McDonald's characters.
There were reforms after the 2020, because your argument is it has nothing to do with the pandemic, right?
Not nothing. I'm sure it's a factor, but what level?
How big of a factor would you say? Because you clearly think that the primary factor is the George Floyd protests.
Yes,
and
the George Floyd effect
reform.
would be a better phrase for it. Yes.
Okay, the George Floyd effect. How much? Just give me a sense of like how you would break it down. 50% George Floyd effect and 50% pandemic? No, right? It's more.
I would say a good portion. I don't know if it's specifically like 50% if there's a hard number, but if you want to say, I don't know, 50 to 60%, I think that's totally fine because there were some reforms that were instituted prior that combined with reforms afterwards probably made individual areas worse.
Okay, so all right. So what reforms are you talking about?
So in New York City, we had Raise the Age, which was actually passed prior to George Floyd. And year over year, we actually saw, and Raise the Age, if you don't know, actually makes it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders in the city of New York.
When was that instituted?
I believe it was passed in 2017. It could have been passed in 2018. I'm not exactly sure.
No, wait a second. And when was it instituted, I guess is really what I meant.
I believe it was instituted in 2018.
So, but your whole argument is, I mean, you pegged it literally to the month.
Yeah, for shootings, for sure. If you want to talk about what caused the increase in shootings, in my opinion, removing the
I'm just going by what you said. And when you said there was this big spike in crime
Batman
in
getting a promotion,
you said it was because of the George Floyd
I just said that there were some reforms that were passed prior to and combined with new reforms, I think created additional problems.
So you think that the age thing had like a delayed effect, like a...
No. So Raise the Age made it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders. Now we had bail reform, which actually came into law in 2020, which made it more difficult to hold people on certain charges, including gun possession. When combined with Raise the Age, that led to a spike of youthful offenders carrying guns. However, this didn't really come to fruition until Bill de Blasio got rid of the anti-crime unit, which was the unit designed specifically to target illegal guns. So it's a confluence of factors that led to an increase in youth shootings and youth homicides in the city of New York.
What now? How did those? I'm just going to stipulate for just the moment that that's why we saw this spike in New York. How did those reforms in New York implicate the spikes that we saw nationwide? Because we really did see spikes nationwide, didn't we?
So there are different reforms that we can go to that are passed in different individual areas.
So every reform that was passed around, and all these reforms went when? Right at the George Floyd protests.
Well, we were talking about New York, but there are different reforms that were passed nationwide. Some
but
areas.
You're talking about causality, and I'm asking you, we know that crime went up nationwide, and you say it was in June of 2020. That's when it went up.
Shootings spiked specifically in June, July of 2020 when they got rid of the anti-crime unit in the city of New York.
Okay, no, but at the beginning of this entire debate,
I mean, for nationwide, one of the biggest factors I think driving crime across the nation would be the decrease in the police force. So we had a lot of officers retire early. This is something that we're seeing across the country. The NYPD is seeing it. The LAPD is seeing it. Rural departments in Middle America are seeing it. And a decrease in recruitment because they're not pulling the numbers that they actually want to see. So I think nationwide, if you're talking about a blanket thing that happened that it led to an increase in crime, then I think the decrease in the overall police force is definitely a factor.
Okay, so I just want to, I'm trying to like zero in on this because you said at the beginning of this debate that you peg the spike in crime as the George Floyd effect.
Yes.
And it was the George Floyd effect in your mind that caused the decrease in staffing, police staffing, and that's why crime
Phoenix,
went
you're
up
kicking so much ass on this
in
mission.
the nation. In New York, it was partially the staffing, and then partially these other reforms that some of which were 2 years earlier and had a delayed impact.
Yes, some of these reforms, well, it's not a delayed impact combined with other reforms. It's it's like breaking down a house. There are certain support beams that you could take. You can knock them down and the house will still stand. The structure will still stand. But if you knock down enough of them, they'll fall. And New York specifically, I was talking about the difference that I see between the national crime increase and New York specifically.
Okay.
So yes, there would be additional factors there.
So and really what we're talking about is causality here, right? Because my argument is that the pandemic led to a spike in crime. Largely, there may be other factors. But I would say the overwhelming factor in the spike that led to the spike of crime was the pandemic. You would argue it was these police reforms, particularly in terms of staffing nationwide.
Well, the staffing was just officers retiring
Bloomberg.
For fear of reform,
Okay.
riots.
Bloomberg.
The staffers retired because of fear of the riots? So they retired because they did not want to do their job anymore. So it wasn't the reforms now, it's just they were afraid to do their jobs. And I'm sure them being older and it being the beginning and middle of COVID had nothing to do with
from
it.
Bloomberg, this is a report from January 31st of this year.
Okay.
Bloomberg News analysis shows that even as staffing levels dropped during the pandemic nationally, police department headcounts exceeded those of 15 years ago when crime was higher.
Okay.
Now, how can you say that the causality runs that as you drop to staffing levels, things spike, when in fact you're still at levels that are higher than they were 15 years ago? In major cities, staffing levels rose and fell over that period, with some changes corresponding to economic downturns and local
have a nice
crises,
walk,
which you'd
Archangel.
imagine. But between 2011 and 2019, police staffing levels in more than half of the 20 largest cities grew, according to FBI data, and across the country. So if we're to use your standard of like, don't compare crime rates today to the way that they were when crime was really high in the country, then why are you doing that with staffing levels?
Well, you can compare it to the peak if you want, but if we're talking about a recent crime spike, I don't think that's useful. On top of that, you just read, maybe you didn't realize it, that officers went up between 2011 and 2019. This would be before the pandemic,
Ryla.
and crime was
for
dropping
lurking this entire
nationwide
time.
during that period of time. Then we see an officer shortfall, and to be clear, what we're experiencing now
We're
is
still
a lot of
staff. We still have more.
Sure, but
we still have
okay,
more
not
police
all
than we
officers
did
are equal. If
15
you look
years
at
ago.
who's retiring, it's disproportionately older, seasoned investigators, and they are not so easily replaced by new recruiting classes. And I've gone over this specifically in the LAPD, exactly who they're losing, and they've lost between 6 and 8% of their police force. Now, I believe it's 6 net, 8 total, and most of those are seasoned investigators.
And so, okay.
Source? Source? I think when he says most of them were seasoned investigators, what he actually means is most of them were old, and so he's just spinning it to mean that is they were seasoned investigators.
Okay, so the reason why, so that's why we're not solving
Hunky
crimes.
gal
Is that what you're
with
saying?
the promotion.
It's not preventing crime. Investigators don't prevent crime, right? They solve crimes.
I mean, they're not only investigators. A lot of times, either
I'm sorry,
people
I'm just going by
homicide
what
unit-
you said. You said investigators, and that's why the
Yeah,
crime
a lot
rate,
of them are
you said
seasoned investigators or seasoned officers, not
Okay, I'm just
easily replaced.
understand. You know this stuff better than I do. I'm just trying to understand your logic. You say seasoned investigators is why crime went up
that's
because
just
they're
one
better.
example.
And I, as far
I know
as
you
I
like
know,
to harp on like an individual term and all that because you think, oh, I'm gonna get him pinned, but I'm speaking very
No.
clearly. I think everybody can understand that.
I love that AJ, actual justice warrior here, is like, I know you're trying to trick me with your mind powers. Like Sam is some kind of
That I'm
Jedi.
doing that, but you're just playing dumb.
no, I'm not playing dumb. You say
You
seasoned
definitely are.
investigators, and I say, well, wait a second. They don't prevent crime; they solve crimes. Is that? Am I wrong?
It would also be supervisor positions and all that. Yes, so it would be very like savvy, seasoned officers and investigators.
And so,
if you
what
need that
reforms,
specifically clarified,
what
I will do
reforms? What reforms were a function of the George Floyd protests that got seasoned investigators to retire?
Well, it's not a specific reform, but the effect of driving these officers into retirement is undeniable. Just look at the numbers since the George Floyd riots.
It's also COVID,
George
right?
Floyd
no,
riots.
a
They're
lot
all
of people
retiring.
retired across. I mean, a lot of people.
They're still retiring at similar rates. You think they're all afraid of COVID?
Well, the George Floyd.
Are they all still afraid of the riots that happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Protests ended 2.
Yeah,
three
there's
years
still
ago.
effects of that protest, change
What are
in
the
attitude
effects?
and
Like-
sentiment.
Okay, wait. So his contention is, well, they're still afraid of the riots from years ago because people don't like cops as much anymore. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe people don't like cops because cops keep killing unarmed black people.
In the country, yes.
Oh, I see. It's the sentiment.
Yeah, that has an impact for sure. Officer morale is very important.
And so their morale is down because of the George Floyd protests.
Yeah, because of the George Floyd protests, people are very anti-police officers. A lot of them had their funding cut, and a lot of officers left when the funding was cut, and they're not so easily replaced.
Trump did everything right to get indicted.
Indeed. Thank you very much for the $5 dono, Catalina Gearbox. I appreciate it.
By a restoration in
So
funding.
your argument is that funding has been cut. Is that it?
Yeah, funding was cut in certain places, yes.
I've got a story here from ABC7 New York.
It says funding was restored, yes.
Despite defunding claims, police funding has increased in many cities, and this was in October of last year.
Yeah. So
Curious.
what do you think that increase is attributed to?
What do I think it's attributed to?
Yeah, why do you think funding increased when they initially reduced budgets?
ABC-owned television stations examined the budgets of more than 100 cities and counties and found 83% are spending at least 2% more on police in 2022 than they did in 2019.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was post the pandemic, post the George Floyd riots, you had a defund the police movement, and cuts were made to
you had a defund the police movement, and yeah, sure, the police still got fully funded, and yeah, sure, they actually got more funding, but you see, the public sentiment of people believing that they should be defunded has created a spike in crime because fart noises. Hey, Polyamarin. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. I always love it when I see, like, a new face in chat, and then I see you guys come back. It's really nice. Hey, Natalie Lush.
To budgets, like, for example, the LAPD. Now, their budget was cut. A bunch of officers left the force. Like I said, net 6%, possibly 8%. Again, the numbers update monthly. And then you have officers to supplement for that working overtime. And now you're less productive when you're working overtime. But if you look at the LAPD's budget, it says defunding, and there's stories about this, how defunding the police actually led to an increase in payout of overtime. So you still have less officers working, and now they're working more hours. So you're actually getting poorer. You're also getting poorer results. Well, again, it's also driving down recruitment. So yes, less officers, less overall staff at these places. So yeah, they might have, and again, some places cut the funding, and then in 2022, notice how you skipped over 2020 and 2021.
No, I just read what it said here because we're comparing.
I just read a news article. Why are you getting so upset?
In 2022, they restored the funding, but that doesn't bring people down.
It's really nice that all of his evidence seems to be based in like vibes.
You know? That doesn't bring people out of retirement. No, you said this current fiscal year compared to 2019. There was a funding reduction in a lot of places in 2021.
Right.
Then the restoration of funding and an increase in funding in a response to an increase in crime. But that does not make officers materialize, Sam.
I understand. No, I understand. Your argument is, and I think there's definitely something to that staffing levels dropped, and so we made up for it on overtime. Again, I go back to that Bloomberg report that staffing levels are still significantly higher than they were 15 years ago.
Oh yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about. Trans girl
there
Jane.
was even more crime at that time.
Yeah, there was.
And we have 80% of the cities largest increased their funding. And like you say, that I guess is a function of overtime. Cops still on the beat, but you say that they're not as good at solving crimes.
You cover a lot of workers' issues when you actually have mandatory overtime and people are forced to work more and more hours. It's not productive.
Well,
like
I mean,
you would say the same thing if we talked about it in an elder labor context, correct?
What are historical figures of police solving crimes?
Solving. You're gonna have to define that metric.
Wait, police bringing someone to justice? You're gonna have to define that term, sir.
Clearance rate.
So clearance rate, it depends on the crime. Homicide is typically higher in terms of clearance rate because it's easier to solve. Most people are murdered by somebody that they know. There's a dead body. You don't have to worry about a lot of
What are those rates?
I'm not sure nationwide. I want to say maybe it's 60 to 70% for homicide nationwide, but it varies greatly depending on the city.
And have those dropped?
Clearance rates.
See, I'm a good commander, Peepo. Look, no one was wounded or died on this mission. I did a flawless mission.
In certain areas, for sure. Nationwide, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that.
And what about the other violent crimes that we're talking about? Ones that don't involve people that we know?
Give me an example.
Well, assaults. What's the investigation?
Assaults would be lower, for sure.
I'm just curious historically. I mean, if your argument is that the cops are less productive, I'm just curious can we see that in actual numbers?
I mean, I can look up real quick the drop in clearance rate nationwide. I know that it is significant in certain places like Baltimore, but I don't have those specific numbers on hand.
It's weird. I mean, FBI said 5% of police arrests on violent crime. That's what the FBI figures are.
So in 1980, 71% of homicides were deemed solved or cleared. and it dropped to
Leftist
about
Batman is a
50% in
specialist.
2020.
All is right with the world.
In 2020. And what was it in 2019?
I'll look it up right now.
I mean, 'cause
And
that's
we
the whole premise,
rescued
right?
Winby.
And so, will you work? I mean, while you're looking that up, I'll give you a moment.
Colonel Winby. Let's go.
Okay, so it would be down from 61%.
It's down. In 2020 from
61%.
From 2019. And where are we at? Give us the range so that we can actually see the pattern that you're suggesting.
I just said that the clearance rate went down to 50% in 2020.
And where was it
From
in 2021?
61%, so that would be an 11% increase. Decrease.
2021 should continue that
2021,
trend,
sure.
right? I mean, if
I'll
your
look it up.
theory is correct, that should continue.
I mean, there might not be updated numbers for it, but I will what you call it. I will look for them.
All right. Well, don't worry about that. Let's.
Because we do tend to get some criminal justice related stats later.
Okay. Now.
Okay. According to NPR, which is not the same as I was using for the source, it dropped below 50%, which is considered a new historic low. And in certain major cities like Chicago, it has dropped till around 30%.
Now, why doesn't that correlate with the staffing drops that we see?
What do you mean?
Winby looks like a badass.
There's no correlation between the numbers that you're talking about. I'm just curious because you're arguing that there was something happened in June of 2020 that caused this spike in crime. And we don't see any correlation between and you're not you're suggesting the George Floyd thing caused.
How would there not be a correlation? If I say officers are retiring and early recruitment is down, and then we see a drop in clearance rate to around 50% from 2019's 61%, and now NPR is reporting that the 2021 numbers
on
would be
murders, would
sub
you say
50%. Well, how would that not be a correlation?
On murders, would you say
my dude? Welcome. We are playing XCOM 2. And we're just kind of having a fun time interacting with each other while witnessing the I think debate's a strong word, the absolute immolation of actual justice warrior at the hands of Sam Seder. I don't know what possessed AJW to think that he could go toe to toe with Sam Seder. But he was incorrect. Yes, ass blasting would be another term for it. Naughty Fox, hello! And welcome, folks. My name's Riverboat Jack. If you don't know who I am, I talk about the news and politics. And sometimes I play video games. Like tonight, I'm playing XCOM 2. If you would like to be in my XCOM 2 game, you should come on over to riverboat.gg. And if you donate a sub or make a $5 dono, I will add you to the game. So if you would like to join the meat grinding mission, please do so. Hey, designer Magalon. How you Magalon, my bad. Howdy. Also, I'm a socialist and a trans lady, and if you have any questions about either of those things, feel free to ask. Is anyone else having audio desync? No, it's not just you. I'll fix it, but bear with me. Hello? Hello, that should fix the audio issue. There's a loose... these Focusrite boxes are dog shit. And this one has a very loose cable in the back. Maybe I should try using a different cable at some point. Maybe I'll do that for tomorrow's stream. The GG site is also the more active chat. True! It's the on-screen chat here, with all these neat friendos you have yet to meet. Alright. No! Wrestling with the news! That means you'll never get laid again. I need more friends. Oh man, I love the blubbers emote. I'm glad we have it now. Hey, objectively a cat. Oh, you're Ace. Well then, no problem. Also, you're in good company. We got a lot of Ace friendos in this community. My mouth is moving and no sound. Chris Huggy, you might want to refresh. Because everyone else seems to be able to hear me. All right, let's go.
Well, murders, which you say is the easiest one, but
my face looks like squares? What? What? Is that a good thing? Is my face too square? A little desunk again? Okay, this time it's not desunk on my end. Good night, Chris Huggy. I'm good? It's fine? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, just refresh if there are any visual glitches. Because it's not on my end.
And is it back up? I mean, we have the staffing levels are returning, correct?
No, they're not.
They're not. Is that right?
The spending is returning, but the spending does not make officers materialize. And again, there's a difference between an officer that is a veteran of the force versus a new recruit. I mean, I just read the NPR thing that said the clearance rate is at historic lows. Now, again, that's according to NPR. Initially, I was looking at the FBI stats. They could be pulling from a different number, and therefore it could be less reliable. So I will leave that out there. But
Thanks,
you did ask me to
Phoenix.
pull it up on the fly. And
what reforms do you attribute to the George Floyd effect? I mean, you mentioned 2 reforms that took place prior to the George Floyd protests. No,
it's not compression artifacts from low bandwidth. I have a lot of bandwidth. The issue is anytime I resync my stream, it involves plugging in my audio box again, and my streaming software hates when I do that, and it gets all wonky, and basically almost shuts down the stream, and then you guys have to deal with the consequences and refresh stream to make it work.
What other reforms around the country do you see that took place? I mean, I know that you're saying that there was a retirement and you're blaming it on the George Floyd thing. You don't blame the mass retirements that we saw across the board on George Floyd, like in other professions, like in teaching professions, for instance. Like we're seeing a lot of retirements in teaching. You don't blame that on the
teaching
George.
retirements comparable to that?
Oh, in terms of the numbers? Oh, I think they're bigger.
Because there's an overall increase in retirements in the country because we have a bunch of baby boomers retiring, for sure, that exists. But officers are typically younger, and there's a lot more early retirements.
Then teachers, I think you'll find that with teachers, people are retiring before they're leaving the profession. And so they're retirement may not be the right word. They're going to go on and work other places. But you don't attribute that to the George Floyd effect.
Unlikely.
Right. And the same across the board with like all of the great resignation that we heard. Do you remember that term?
Yes.
That's not a function of the George Floyd effect.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically young people not wanting to work. It was at peak when unemployment was paying.
Actually, it wasn't that they didn't want to work. It's that they were quitting jobs.
They didn't want to work their specific job.
Yeah, and they went on to different jobs. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you are zeroing in on the George Floyd protests for this decrease in staffing in police forces across the country.
Yes.
And you're completely ignoring
a decrease in recruiting pool.
And you're ignoring the the pandemic as an effect, although the pandemic has this effect everywhere else in society.
No, I think the pandemic plays a role, and sure, you would have had officers leaving maybe earlier in the pandemic when things were starting to lock down. Like, that's definitely a possibility. But there's a continuous decrease in officers and early retirement that is coming even till today. And I don't think that they're worried about COVID in, what are we, August 2023 right now? Like, it's possible they could be. They could be masking up right now.
What percentage of police in New York City quit because of vaccine mandates or around the country? Was it high?
I think the number for police for vaccine mandates was extraordinarily low. I remember a lot of right-wing people saying that, all these officers were going to be gone. But when push came to shove, when the mandate was implemented, and I think you even covered this on your show, very few people actually quit the fire department and quit the NYPD. Now, if you're saying that's different, then I mean, I could.
No,
you could go rewind your coverage on that.
It's a genuine question. Okay, so and your argument is that less police causes more crime, but you're also arguing that we haven't staffed up. How is crime dropping
police,
if there is a causal effect in terms of numbers of police? Why did it go up in 2020? And go up in 2021.
Our side facility is done. Let's
go up in 2022, but now is dropping despite the fact that we haven't hired all these police back.
So in the preliminary numbers for 2023, we've seen a slight decrease. Is that what you're trying to hang your hat on right now?
Yeah, I'm saying that we know that the trend is going down, and you're making a causality.
It's still up in comparison to 2019.
I understand, but the staffing isn't back up.
Well, you're saying the trend is going down. You're looking at the least reliable numbers that you can grasp onto to say it's going down.
Let me ask you this, okay? I turn on the air conditioning in here. Let's pretend our air conditioner works. And I turn the air conditioning unit on. I turn it to 66, let's say. And the temperature starts to drop in here. And so I say, hey, that is why the temperature's dropping, because I turned the air conditioner on. And then the next day, the temperature keeps dropping because I had the air conditioning on. But the third day, the temperature starts to rise. And the air conditioner is still exactly where it was before.
I need to retrain you, I believe, and then I'll be able to put you into the psychic training program, Trans Girl Jade.
Does that make sense that the air conditioner is the cause of the temperature dropping?
That the air conditioner caused.
What if you patched the audio box through a small preamp so there's a constant signal? It'd be a quick fix. Maybe an old pair of desktop speakers with a headphone jack. Buy an extra aux port as well. So the main problem is that this is the interface between my microphone and the computer. There's not really a way to patch it through desktop speakers. It doesn't have input that way or output that way.
The temperature dropping?
But good idea. Yeah, because if it goes up, if the temperature goes up on day 3 and the air conditioner is doing the exact same thing it was doing before, how is it possible that I can make a causality
the external
argument?
Temperature? Like, I don't, what's the point of this?
It could be the external temperature, and that maybe the air conditioner hasn't been working at all. And maybe those first 2 days it was actually cooler, and on the third day it was actually warmer, and that's what's going on.
So you're saying
almost
that
as if like COVID was acting on
well,
this.
Again, Sam, you keep trying to.
Is my audio stuff USB? Yeah, the Focusrite is a USB interface. I don't know audio stuff, so I don't know what I should buy that isn't going to be horrifically expensive to serve as the interface where I can do audio and have it connect to my computer. SM7B is an XLR mic. I know it's an XLR mic. It's connected to the interface with an XLR cable. Like I think you should be able to do it in software. Then how the fuck do I plug it into the computer? My computer doesn't have an XLR cable slot, chat. Try and talk to Demon Mama when she gets back from vacation. She's really good with audio stuff. I'll see what I can do. There needs to be an interface for the cable to plug into in order for the sound to reach the computer. What the hell is XLR? There you go. That was an XLR cable. So, like, the XLR cable is an audio cable. It needs to plug into a very specific type of slot that isn't on a computer. So, I need an extra piece of technology to be able to plug in the microphone and make it work real good. Doesn't the Go XLR plug into the computer? Nope, there is no plug for me to plug that into a computer. If there is a XLR plug that you could then plug into a USB, I don't understand. Aux is supposed to... This has no aux capabilities? Yeah. Again, there's nothing I can use to plug this microphone, which is a $500 to $600 microphone. There is nothing I can use to plug that into my computer that is not an XLR cable, as far as I know. I mean, like, I don't mind if someone has, like, a really good idea for me to, like, improve my setup. It's just that, like, I don't, there's not, the suggestions aren't necessarily, like, things I can do or things that are possible to do. Do I have it plugged into something else? I have it plugged into the interface that is then plugged into my computer via a USB cable, but the interface is able to, like, efficiently take all the audio data that you're getting and turn it into something that can go in my computer. You would need a special interface. I was in charge of sound for the church when I was a teen. The interfaces tend to cost a lot, which is fine when the church is paying for it, bad otherwise. Yeah, that's the thing, Lilith, Queen of Design. Like, all of the other interfaces I've ever seen are, like, huge soundboards, and, like, I don't have thousands of dollars to just drop on a soundboard, and B, I still wouldn't know A, where to put it, or B, how to connect it to a computer. Eats bamboo. It'll be a USB DAC box. Let's see. Yeah, that, okay. If I honestly have no idea what the sound quality is on an XLR to USB cable. That sounds like it might not be good, but I genuinely have no idea. Interesting. So you basically use an XLR cable to connect your microphone to a phantom power, and then you use the XLR USB cable to connect the phantom power to the computer. Has latency issues. XLR box. Yeah, I'm looking at this. This is like $230. That is $100 more than what I spent on this thing used. I think I'm just gonna stick with it right now. Do a handstand? I can't do a handstand. Sound seems daunting. It is. Don't you still need the audio interface because of the amplifier? The amplifier that I'm using is not part of the audio interface. Honestly, guys, this seems like a lot of work to fix the problem of having like a shaky cable connection on the back of this box. I think we'll keep it for now until, you know, like I have thousands of people who watch me, and at that point, I'll be able to drop $230 on a piece of sound equipment to see if it works. What problem? Look, chat just started trying to solve a wiggly cable on the back of my audio interface. I don't think anyone's complaining necessarily about the audio. I think I just mentioned a problem and everyone's trying to be helpful. Okay. Anyway, we're moving on. We're moving on. Silly,
hang your hat
you
on
silly
COVID-19.
billies.
I didn't say COVID-19 played no role. I said exactly the opposite. But I think
I'm hanging my hat, as it
played
were,
a role.
on this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that has caused all sorts of learning deficiencies in kids, that has caused increase in stress, that has caused mass resignations, mass retirements, increase in deaths, increase in pedestrian deaths, increase in inflation, increase in destruction of all sorts of sort of elements of society, and you're making a different argument that had less of an impact. And I'm asking you, if you're making a causality argument about these reforms that supposedly took place in the wake of the George Floyd protests, or the effect that it caused the staffing, then how come it's reversing itself without any of those changes that first caused?
Again, it's not reversing itself. You're overplaying your hand. It's
It
like
is
overplaying your hand,
itself.
Sam.
It's going in the opposite direction.
No, it's
That is
not.
the
But
very
that's fine. But
definition
Sam,
of
what
reversing
we could
itself.
do, what we could do is actually look at the city of New Orleans, because I happen to know that New Orleans cut their police funding.
Oh no, Batman! No. I hope your keyboard winds up being okay.
Well before the rest of the nation. Now, this had nothing to do with the George Floyd protests or anything like that. This had to do with budget implications. And for the years, I believe, preceding 2016, they froze their budget up until around 2019, where they actually cut their budget. Now, all the experts and nerds say that the New Orleans PD needs about 1,100 officers in order to maintain order. Now, they were at around 1,200 before these budgetary maneuvers ended up going into effect. And now they're in the high 900s. And they saw a crime increase from prior to the pandemic. And they went from a city that was in the top 10 most violent cities to on pace last year for around the #1 or #2 slot. I have not looked into exactly where they ended up. So they had a dramatic increase in crime that preceded the pandemic, due in large part to the fact that they cut their officers, 911 response times went up, and all of these other issues associated with that. So we have a beta test that we can look at, a specific city in the United States that implemented these policies before the pandemic, if you want to go into that.
Well, let's look at a broader sample than just New Orleans. In 2016, we had a group of criminologists who did a systemic review of 62 earlier studies. You're aware of this, right?
Of this specific thing you're bringing up right now, no.
They were between, it was police force size of crime between 1971 and 2013. They concluded that 40 years of studies consistently show that, quote, the overall effect size for police force size on crime is negative, small, and not statistically significant.
Okay.
I mean, that runs contrary to your theory, right? That police force size.
It's not just the raw numbers, it's how you utilize them. For instance, New Jersey had their police, I believe it was the Trenton police, and their union had negotiated a deal that was so absurd that they could only put 12 officers out on the street and in any given night. They actually had to dismantle this. This was cited by John Oliver as an example of defunding the police, reincorporate as the Trenton Metro Police Department so they could put more officers out on the street. And we've known since the Kansas City experiment, and you can look this up, that sending officers to a targeted way can disrupt, disperse, and drive down crime rates. So yeah, obviously it's how you use them. If you just have more employees, remember, a lot of these places have non-officer employees. They have administration staff and all that. That's not going to have an impact. And there are other policies that you can implement that also play a role.
Okay, I mean, you have these specific things about different cities, but you can't explain the national trends in any way.
Nationally, before you cut me off way earlier, I was going to talk about the First Step Act. Now, this set a tone in the nation. It was signed by Donald Trump, the evil orange man. It's one of his stupider policies, and it sets up incentives and, of course, any change in culture.
Okay, trans girl Jade, I have bad news. Currently, you are stuck as a grenadier. Apparently, I can't revert you to rookie status. If you would like, I can recruit a new soldier to name after you, and then we can just dismiss the current one or rename it to someone else who would like to play. Up to you. Your character.
Federally tends to trickle down nationwide for people to go soft on youthful offenders, to release non-violent offenders early, which is a term I absolutely hate because non-violent criminals can be more devastating than any given murderer, depending on the
10-letter name. You're actually still alive. You're actually one of the most accomplished soldiers. Yeah. We got Win B, Paladin Lost, Lauren Burnell, and Salmon Moose, and then Spitfire. Top 5, baby. I like the idea of getting a new character so I can be a psyop. Okay. Would anyone like to be a named character? For free. First one to speak up gets it. For free. Me? Wrestling with the news. There you go.
The circumstances. I always like to say Bernie Madoff never punched anybody in the face, but he ruined more lives than most serial killers in the United States of America with his financial crimes. So yeah, I don't agree with that policy, which was a nationwide policy. And I believe the First Step Act may have been slightly before Floyd. I don't remember the exact date, but I have a feeling it was after when it was signed by Trump.
The news?
What's the George Floyd
Wrestling
First Step Act
with
when did
Wrestling
you don't know when that took?
I can look it up right quick.
But Sean, how can you posit to me that this had an impact and it all happened and you don't even know when it was implemented?
Well, I said it's in and around that time. I don't remember exactly when it was passed. It could have been in and around that time.
What do you make about?
I've already explained to you that there were certain reforms that were instituted prior that were combined with other reforms or terrible district attorneys or similar that made them go into effect. Remember the analogy about the house and the support beams?
Yeah, no, I remember that analogy. What is your answer? And I'm sure you have one. We all know that this guy Chesa Boudin, right, in Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, was one of these reformists, right?
Yes.
What do you make about the rise in crime in San Francisco since he was replaced by the police union's choice?
The new district attorney?
Yeah.
Well, there are some state laws in California that they have to get around.
Trans
like
girl
one of the stories
Jane.
that I covered recently
get
was a
you
man that was arrested for 77
chamber.
burglaries, or I'm sorry, convicted.
Are these new laws since Chesa Boudin has been ousted?
I believe that they are. Yes. So
you believe that they are? What laws are they?
I forgot. I don't know the name of it, but in California, if you're a nonviolent offender, they don't. If you're categorized as a nonviolent offender, they actually don't put you in prison. You have to go to county jail, but county jails are over.
Did we see similar rises in crime in L.A. and San Diego?
Yeah, we actually saw a dramatic increase in murder in L.A. as well.
Since the time that Chesa Boudin left office.
Since Chesa, well, I'm talking about
begin
since
evasive
2020. I didn't realize
maneuvers.
that's what you were specifically asking.
Well, I mean, because Chesa Boudin is an avatar, and he left in a year ago.
Oh shit!
He's an avatar for the reformists. He
We're
leaves,
getting shot
and
down?
then crime pops up across like 4 or 5 different measures.
Which categories are you referring to?
In San Francisco,
We're not getting the
Violent
cutscene though,
crimes.
for some godforsaken reason. Damn it! Have you been shot down before? I was hoping it wouldn't happen.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Vehicle theft, 2.5. Homicide, 23%. Robbery, 13%.
Yeah, there are other problems and other factors for sure. And again, when Chesa Boudin was in office, he fired, and I believe it's called the Friday Night Massacre or something like that. He fired a bunch of seasoned district attorneys or assistant district attorneys in his office. Like, you know that happened, right? And again, you know those people took other jobs. And again, you know they don't just
Alec, Vosh equals L? I don't know what that means.
materialize out of thin air when they replace the prosecutor.
Right.
Like, yeah, so there are impacts that go beyond that. I mean, if we were talking about any piece of legislation, like, you know, you
Hey,
talk often about the impact
Elu.
that Ronald Reagan
How you
had on
doing?
this country. Well, if I said, well, Bill Clinton was president in the 90s, therefore that Ronald Reagan impact doesn't exist, you would not accept that argument. But weirdly, you're trying to put that forward right now for me.
Well, I mean, for you, the impact happened in June of
Not everyone is an
2020,
Aquanin.
right? Around
Yes,
the time of the
Not
riot.
for me. For the
of
statistics,
of
that's actually when it started to spike.
Right,
So
and
by
you,
the data, that would be
and
accurate.
I really dislike that we can't see the.
Destroying that spike is our only chance at getting out of here. We can't let the aliens take this ship.
I'd like. I would like the game to be unfrozen. I would like that very much.
And just the moment that people started protesting for George Floyd, crime goes up because of its downstream implications. Like, time flattens and expands for you in terms of the way this causality works.
Officers are afraid to do their jobs because they feel like they're going to get prosecuted unwarrantedly, and you know, like, officers that do commit crimes should be prosecuted, to make that clear. Then yeah, that could have impacts if officers are leaving the force at record numbers, if early retirements are up and you're losing your most seasoned people, investigators or not, Sam, then yes, that would cause an increase in crime.
And you're going to ignore the meta-analysis about from Police Journal about this relationship between.
Well, you said it was a systemic review, and I'm not ignoring it. I don't think just expanding your officers or your staff in police on its own is anything. It's what you do with that. Like, one of the great innovations in New York was that they became one of the most data-driven police departments in the entire country. So yeah, they had a lot of officers because it's New York City. It's the largest city in the union, but it wasn't until they implemented programs like CompStat that they really were able to be effective.
Well, what do you mean by effective? Like, I'm curious.
Reducing
as to,
crime.
like, in reducing crime.
Yes.
But I mean, have they reduced crime? Like, how do you assess that?
I would use statistics to assess that.
Right. What statistics? What would be your metrics? Because we know that, like, for instance, during before marijuana was made legal, we know that for every 4 times, there was like 4 times the amount of arrests for black people over white people when they smoked pot. Right? I mean, and I know just from it's anecdotal, of course, but I see, some people get away with stuff because they live in a wealthy area, let's say, and there's just not as many cops around. They're still doing the exact same crime.
Okay, we
right?
still
Maybe
got
it's
trans girl
underage
Jade in the
drinking,
chamber.
Maybe it's smoking pot on the street. I mean, they're still involved in the same thing, but they're not getting arrested.
Okay, so as for the marijuana arrest, the Manhattan Institute.
Hey, it's working now. Now we can see what happened. Because I turned down the voice volume because they're very loud in the game.
Someone get me a damage report.
We've got a problem. They've just dropped some sort of spike out. It's generating the same type of pulse that knocked us out of the sky.
They don't want us. They want the ship. Is there some way you can override it?
I can't get our engines online while it's out there.
Commander, we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Destroying that spike is our only chance of getting out of here. We can't let the aliens take this ship.
Excellent.
Institute actually released a report where they broke down the neighborhoods in New York City specifically, which, you know, the 4 times number comes from New York City, but it is elevated in other places, which I will address later on. And what they ended up discovering was that the biggest indicator on whether or not people were going to be arrested for pot is if they smoked outside and neighbors complained. So while disproportionately, a lot of Black and Hispanic neighborhoods ended up with higher rates of marijuana arrests, very notably Astoria, Queens, which is a younger population that is not typically a Black population, and was also elevated due to the fact that they had complaints. So for that specific arrests, which you're talking about arrests now, not a measure of crime, that is actually explained. And one of the ways it's also explained is by the fact that if you have areas with higher rates of violent crime, you know, murder, assault, homicide, rape, etc., and you deploy officers to those areas, the officers have more opportunity to see and smell things like marijuana, thus would indicate
Do I have a
an
commander
increase
soldier?
in arrests.
Nope.
So, you know, I wasn't
I did have a self-insert soldier, but she died on a mission.
talking specifically about marijuana. When I talk about crime, I'll usually talk about the crimes that are measured by the Uniform Crime Report or by the National Crime Victimization Survey or homicide statistics specifically, because, you know, I'm not somebody who's in favor of the drug war or whatever. So if you want me to say people shouldn't be arrested for pot, sure, but that represents a small portion of what the police actually do. And again, it's not what we're talking about when we're measuring major crimes.
Okay. All right. So let's just we can move on. I mean, your argument is that it was the George Floyd effect that created the spikes in crimes, and that the drops in crimes are a function of what?
The drops, like I said, we have a slight drop after a dramatic increase. So, you know, it's within, you know, a lot of these drops that you're talking about, the NYPD, I pulled up the data, is something like total crimes is about 3.9% as compared to last year. So that would be like a normal range that flows year over year. That's not like
So
this
you're
dramatic
suggesting
drop.
that this is that crime's not actually dropping, that it's more.
No,
like
it dropped. It happened, and I'm glad that it happened. I'll wait for the completed data, the victimization surveys, at the end of the year. But yeah, I'm glad that it's happening, of course.
Oh no, I didn't say that you weren't glad.
But
that
again,
it was
it's
happening.
a drop
I'm
after
just
a
saying
dramatic
that, like,
increase.
No, I understand it's a drop after a dramatic increase, but there's been nothing. There's nothing has changed for you. If the cause, in my story,
well, certain things have changed. Eric Adams was elected.
Well, but this is nationwide. My story is COVID contributed to this nationwide spike in crime. Your story is that the George Floyd protests were the primary function of the drive of crime.
Because during the lockdowns, crime actually dropped.
Okay, and well, yes, during the lockdowns, but COVID was still around.
Yeah,
3
but
months
I'm
later.
saying before the people got out and started rioting, crime was dropping during the pandemic.
I understand. And
Now,
when
granted,
people
were
were
probably
out,
afraid.
okay,
So, you know.
you're making your argument. I think it's clear, and I'm saying that the reason why crime is down nationwide, and it is down. You say it's not much, but it is trending down, is because that coincides with society returning to some measure of normalcy after COVID is not killing as many people and hospitalizing as many people and causing the same measure of stress. You say the reason why crime is dropping a little, but it's definitely statistically measurable, is because I need to wait to the end of the year to see if it's real.
No, I'd say it's dropping, but it's like within a normal range. It's like if I were on your show and I said, I don't know, in 2019, homicides in New York were 299, and then they jumped to the number 312. That's an increase, but that's not a significant increase. It's within the range. We're talking about 13 people. Now, obviously those are lives lost, and we should consider that, but we also have to take into account that New York is the largest city in the world. Now, you're pointing out a similar decrease to that increase and claiming that it's like this dramatic drop, but it's just not
I'm not
there.
claiming it's a dramatic drop.
Well,
I'm
you're
saying
saying
that the
it's
trend
dropping. Like,
is
explain
reversing.
this drop. It seems like a normal range that we would see year over year. I hope it would become a trend, but 1 year is not a trend.
Yet the trend is dropping. Yet the problem that you attribute the spike
Batman, let's
to
go.
is not changed at all.
Well, in specifically in New York City, which is what I was just
I'm
referring to.
nationwide.
Hold on. Specifically in New York City, which I was just referring to, we had a situation where they elected the most tough on crime Democrat. Now, I'm not a big fan of Eric Adams, but that is how he ran, and he ran about putting more police onto the street. We also have nationwide a lot of these district attorneys like Chesa Boudin. Now, you said crime has gone up in San Francisco. I don't remember.
It is.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it
sure.
has.
But they got rid of him, so they're trying to institute some levels of reforms. But obviously, San Francisco police, they're down in terms of recruitment. Obviously, California state law, sometimes state law has a dramatic impact on these specific things.
Even
Again,
though it doesn't have it on
that
others.
hold up the house of the criminal justice system. So those need to be changed. But yeah, so it depends. There are some reversals. I think those reversals are good. But in places where they're doubling down, like Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, they're still at record homicides. And not record in comparison to 2019, record all time, worse than the 1990s. The favorite talking point of the crime
fire
denialists.
missiles. Don't you do it. Fuck you.
Yes, people who deny crime. Yes, that's who I'm talking about.
What do you mean
crime
by deny crime?
That they'll try to minimize and deny that the increase is happening. Do what you did with marijuana arrests, where you assert that it's possibly due to arresting bias, even though that's not how we measure crime. We measure crime in reports, and then we do victimization surveys, and then we have homicide statistics. We're actually really good at measuring crime.
Oh, shit.
So pointing out arresting bias is a denial
Well, wait a
tactic.
second. You just said like we're real.
Look at the painting of the dog in this game on the wall. I love him.
Really good at measuring crime, but if you see the statistics are trending down, they're really, that's not.
I didn't say
relevant.
they're nothing. I said that they're there, but they're within a range that we have now gotten into a new normal. So they're good. I'm always going to root for crime to go down. But what I'm interested in is getting to that all-time low way back in time in that far-off year of 2019. And I think you have to institute the policies that existed in 2019. We haven't even talked about incarceration. You know that prison population is declining in the United States of America, and that also seems to be tied to the increase in crime.
Not in Connecticut.
Not in Connecticut in terms of population decreasing, or
No, not in Connecticut in terms of as their prison population has dropped dramatically. They have instituted all these reforms, and crime is also dropping dramatically in Connecticut. How do you explain that?
I would have to look up the crime stats for the state of for Connecticut, because you tell me that a 4% decrease after a dramatic increase is a dramatic drop, and that's just not true. But I'll look it up.
Well, let me just pull this up. I have this somewhere here. This story about Connecticut. It's pretty dramatic. People are pretty excited in Connecticut. My understanding is. Here Here, let me get that for you. You can look that up too. I think it's a pretty well-known story. I'm surprised that I anticipated that you would know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know every single state in the union offhand.
Okay. I mean, Connecticut's right next door to us.
Okay.
Where's my Connecticut story? Here. Bear with me 1 second. In the meantime, what's that?
Bradley sending it.
Oh, okay. Violent crime in 2021 down 43% since 2012. A reported crime, mostly burglaries, fell by 29% during that period. But get me that. Get me the. I had. Oh wait, here it is. Sorry. This is from. This is from yesterday, July 27th. In 1999. Connecticut had so many people in prison, had to send 500 of them to be incarcerated to Virginia. That's part of the story there. The state's rate of 155 people in prison per 100,000 residents is now the 9th lowest in the country, well below the national average of 350 people per 100,000. Violent crime decreased 43% from 2012 to 2021. Property crime sank 29% during the same period. The state unleashed a range of changes. This is under Governor Malloy in 2011. So, I mean, it's a long-term trend. State unleashed a range of changes, including repealing the death penalty, bumping the age at which juveniles could be charged as adults from 16 to 18 for most crimes. I think you were against that one in New York. Eliminating some sentencing guidelines that affected predominantly people of color.
Let's go, Batman.
They have now been able to close, I think, a bunch of prisons. He said, this is Malloy, who's now, I guess, a chancellor of the University of Maine system. Not only had the state built too many prisons, but had a mix of old buildings and new prisons built for maximum punishment instead of facilities where people could be rehabilitated. In 2016, Malloy, they went to prisons in Germany, and they came back and they did this. I would imagine you would hate this. It led to the creation of a true unit at a correctional facility, truthfulness to oneself and others, respectfulness towards the community, understanding and elevating into success. It was all programs to mentor people, and they have
there you go.
been
You
sending less
redeemed
people to
yourself.
prison, and they have less crime.
So why would you think I would hate a rehabilitation program?
It just seems super soft.
No, first of all, I want to do smart things on crime. I don't want to just be cruel for no reason. If you told me, if you told anybody in this country that you could take a criminal and make them a productive member of society, they would sign up for that. Easy, like obviously. But the problem is,
policing areas
is that rehabilitation programs have bad data around them. One of the things that I'll actually commend London Breed for over in San Francisco is in a recent emergency crime bill, she actually pushed for, studying the way that these programs work. Now, in terms of the state of Connecticut, they might have had the crime drop, according to you. I'll take your word for it. But I do want to point out that the report that you're highlighting, a big editor's note in it, is that it glosses over the fact that clearance rates have actually dropped in the state of Connecticut. It was 16.7% going into 2020, and now it's 23.4%. So it's had a dramatic increase in clearance in the unsolved crimes. Okay. So there are problems, but not like everything has a marginal utility. So just because increasing prison population to a certain point can reduce crime doesn't mean you will continually benefit in crime reductions just by arbitrarily increasing the prison population.
We by sending less people to prison and crime reducing.
Can either of the
I don't know if
robos
there's
punch?
a causality
No.
there, but
Not
it
yet,
seems to
anyway.
be a long-term trend. You're saying
You unlock more abilities the more experience in combat they get. So one day your robot could punch.
that impacts the clearance rates.
No, I just said that their clearance rates are up. It's not all rosy. I'm looking at this like Lamont.
Well,
report, or however you
why
pronounce it.
why would that affect their clearance rates?
Well, I didn't say well, maybe
Damn
some
it,
of their
Batman.
reforms or losing officers like nationwide trends would affect their clearance rate.
think
I didn't say decreasing the
maybe.
prison population did. You just cited all this positive data from the state of Connecticut. I pull up the report that you're referring to, and they're like, listen, there is a caveat. The police are actually less productive in the state of Connecticut, which could be attributed to some, not all of the reforms. I'm not saying the prison population reduction necessarily makes officer clearance rate going down. I'm just pointing out that this is happening. Like,
How
this is
does
also happening in the state
reducing
of
the
Connecticut.
number of incarcerated individuals inhibit the?
Did I not just say I'm not saying that reducing the
Okay,
prison
you just brought it
population-
up when I was talking about some other
We were talking about
topic, and it seems
Connecticut
that-
overall, and
okay.
you were painting a very rosy picture of the state of Connecticut.
I think the crime being down 25% is
I think it
pretty
is a good
rosy,
thing.
even if
I'm
the
very
clearance
happy
rates
about
are not as high. Because
I'm very happy about
theoretically,
that.
there's two reasons why you want higher clearance rates, right? One is presumably because you want to take people off the
All right.
streets.
Okay,
who
tactical
have committed
analysis
a crime.
saving my ass. Excellent.
A, because they've committed a crime, but B, you don't want them to commit a second crime. And B, obviously, for some type of closure for the victims. But we do see significant drops in crime as we have less incarcerated people, and these reforms, which you had said you had a problem with. But let's
I do have a problem
let's
with
get
it,
to the
but
causes
again-
of crime. Let's get to the causes of crime. I think we've examined this.
Well, Sam, again, I said this a million times. Pillars in a building. You can knock down one pillar, but if Connecticut has other things institutionally that are working to reduce crime, then that might not bring down the whole building.
So in this instance,
But
you're
nice
saying,
pulling out one specific state after coming down on me for doing that
it's
about
just,
cities and all
it was
that.
just an
repeatedly
article I
throughout the
found
state.
that was in the news 2 days ago, so that's why it was there. But let's talk about the other
night,
thing that you
Winby.
wanted to discuss, and that was the excusing of crime by blaming poverty.
Yes.
I will admit that I did not see this exchange with you and Emma, and I did not ask her. I've never heard her say that I excuse crime because of poverty. I would suspect that she would argue, at least in part, that crime is a function of poverty, right? Not you get out of jail free if you're poor and you've committed a crime. You live in poverty, but rather that crime is a function of poverty. I would imagine that's what she was saying. And
no, specifically when I brought up that 327 people in the city of New York are arrested for a third of the
Winby about to
shoplifting
take
arrests
some,
in the city of New
take some
York,
names here.
which represents over 6,000 arrests. She said that those people are the most desperate, and they're doing it because they need to survive or to sustain their lives, or
So in
something
other words,
to that
that
effect. So that
poverty-
sounds like an excuse to me. So yes, that would be excusing crime with the poverty excuse.
to me, it sounds like an argument as to what is driving crime. But like I say, I'm not familiar
Well,
with that.
I argued, and I'll argue here.
What do you think
that the fact that
is-
we're not able to hold repeat offenders is what is causing that? If you locked up those 327 people, guess what? You have a third of the retail theft arrests gone because they keep committing the crime.
How many people would you have to lock up to make sure that you got the right 327?
Well, it would be for that specific issue, it would be the 327 that are arrested a grand total of 6,000 times. So it'd be the 327.
So when would you lock them up and
Chain
throw away
shop,
the
baby.
key
Paladin
to save
Lost,
from the
BWA.
shoplifting?
Well, it wouldn't be. It would be charge them seriously, hold them in waiting for their trial, and then convict them, prosecute them seriously. Yes.
But you're saying if we lock up those 327 essentially and don't let them out, we're going to have less shoplifting. That's what you're saying, right?
Wahaj.
Now you don't know
That's what
who,
the data says.
When do you know
Hey, Zhu
that it's
Yongkang.
those 327? The first time they shoplift?
No, I mean, well, I'm talking about repeat offenders, so it would be when they have repeat.
That's what I'm
offenses.
asking. How many? So two shoplifting offenses gets you locked up for as long as you
we
want.
should prosecute shoplifting and retail theft seriously from the jump. The idea that this is a victimless crime is nonsensical. But let's.
Yeah. Yeah, you really want to prosecute like that 15-year-old who shoplifted a candy bar. Yeah, I'm sure that will have positive effects on society.
Say if you're arrested for 5 times, which by the way, again, it's 6,000 spread over 327 people, then we don't let you out.
Also, I don't necessarily believe that figure. We went over it in the video on retail theft, which will be coming out on YouTube soon. But like most of these places have like a 5 strike and you're out policy, or like a monetary limit. And if people are shoplifting hundreds of times and not hitting that monetary limit, it's because they're shoplifting necessities and not because they're shoplifting $1,000 televisions.
Without bail, like a judge would be able to have judgment to determine that you're a repeat offender and you are held.
You're held in like where? Where do we put them in? Like a Rikers or something?
In a jail.
And there's no there's no dollar
jail.
figure, right? We just
well, aren't you against cash bail because poverty?
Yeah, I am against cash bail.
Yeah, so I would want the judges, right now they can't assess dangerousness in the state of New York. I would want them to
Are
be able to
shoplifters
assess.
dangerous? According to you?
Yeah, they're repeat offenders, and eventually a bunch of these people, when confronted, get into physical altercations, and people have been killed over that. I've covered multiple stories of Home Depot workers being killed. We find out that the person behind the theft that led to killing that worker was arrested a bunch of times for
Batman
these
with the crit.
so-called
Let's
petty
go.
crimes. You could have got them off the streets, and then somebody dies over it. Some poor person who works, for whatever, $15 an hour at Home Depot gets killed by somebody who wanted a power drill. So yeah, I want those people off the streets for sure.
So what do you think drives crime?
What I think drives crime?
Yeah.
Well, I think
creates crime?
I think public policy has a big impact. There are people that are opportunistic that will commit crime.
Well, Valhalla Video, I'm glad you turned your life around a little bit. No one deserves to be homeless. It's fucking awful.
If they think there are no consequences, whether they be social or whether they be through the criminal justice system. And I've broken this down. You can think of it as a pyramid with 3 layers. The lowest part of the pyramid is the criminal justice system, the actual consequences. And the reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents is and by the way, I'm not making this up. This comes from criminal justice theory. The reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents.
I was assuming, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not.
But
making
I'm just saying
stuff,
it's not my theory. But the deterrence doesn't really work. It's not really that effective because most people, when they commit a crime, don't think they're going to get caught. The next stage in that pyramid would be the social consequences. So if people will treat you like a pariah if you are arrested and convicted of a crime, that is a stronger deterrent against you committing crimes. And then the top of the pyramid, the number one thing, is if you believe that the law is moral and or just, that is what's going to prevent you from criminality.
Okay, and so if you live in a society where everybody lives around you lives in extreme poverty,
damn it,
do you think that numbers? I think was it 2 and 3 on your pyramid? I mean, in other words, so what would you do if I put you in charge of social policy and you could be king for a day, or a couple of weeks or whatever it is? What would you do? What would you do to what do you think the most effective thing we could do to fight? Like you say, there's always going to be some folks who, I don't know, living on the edge and committing crimes. But broadly speaking, what would you do?
How do you mean?
Well, you just worked out a pyramid for us, and so put that into practice if that's the pyramid that you believe in.
Again, how do you mean?
His answer is put more poor people in jail.
Like I just told you, what prevents people from committing crimes. Like, how would I put that into practice? Are you talking about from a law enforcement point of view? It would depend entirely where I am, because crime is different depending on the city. It's very much down to the local municipality. So if I was designing an intervention for New York City, it would be completely different than an intervention for the city of St. Louis or the city of Chicago. So again, what do you mean?
Okay. Well, what would you do in New York City, let's say, to deal with crime? I mean, you're I guess when we're looking at the causes of crime here, and you just laid out some type of pyramid, it sounded like you discounted the punishment one, which was the widest one, right? I mean, my understanding.
Well, deterrence actually, but yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't deter. You don't think that deters because people don't think they're going to get caught.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think they're going to get caught. So that's why
So
I'm in
it's
favor.
not a function of cops in terms of like.
No, you misunderstand. Deterrence is not that effective of a strategy from a law enforcement level, but that doesn't mean incapacitation is not an effective strategy. So
So locking up
incapacitation
more people.
would be removing repeat offenders.
And so locking up more people, but how would you get there? I guess is what you're talking about.
The first thing I would do in the state of New York, because again, it is dependent on the area, is that I would get rid of bail reform law and allow judges to have judgment. I think it's ridiculous the way we operate in the city of New York. If we're concerned about people that are poor, that can't afford their bail for lower crimes, I understand that. I would reduce the bail amounts, but what I need is for the...
Look, you need to be able to establish... I think it makes sense to get rid of bail, because you need to make sure then that like someone is indeed actually going to be a threat to society. Like if you're just imprisoning someone because they're poor, that doesn't make any sense to me. You should have to establish that they're a threat to themselves or others if you want to take away their freedom prior to a trial.
Judges to be able to assess dangerousness.
Dangerousness. So you're only talking violent crimes.
Or repeat offenders, you know, like the original bail reform, and they've amended it to remove certain things, didn't even factor in bail jumping as a crime that could get you held. So if you didn't show up for court...
But now that's changed. When did that change?
They might have changed that specific portion, but I know they used to have aggravated vehicular manslaughter as a charge that was not bail eligible, and they did change that. So, like, yeah, there have been some changes to it. They actually update it every year around April when the budget comes in. So I'm not exactly sure which specific crimes, but I want judges to be able to assess repeat offenders. I don't want to be in a position where they cannot hold somebody as long as they commit this crime, and then they're incentivized to recommit the same crime over and over again.
So you want, let's say, you'd be okay with like judge's discretion on bail if it's someone who has been arrested for 5 times on the same crime. Is that it?
Yeah, depending on the crime, of course.
Right.
If it's jaywalking, I don't care about jaywalking.
You don't think people should be arrested for jaywalking, do you?
Okay. I mean, even ticketing, it's New York City. I mean, everybody crosses every which way, you know.
But you think that's the most important thing, bail reform?
I think bail reform is a huge deal in the state of New York, and it impacts almost every county. I believe when the governor's race was going on, we had something like 98% of counties, or 98 out of like 101 counties. I don't remember exactly how many counties, so it might have been a percentage that saw an increase in crime.
So you discount the bottom part about deterrent on that pyramid. What was the
deterrence
second?
is the lowest and one of the least effective. Yes.
I don't get why that's on the.
But Paladin finally got his promotion to colonel. Let's go.
On the bottom, you think is the least effective.
Yeah.
And then the middle one is what's the next one?
That would be like societal pressure. If you feel like you're going to be an outcast from your community or treated like a pariah, like the social pressure that keeps you in line.
Okay, and then social pressure, right? And how would you increase? How would you increase that social pressure?
Well, I think we should do more to stigmatize criminals for sure.
Oh, okay. We don't do enough as a society to stigmatize criminals, All right. Oh no! What? This guy's such a nincompoop. It doesn't feel right to call him stupid. It feels entirely more correct to call him a nincompoop.
Like
how would you stigmatize? How would you stigmatize?
Well,
criminals
I
more?
would stop treating them like they're Aladdin, like your co-host does, where they're just like thieves with a heart of gold. I would stop like sympathizing with them and sympathize with the victims.
Okay, so we in the case of shoplifting, we should sympathize with like Walmart or something more, and
we should sympathize with the community who has to pay for that in higher prices, or the people who lose their jobs because these stores shut down. We should sympathize with these people
think
that
stores
have to end
shut down
that have
because
to
of,
end up traveling further due to the fact that there's less grocery stores in their area. Yeah, we should sympathize with them rather than the opportunistic thieves.
Okay, and so and
God.
so you think that that
Yeah, Sam is being ableist right now. It's true.
there's thieves out there that Emma's walking amongst, and they're all like.
That Emma's walking amongst? No, I would never say that. I would never think she would actually.
You
live
think the
amongst
thieves are
criminals
watching
that
the
she
show?
protects.
You think the thieves are watching the show and they're going,
Hey, Fuzzy Chicken.
it's okay.
More
No,
cops are going to retire.
It's not just the majority report per se, but there's this general dismissive nature towards these retail thieves. Like you can see it on every reply in the videos. Like, no, there's
Has
people
that
that are
changed over
definitely
time?
against it.
Has that changed over time?
I think yes, people have become more sympathetic to people, and possibly due to the fact that we had the pandemic. So the excuse is that these
But
people
wait
are
a second,
struggling.
dude. Why was there this huge drop in crime? Why was this huge drop in crime? Why did that take place? So in 1990, for instance, let's say, or
Okay,
87,
we got Batman, 10-letter name,
people were
Kyryu,
too sympathetic
Felsen Forma
to shoplifters, and then in the 90s, later in the 90s, they were less sympathetic to shoplifters,
Spitfire.
and that's why it went down.
Well, no, there is an overall
And
sentiment
Borealis
change. I mean, for
Phoenix.
you to not acknowledge this is ridiculous. Like, go look at Joe Biden on the
Borealis
floor of the
Phoenix, you're a
Senate
little bit
pushing the
damaged.
crime bill, and listen to the way Joe Biden talks about crime
Put
now.
in Wrestling
I'm
with the
into.
News.
I wanna
Crime was
date
high. My point is, crime was
1990s
higher then.
1990s Joe Biden. Yeah, they're passing a law. They're
1990s
passing a
Joe
law.
Biden was harsher on crime, and
Yes.
crime
Here we go.
began to drop precipitously.
Yes, crime started to drop or drop nationwide after that crime bill. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And then
Paladin, are
and
you
then
having
crime
fun?
shot up. Like when did
Being
we
in-
start
being
as
in
a
my
society?
game?
Just in the past 2 years, have we gotten more sympathetic to
I
shoplifters?
do think people have become more sympathetic to criminals and less sympathetic to the police. 100%. I
But
don't know about your
is it
coverage.
is it about the police, or is it about the criminals? I thought it was
Well, we're
really
talking about
stigma.
cultural attitudes related to crime in the criminal justice system. So yeah, when I talk about retail thefts, there's a lot of excuse making. I'm sure you have people on your staff that have said it's no big deal, or my favorite one where it's like wage theft actually is more than the retail theft, you know,
Why
as
is
if wage
why are
theft
you
isn't
mocking
spread
that?
out over the entire economy, as if that has anything to do with what we're talking about in the first
Well,
place.
wait a second.
What do you mean? Yeah, if there's a certain group of people stealing far, 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 far and away more than anybody else in our country, I would think that would be maybe a thing we should care about in this conversation.
Wait a second. You just said the problem. You just said the problem with shoplifting is what it does to the community. You don't think wage theft? There's something like, what are the numbers that you understand wage theft to be on an annual basis?
Well, I know that you guys like to use the 2013 chart because it has a very big disparity that comes from the Economic
What do you
Policy
think
Institute.
the wage? Well, I mean, it's not just the Economic Policy Institute, but what do you put wage theft at?
I would put it at the tens of billions. I think the number that you guys often cite is around 50 billion, even though
I've
what you're
never
citing
cited
is
50
the
billion.
wages recovered. But you
No,
know,
the
why
wages
rediscuss
recovered. Wages recovered was closer to, I think, 20 billion, but the annual. I mean, the estimates I've seen are anywhere from like $3 to $6 billion annually, because you don't always recover it. I mean, at all. But you think that loss
the recovered would be 20 billion, but the annual
20 billion
total
over
would
the
be
course of
6.
10 years.
Over the course of 10 years.
Yeah, that's the stat that the DOJ puts out. But the point is that I just want to be clear on this. Shoplifting hurts a community more than people.
I didn't say it hurts the community more. It's just a different problem. So what you're doing
it's
is
crime.
So what you guys do is
Is
I
that not
talk about
crime?
a problem, or someone like me talks about a
But
problem.
wait, Sean, is that
and
not
then you
crime?
say, hey, look at
Don't
this
get
other
meta.
problem.
Don't get
because
meta.
two
Just
wrongs
address.
makes a who cares.
Don't get
Don't
mad.
get meta. Just address the issue.
Don't get meta.
This is wage
Don't
theft,
get mad.
right? We both agree it's a crime.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it, and I'm in favor of
Well,
them
it's
recovering it.
illegal.
I'm not
It's
saying
just,
beating
it's
it.
not, it's
Yes.
illegal. Okay.
I just said I'm in favor of the prosecution of it.
And in fact, we're talking about the same people too, right? Like, because when you say, well, people don't sympathize with a corporation when there is shoplifting and it's going to hurt.
Maybe the problem of people not sympathizing with the corporation and the rampant problem of wage theft are aligned somehow. I don't know. Maybe
The workers there and the community, because of high prices and presumably, high prices are going to hurt low-income people more than others.
Well, to be clear,
Well,
we're
I
not.
just want to be clear. I just want to be clear what you're saying.
Well, we're not talking.
That is, how is that really not hitting the exact same players?
Well, Sam,
Hey,
we're not
leftist
talking
Batman,
about the same
good job.
people because, again, wage theft is spread out over the entire economy. When we talk about retail theft, that typically, now I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, involves the retail sector. So what you're actually doing is
Where do you think
expanding the
wage theft
denominator.
is highest?
I would think probably in government contracts, a lot of these have issues with the Davis-Bacon law where they're underpaying. It probably is in major corporations with unpaid overtime. I think it's in a lot
You
of different
don't
places,
say.
but I do know that a lot of illegal immigrants in the United States of America are entitled to the wages under Davis-Bacon, and they often get cheated. And it is a great moment years later, although sometimes their lives are ruined, when investigators find out that they're backdated pay and they give them a huge check. So I would think it happens in multiple different sectors, not just retail. But yeah, and it has multiple different forms.
I mean, all right. So you're just keying in on shoplifting. That's the crime. The
Well, when we
retail
talk about
sector
retail theft,
crime-
we typically talk about retail theft.
No, I understand.
You're doing a two wrongs makes a who cares.
No, I'm just saying. I just find it curious, but that's fine. You were the one who brought up wage theft. I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
on that.
because it's a
I
common
didn't-
retort by people who are trying to
Don't
deflect
get
off
so
the issue.
meta. Then we won't get hung up on these things.
It's also,
and so-
nobody talks about stealing from your employer, which many years is actually higher than wage theft. But, there's that too.
it is absolutely not. But by the way, what he just said is just a lie based on everything that I know. Now, maybe he has like some kind of secret silver bullet piece of info, but I've been doing this for a while, and I can tell you that is absolutely not true.
Okay. I don't. I guess nobody talks about that.
It's not on the charts that you present from the Economic Policy Institute.
I mean, dude, you brought up wage theft.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know
it's a
what to tell
common
you.
retort, and I've seen it brought up on your show.
Well, yeah, wage theft is an issue.
I never said it
We've
wasn't.
also brought up, that corporations lie about how much they're getting, how much they're suffering from petty theft. I mean, Walmart, I think, executive admitted that on a call with financiers. They blow it up.
So you're talking
Walgreens.
about a Walgreens executive where
Yeah.
he said, or she, I don't remember, I think it might have been a woman, that it was that we may have overstated this in this specific Walgreens call. But I do remember when Walgreens got into it with London Breed, who claimed that it was completely overstated, and they clarified about 4 times that they closed due to the increase in theft specifically in San Francisco. And honestly, it should be alarming that these stores are closing in left-wing cities disproportionately, considering the giant subsidy that they got from the vaccines. Remember, these corporations were essentially given welfare by being able to be the distributors of these vaccines. That draws people into the stores, and yet at the same time, there's a giant reduction in the number of storefronts in these areas. So you would think in places
I'm
where
sure
they actually
COVID had
higher.
nothing to do with the closure of those stores.
Well, COVID actually had everything to do with the boost in business because these were the distributors of the vaccine.
No, I understand they were to distribute the vaccine, but you're also aware that, like,
Oh, God,
people's
10-letter name. You're just
purchasing
killing
patterns
everything.
changed dramatically during COVID. There's a lot of restaurants that closed. There's a lot
Yeah, I mean,
of
they closed restaurants, and
okay.
if you weren't able to ship to delivery, you're pretty
all
much
right.
screwed
And
over.
so you think we need to stigmatize
Criminals for sure, 100%.
criminals more, and that will do it.
Oh, shit.
And how do you think we stigmatize criminals? Like what part of society? Like, we know that there's and you don't believe. Do you believe there's a correlation between poverty and extreme poverty with crime?
Yes, I know for a fact that crime drives poverty in the United States of America and the world over. So
Okay.
yes, there is a correlation.
Do you think that there is a correlation between that the poverty drives crime?
Yes. I'm sorry, crime drives poverty.
Yeah. Okay. I'm asking you specifically. I know that you're arguing that you think crime creates poverty, but I'm asking you now. Do you think that poverty creates crime?
I think in certain circumstances, I'm sure it could happen if you go down to a certain level, for sure. But I think that
What does
in
that
order
mean
to
if you
build,
go down to a certain level? What is
yeah,
that?
if
mean?
you're like,
What do you
we have like,
mean?
well, actually, even that is a bit of a dubious notion. So like American poverty, like you would acknowledge, is relative poverty compared to poverty in like the third world.
I mean,
like you understand that somebody in the United States of America in poverty would be under $12,000, which would be different from somebody who's living on $1.50 a day. Like
well,
under
you
$12,000.
understand that poverty is really a function of purchasing power, right?
Sure, purchasing power could have an impact.
I mean, that's yeah. We all poverty
sinful.
measures are a function of
you
the
could
state,
adjust
right?
it for sure.
Right. I mean, I mean, if you had no stores, there'd be no theft of stuff in there, and that's not really relevant. But okay, yes, I understand that.
You
Yes,
typically need
if you are living in America, and you are poor, theoretically, well, you have access to more stuff than, let's say, you live somewhere else. But
Yes.
You do? Okay. 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 All right. And.
Yeah, so you're talking about relative poverty. So I'm saying at a certain amount, yes, when there's like genuine desperation, like I could see circumstances where that's happening. But what we typically see is that crime is driving the poverty. Like when these people steal from their areas, when they damage
What do you think
places.
drives crime?
What I think drives, I think people, a certain percentage of the population is going to be criminal. They need to be removed from society. So I would say human nature would be a good example.
Human nature.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
small percentage of the population that exhibits like a deviant kind of behavior.
Okay, so what do you think drives the majority of crime?
I just said that.
Oh, you think
What the fuck is relative poverty? Relative poverty is usually the if you have a very rich section of town next to a very poor section of town, the relative poverty there is going to be very, very high, as opposed to like a town that is all poor, you know, that's going to have relatively low relative poverty. But like, that's true, but also poverty is just kind of generally bad, even if the relative poverty is low.
I think it's just people who are born criminals?
I wouldn't say born criminals, but people who, when you don't have the proper deterrence in place, will commit crimes. Yes.
Lauren Brunel.
And those deterrents
10-letter
could
name.
be
You are just
police
absolutely
deterrents, like I said earlier,
Okay,
or
wait.
social
No,
deterrents, or whatever.
Not like everybody is subject to the same deterrents, right?
Not necessarily.
Explain this.
I'll
Because
give you, so I'll give you an example. So in New York City, disproportionately, the people
Hey, you
who
got a
live in
promotion,
public
Borealis
housing
Phoenix.
happen to be Orthodox Jewish people, right? They do not commit crimes at the same rates as other demographics. They're in fact among the lowest. They commit crimes near around where Asians do. So they're probably better than your average middle-class white person in the city of New York. I think that they have a stronger social structure than other groups in the United States of America, even if they're equivalent in poverty levels.
So if I was to look at like the incarceration rates of black people, for instance, relative to white people, your argument would be that there's something fundamental about their social structure that is why that we see those incarceration rates higher.
Well, it would be based on their behavior for the one-to-one, but if you're asking me for like an underlying cause to the behavior, which by the way, I don't care about because root causes are not more important than any other cause. Let's be clear about that. So this is just like another rabbit hole, pointless like argument that has nothing to do with the subject matter, in my opinion. It's not useful or productive. But yeah, I would say that there are definite cultural differences between what were the groups that you said, Black Americans and white Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely cultural differences between Black Americans and white Americans, and more tolerance to criminality. And by the way, there's differences between Black New Yorkers and Black people in Chicago, and that's also reflected in the rates. And I think that does lead to different outcomes in terms of criminal justice.
And you think it's unrelated to things like poverty or systemic racism or?
Well, if we're going to use poverty as the metric and we compare poor Black Americans to poor Asians or poor Hispanics, and by the way, Hispanics commit more crimes on average, but less than Black Americans, then obviously poverty is not the determining factor if the crime rates vary wildly within
I have
groups
an
in the same
analogy for you. When you build in a house and you have different foundations and you pull one out. So, I mean, poverty may not be the determinant, but maybe when you mix poverty with other sort of like structural factors in society, people's have less reason to feel a stigma about crime or less reason to be invested in society. You don't subscribe.
Can you give an example?
Can I give an example?
Yeah, of this other factor.
Well, I mean, I think that like if you have been stuck in extreme poverty for extended periods of time, if you live in a society where it is harder for you to find housing or loans or to get out of a specific area in which you're living, if you have been subjected to a socialization that labels you as a criminal, or that your activity just walking around is criminal, that it might create
Who's being arrested for walking
Kyrie
around?
is such a badass.
Well, not arrested, but harassed.
Hey, Netanyahu.
I mean, I think you wouldn't deny. I mean, your argument would be there's more violent crime in certain areas, and that's why there's more cops. But we also know that, I mean, if you're a Black teen and you're walking the streets in some neighborhoods, you are far more likely to get stopped and harassed by the cops than if you're a white teen.
I wouldn't say harassed, but you are more likely to interact with police. Yes, there's more police there.
I mean, I think from the perspective of that person who is interacting with the police.
Oh yeah, this guy absolutely thinks that like
they would perceive
crime
it as
and race are
harassment.
For sure. If I was a law-abiding person in a Black neighborhood and I had to interact with the police due to the fact that criminals are acting up in my neighborhood, then that would get under my skin. I mean,
What if you were like pulled over in like your car? I mean, I've told this story on the show many times, but I was an actor back in the day, and
you're still an actor, buddy. Just because there's a strike doesn't mean that they're not going to resolve that.
No, that's true. I do some voice work, but nevertheless, I was on a sitcom at one point, and it was a majority Black cast, and one of
just AJW just over and over again, like, you're right, Sam, yeah, and then just like he's gonna circle back around on that point in like the next 10 of his videos,
buddies. It was we went back to his place and we pull in into the underground driveway parking lot, and a buddy of his pulls in.
Yeah, he's not
us,
racist. He just believes in the data.
And at that time, that was a very popular car in L.A. with like the Hollywood set. This is back in the 90s. And he pulls in. He's like, "Thank God you're here. I just got. I was getting followed again by the cops. I've been pulled over 4 times in the past 2 months. And
also,
they checked
hello,
to see
I
if
ate
I
your
own
mom.
the car." And I called the police department to see if I could get a sticker or something. And he said, the sergeant literally said, "Are you Black?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "There's nothing I can do." Now, if you're a law-abiding citizen and you're driving the car that you earned and you bought the car and you're getting that type of harassment, you don't think it impacts your perspective on society?
No, I think it does. And this is Los Angeles. And what time period?
It was in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, there.
But you just conceded to me that this happens to 17-year-old boys in.
I mean, you could
New
call
York
me
City.
crazy, but I don't think you're saying that your friend turned into a criminal because he was pulled over. He seemed like he was really annoyed.
I think if that happened to me, and I didn't have a nice car, but rather I just got stopped every time I walk out of my house, or stopped, I don't know, once a month every time I'm out of my house, which is not hard to
then you
find
start
as an
committing
experience.
rapes. Like I don't.
No,
where are
I
you going
would
with
start
this?
having a far less respect for society and far less a perspective on that. Yeah, I definitely think that.
I mean, look,
but
I understand you don't watch my like you don't watch any of my videos or anything like that. But I said repeatedly, I think the
That's
warning
true.
needs to be brought back in terms of policing. I think writing tickets for expired registration when you're in areas with elevated rates of shootings, all that does is piss people off and turn the community against you. So there's definitely
foghorn, lawhorn. Yeah.
Better ways to implement policy to get the community on your side. Like I've been a huge advocate for consent searches, which is and this started in St. Louis in the 90s, which is if you're afraid that your kid is
It's true. Every day is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Thank you for reminding us, Catalina Gearbox. Never talk to the police without a lawyer present.
involved in a gang or might have a gun or might get shot, they have a high rate of youth homicides.
All right.
Still high.
Also, Borealis Phoenix, I am fulfilling my promise to you. You will be able to punch as a robot.
To this very day, then you can call the police, consent to a search. They'll look for contraband, but they won't arrest your kid. I think that, and they'll send your kid to a diversion program before they get into a shooting and all that. So I think that is a good policy to build community relations with the police. Like the way that you're speaking is as if I don't believe in that, even though I think that's absolutely crucial to the police being effective.
Okay. All right. Well, I think this was productive, Sean.
All right.
And I appreciate you coming on. Are you happy?
Yeah.
The
Thank you.
debate, and I think it.
Thank you for having the conversation. Listen, I know you want people that have been ducking you and all that, and this is what prompted me to just ask for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, I say yes to just about everybody. Maybe too much, but
yeah, and
I
you didn't,
do.
and you didn't have to do it. Like a lot of people immediately presumed because I issued the challenge and like they didn't hear a like direct announcement on a billboard or something that like I was somehow entitled to it. I obviously not entitled to it. I thank you for your time. You've been quite gracious during the course of this conversation, even if there were parts where I felt like you were trying to get me on a gotcha. But thank you for your time.
Well, I mean, I was just exploring. I don't know what you mean by a gotcha. I've never seen any of the other stuff you've done. But,
okay. Sam doesn't know what a gotcha is. He's adorable.
I appreciate that. Actually, I got a question for you if we're going to do a gotcha.
Sure.
You're into criminal justice, right?
Sure.
Or you don't like the criminal part, actual justice, right? You don't like the adjective beforehand. What did you think when and I will concede I did not see the whole Tim Pool interview with you guys, with you and Emma. Did you think that she was a pedophile after that conversation?
No.
Of course
Did
not.
you see that when Tim accused her of being a pedophile from what was said in that conversation?
I didn't see that specific clip, but I have heard about it. And if he said like she's a pedophile or whatever, then that's totally uncalled for and unprompted.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That sounded weird to me, but I appreciate you're saying that.
I appreciated Tim having me on, but I'm not an employee of his or anything like that, even though on the later show I said I moved into his property.
I did not see that, but have fun there. I heard he's got a great skate park.
He does. I'm not a skateboarder, but it's a skateboarder's paradise, presumably. And
Okay.
Tim is a really good skater. He put out videos just to own you, Sam, if you saw them, of him doing tricks.
I've never skateboarded in my life.
Me neither. It's not for me. I mean...
All right, John. Appreciate the your comment.
Awkward.
All right, thank you.
Oh, man. That was painful in ways that were unexpected. Let me just put it that way. Oh, God. Real Red Hom, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. How y'all doing? How you all doing? Do 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 do. I didn't expect him to actually go full mask off. Yeah. Howdy, folks. My name is Riverboat Jack, and I am but a humble being. A humble socialist being. Who also is trans. And I talk about the news and why workers democratically running their own workplaces is actually a really good thing, and how we might be able to bring about an economy that primarily relies upon labor organized in that manner. Hello. Epic Prawn, hello. Oh, Diddums, Real Radhum, I hope you had a great stream. Usually you are, I'm rating into you. Look at you, you're being done early. Did you see the new Not Just Bikes? I did not yet. Watching Sam say, I will guzzle buckets of his cum, pretty funny on its own. True. I'm an exhausted bean and am painting up a Rainbow Passage themed squig. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, please do send me a photo when you're done. Have a good date night. Bye. Excellent. Excellent. Now, let me see. Did I have any other content I had prepared for today? I thought I had. I certainly thought that I had. Oh, I did. Yes. All right. You need cat videos now? I can't give you cat videos because they'll remind me of Tater Tot. Okay, we have this from Patrick Bet David. He had Cenk Uygur on his show, and they had a debate about LGBTQ people in schools. So, you know, it's gonna be a bit hit or miss, I think.
About Anthony Weiner, but I had him on the podcast a week ago, and it was right before Chris Cuomo. And I look at
oh my God. Okay, Google Chrome, you acting crazy. We're gonna abandon you and go over to this one. Sign in to confirm my age. Fuck you. Fine, I guess we'll watch it on YouTube. Ugh. I'm over here. I'm a Google Chrome. You can't escape me. I'm ubiquitous. Oh, I'm Google Chrome. I'm about to get restarted using the task manager. Derper derper der. Cause I'm being sassy. Really? Are you're gonna be like that? All right. Fine.
about Anthony Weiner, but I had him on the podcast a week ago.
Okay. I gotta reopen all the fucking goddamn windows. So that I can see what you guys are talking about. I love you guys. Also, chat, we've been going for 6 hours. If you have been enjoying the stream, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. It's where the on-screen chat is, and you can also support me directly by dropping some subs and donos. And those of you who send in some subs and donos will get soldiers named after you in XCOM. So it's kind of a win-win situation here. I get more soldiers to throw into the fire, and you guys get to know that you're keeping me alive. There we go. It's a win-win. Okay, history. We got to open this YouTube live chat. Excellent. We did it. We're never going to undo it. The pact is sealed. All right, there we go. You can't escape me. What?
Go.
Sorry,
and it was
I'm really weird. I'm sleepy and weird, and I apologize.
Before Chris Cuomo. And I look at Anthony Weiner, I said, you know, do you know how to give a blowjob?
What?
And he looks at me in a weird way, like, what kind of a question is that? I said, well, no. Do you know how to? He says, no. I said, did you learn how to give one? No, nobody taught. Why are you asking me a question like that? I said, because that's what's being taught in some public schools today with books, with images on how to give it, and it's normal, okay? Now these pictures are out there, these books are out there, and they put it right on there, sold millions of copies, and a lot of...
I mean, I think it's probably good if you know how to do a blowjob in case you need to do a blowjob or want to do a blowjob so you can do it safely without, you know, getting injured or contracting an illness.
Parents around the country are fighting for it, and it's in your state, which, you know...
That's why we got to control straight people.
Yeah, so where Newsom will come out, and Newsom will say stuff like, you know, banning of the books and banning of the books and banning of the books, and parents say, listen, stop playing politics. Start defending facts and stop playing politics. So can we, in an area of agreement, agree that maybe all this LGBTQ agenda that you have, sell it after I'm 18 years old, not when I'm in 3rd grade. Can we agree on that?
Sell it.
No, and I'll tell you why. Okay. So the devil's in the details. So if you say to me, hey, don't let people have irreversible surgery before 18, I agree completely. Okay.
So check. We're on that on the same page. So
I can't wait for Cenk Uygur to come out against, you know, any type of you know, breast augmentation or you know, reduction surgeries for 16-year-old girls. I can't wait for him to make that a core issue of his platform going forward. Oh wait, he's not going to do that because no one does that, even though far more cisgender girls get breast reduction or breast augmentation surgeries. No one seems to give a shit about that.
What Trump is about to do, 50 states, he said he's not going to allow for that surgery to take place.
Just surgery, though.
Just surgery is where you are. Okay,
Yes.
let's see where you go next. Go for it.
So, but if you say, hey, they're coming after the kids, that's the oldest line of attack against gay people in the history of the world. They're coming after your kids. They're coming after your kids. I mean, look at the example you gave, how to give a blowjob, right? That doesn't say gay or straight. That's why I joked and I said, oh, we got to get straight people under control, right? Because straight people get tons and tons of blowjobs. And that's part of the reason why they put it into some, and it's misguided, to put it into some of those sex education classes, right? Does anybody go, we got to get straight people under control, look at them teaching blowjobs, goddamn straight people? No, because they don't want to demonize straight people. They want to demonize LGBTQ people. That's why they connect
I always wanted to
LGBTQ.
die as a soldier in XCOM.
Matatiahu, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. We will get you enlisted, my friend. Hot diggity
Jake
damn.
has been downgraded from boomer to turd. He is a young turd.
Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for supporting me and allowing me to live. You guys, truly, this broadcast brought to you by viewers like you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much.
People with children. Now, when you say, hey, groomers and pedophiles, etc., well, straight.
Hey, Echoplex Media, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. We're just reacting to some stuff while I play XCOM 2. How we doing? Avalon of Babylon, where you been all my life? Jack feeds on your money and she's starving. It's true. I'm the anti-capitalist goblin, and I am anti-capitalist by eating your money.
Straight people do it more Why aren't we talking about straight people? There are way more straight
kid,
pedophiles.
obviously.
There are way more straight groomers. And by the way, tons of Republicans.
Okay. I hate this framing because pedophilia is about power. It's not about sexual orientation. Generally speaking, like like the sexual abuse of children is done for reasons related to power, and that is it's not really a question of gay or straight.
A new one gets revealed every single week, right? So, but we don't have that conversation. Instead, we focus like a laser beam on the LGBTQ community because honestly, the point is to spread hate against the LGBTQ community. If you say to me something has gone out of bounds, okay, let's have a discussion about it.
How you doing,
right?
Echoplex
I think
Media? Hope
surgery
you had a
under
great
18 is out of bounds.
stream.
By the way, this is why I'm called a transphobe by some people in the radical left.
Gives a shit, yeah.
Yeah, and
Lefty
because I say, look,
McLefterson,
there
you're
are some
zooted.
certain things that are out of bounds.
Hell yeah. Also, Lefty McLefterson, you should definitely dono a sub or something because we need to have a Lefty McLefterson soldier in this game.
Like one of the things I disagree with, I think the leagues, the professional leagues, should make their own decisions about whether they let trans people compete in their leagues or not. And they say, no, people say, oh, with hormones. Dude, you give Shaq all the hormones in the world, right? He's going to destroy the WNBA. And people get super mad when I say that. But no one agrees with you. I love you, brothers and sisters, and they're part of my network. But Shaq is going to dominate. You could put every hormone in the world. Men's bodies are structured differently.
Crazy idea though. Jenk, why don't you try? Why don't you test that out? Why don't you test that out, buddy? Why don't you try taking HRT? You know, try it for like, I don't know, 3 months. You know, prove it. You know, record what you bench right now. Take HRT for, you know, let's say 6 months. Or, you know, if you don't want to take the estrogen, that's fine. Just take the testosterone blockers. You know? See how well your athleticism fares. Also, a lot of Shaq's advantage when it comes to basketball, and I feel like this shouldn't have to be said, is directly related to the fact that Shaq is tall as fuck. And I don't know if Jenk knows this or not, but women who are tall as fuck are also really good at basketball in the WNBA. So, honestly, yeah, if Shaq was on hormones for like, I don't know, a year or two, and then joined the WNBA, I think, yeah, his height would still be an advantage, because height is an advantage in basketball, obviously. But you can have tall ladies too. It's just that on average, like, people who go through male puberties tend to be taller on average. That doesn't generally change that much on HRT, but also we don't disqualify people from participating in sports based on height. We don't do that, actually. It's so frustrating, you know? Like, I say it over and over and over again, and it just keeps being relevant. They keep bringing it up. The same talking points over and over. I was hanging out with Gay Dave. Also, I'm heading to bed. Well, you get some good sleep, okay?
They maintain mass better. They have a different bone structure. These are facts. So if you're talking about...
None of those are facts, actually. Also, men maintain mass better because of the testosterone. And if you're trans, you don't have, and you're going through HRT, you don't have the testosterone in your body. Also, fun fact, your bone structure can shift.
Here's my dono cube
Oh.
less than 3.
Lefty McLefterson, thank you for the $20 dono. Mari, thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying my stream over in YouTube chat. Yeah, no, like, here's a little secret. Bone structure does change when you're on HRT. It literally changes because hormones affect, like, cartilage, how cartilage works. Different parts of you shrink, your feet shrink. It's real fucking weird. Your entire body structure does actually change. Obviously, mileage may vary depending on trans person to trans person, but I guarantee you, my feet are not as big as when I started HRT. Like, feet get smaller, okay? This is not a permanent reality like Jenk is trying to make it seem.
Biology, I agree. If you're talking about targeting LGBTQ people overall and kids, no, I don't agree.
What about puberty blockers?
Puberty blockers is a super tough one. So right now, a lot of people say that it's okay.
Is it super
I'm not
tough?
positive that the science is settled, but for me, I would leave up to the families and the parents to decide. Like, Republicans say, oh, you know, we're really trying to protect parent rights when we ban these books, etc. Then you go, okay, parent rights on hormone therapy. I don't know their kids. I don't know their situation. And I'm not sure I know the science any better than the parents do. I'll let the parents make the decision. And then the right says, no, goddamn parents, they're not allowed to make the decision. The government is going to make the decision for them. I don't agree.
Would you say this is the #1 culture war in America right now?
It is, and I'll tell you why. Because the right wing picked it. Because they think, okay, and they tried different things. They said, all right, Trump tried to ban transgender people from the military. Turned out it wasn't popular. He tried to ban transgender people from bathrooms and stuff, and that didn't turn out to be popular. They dug and dug and dug until they got to trans sports and so-called groomers. That's when the country goes, okay, that's too much. And by the way, part of the reason I'm calling ours mainstream progressives is because a lot of the leftists fell right into that trap.
Oh, yeah. Apparently during this show, Cenk announced that he was now part of what he is dubbing the mainstream progressive movement, to distance itself from the more left progressives, because he basically wants a more centrist progressive movement, which is bananas, and also, like, kind of antithetical to the entire point of, like, having a progressive movement. It makes sense for him, though. Like, he's a capitalist through and through. Yeah.
And that's the only thing they talk about. They stop talking about paid family leave and higher minimum wage, and all they're talking about is, we got to get trans people into the WNBA. No, that's not the biggest issue in America.
So you're saying this
but also nobody's trying to get trans people into the WNBA. Like, what's actually happening is trans kids want to play sports in high school and college, and also trans people want to, like, I don't know, like, if a trans woman who wants to participate in a marathon wants to be able to run in the women's division, and that makes perfect sense. Also, like, how out of touch, man. Cenk used to at least have like a I don't know, at least one of his fingers on the pulse. He's just gone. He's fingering something else these days. Hey, Grep Cats. Also, hey, Science Politically. I don't think he has looked at any research papers or medical journals. I know, because I have. We've done those streams. That was so dumb, I had to stop what I was doing to acknowledge that it was an incredibly stupid take from Cenk. Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that this is considered a heated debate about LGBTQ indoctrination in schools, and, like, Cenk is pretty... I would classify him as relatively hostile to the idea of even talking about trans issues in the first place.
This is a culture war that Republicans brought? I don't
Yes,
think so.
100%.
The National Education Association, NEA, is the largest union in America. They got 3+ million members. They've been around since the 1850s. It's a long, I don't know what the year is, but they've been around for a long time. now recommends that teachers include the controversial book Gender Queer, a memoir by Maya Kobabe on summer reading lists. Can you go a little lower? If you look at some of the pictures in there, zoom in a little bit more to show these pictures, what they're doing. Keep going, 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 keep going. How to give a blowjob, how to do this.
Also, keep in mind that like the blowjob that's shown here isn't with an actual penis. It's with a strap on. It's literally not showing the genitals of anybody involved.
Keep going. 11 years old, 12 years old, boys and boys. Yeah, bro, that's very weird. For you, by the way.
No, that's easy to ban.
For you. No, but hang on one second.
Also, it's pretty telling that you felt comfortable enough to show this on YouTube. So clearly it's not actually that graphic. Otherwise, you would not have shown it on screen on your multi-million sub YouTube channel.
For you to ask me to be reasonable on the 12 weeks with 74% Republican for mothers, 12 weeks.
This book was found in one high school. Yeah, keep in mind, this book was in a high school. Do you think that high schoolers should know what sex is? Do you think that high schoolers should know how to safely have sex? Then they should have access to books like that, actually. That's perfectly fine.
And to sit there and say, no, you're being ludicrous with this, because we shouldn't ban books like this, and we should this be available to them.
You're right. These books should be banned. Teenagers should learn how to have sex through, hurting themselves while having sex with other kids or even adults, because we don't want to teach them how to have safe sex. Let them figure that out on their own, like we did. I'm not traumatized at all.
Yet, but ask us for this. Now you sound like a dictator, and you don't see the most common argument.
Yes, being a dictator is when you advocate for a book to be available in a high school library. Truly, really Hitler came to power when he demanded that, a single book be banned from Germany's libraries. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That parents are having today. Okay, so think about it this way. State of California, since 1851, they've crushed it. I lived in California 24 years, minus my 3 years in the Army, 2.5 years in the Army. I lived in Granada Hills. I went to Glendale High School. I'm a class of 96. I lived in Porter Ranch, Woodland Hills, Northridge, Earthquake. I was there 94 on Bassett off of Van Nuys down the street from Caesars, Pizza, and the DMV, and the earthquake was like a minute long. I've been through all of that. I lived in LA, had a great time, did my thing, and then I joined the Army.
Also, keep in mind that most kids, by the time they are like 14 or 15, like 60% of kids have like had like a sexual like interaction with another person. So, like, yeah, they should know how to have sex before they're actually starting to have sex.
First time they lost people leaving was a couple years ago, and they continue losing. And they're saying this is going to stick around.
What the hell?
Until 2060, okay? Where it's not going to have the kind of growth that they're having. Now, whether it's going to be 2060, I don't think it's going to be 2060, because, when it comes down to that, things change fairly. It takes a few years to change, but they change. When you talk to people who are leaving, I think most people will stay if taxes are higher. I don't think that's why people leave. You know that. They'll stay in New York. They'll stay like, you know what? Screw the taxes, but you know what? I'll make more. Fine, right? Yeah. Cool. I'll make more. And then you're like, well,
is Jen going to support Vivek?
I
don't think so.
Policies and
But we'll
whatever.
see.
Hey, we're going to start teaching this in schools? No, bro, you just crossed the line with me. You don't get to dictate that with my kids.
We're gonna start teaching that gay people exist and how to have safe sex. You don't get to do that. You don't get to teach my kids that gay people exist. You're infringing on my rights as a parent. If I want them to go through their entire lives not knowing that gay people exist, that's my right as a parent, God damn it.
I'm not good with that. You're forcing down the throat of my kids. Now I have to leave. Now you go to net negative, which if anybody ran against Newsom, that's all they have to talk about. While you were there, you're the first governor ever where people left your state. They left you. He can say, well, it's the 5th biggest economy in the world. That's not because of what you did. That's because of what people did prior to you being a governor. Not because of your doing, because of the people that came before you. While you were here, you lost people and they went to other places because you started to try to indoctrinate their kids. That's crossing the line. So if you say, Pat, let's kind of find an equal, like one of the things you said about COVID, you know what, now that I'm seeing it, I chose to do it, but I don't think it's this. Okay, fine. We had like a, area where you sounded reasonable, I sounded reasonable, great. Hey, parents, this, no problem. By the way, just so you know, I just texted both of my HR people while you're asking me, both the companies, to ask them what's our thing, because my president that I promoted in my insurance company, she's a female. She's had 2 kids while she's been with me for 13 years. So we've gone through the process with her, and we're checking to see what it is here, to see what the protocols are. We're a fair company. Company bought our company. You know what the conversation was about after they bought it? They said, your benefits are too rich. We're going to have to bring it down a little bit before the end of the year. So no problem. Our benefits have always been above what others offer. No problem. Our minimum wage is $15 an hour. We don't have an issue with it. That's always been the case for many years. So, but in this area, brother, if you look at this area and say, I don't think that's a big deal, you're going to lose a lot of people from both sides.
But that's why I'm saying that is a needle. And if you show me that needle and that's got oral sex and it's going to any grade in high school, I agree with you. That needle should be taken out. Out of the haystack.
I feel like I said everything I needed to.
Would you get behind that fight?
Yeah, if you show me this exact book,
I'll send you all the books.
Right, and so if you show me a book but at the same time, Pat, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Now they're taking out tons of books that don't have anything to do with anything, that aren't talking about sex, but they're talking about gay people existing. Well, they took out one book that was 2 penguins that aren't even gay, and they're not even human. They're goddamn penguins that took care of a baby, and they're like, it looks a little gay, and they took it out. I mean, come on. And then you tell me you're not against gay people?
I don't follow penguins. I don't know which penguin story you're
talking
about. I'll look at it to see what it is.
But you see what I'm doing, Pat? I'm finding a needle, you're finding a needle.
No. This is not a needle, bro. This is not a needle. The penguin thing, I don't subscribe to Penguinology or whatever that magazine is. Well, I'll look it up. I'll take a look to see what it is, and I'll give my own opinion on that. That's not where I'm going with this. This is no longer a needle, bro. This is a national. This is riots, protesting happening. It is. It actually is. In many different states.
It's driving hatred, Pat. It is. The point is to drive hatred.
And it started from the left. Is what they're doing. It's a division started by the left. Nobody. You didn't have to put that magazine in there.
Cenk, this is why you don't capitulate to these people. This is why what you did was stupid as hell.
Pat, look, I'm doing a rebellion against a portion of the left that goes too far, and
yeah, the portion of the left that wants sex ed for kids and trans people to have rights. Did Cenk? This is seeming like Cenk went on this show to be like, hey, we're the sane leftists, okay, guys? We're the more conservative leftists.
And now that portion thinks I'm a right winger. They thought I was.
And now he's finding out why that's a bad idea.
Does it sound like I'm a Republican? Okay.
Okay.
They thought, and a whole bunch of people think I'm establishment. Does it sound like that? No way.
You sound like a democratic capitalist.
Exactly. Okay. So, but Pat. So if you say, hey, these folks are going too far when they're saying that surgery should be okay, and by the way, the real problem in California was crime, and that's why people were leaving. If you want to talk about how people went too far, the left went too far on crime, we're having.
I don't think that people were leaving California because of crime. People were leaving because of housing costs. God fucking damn it, dude.
a real conversation. But in terms of LGBTQ folks, no. Look, I have a guy I ran into at a business conference. He lives down in Miami. Yeah. Okay. And he said, my kid and I took a picture. We had it in the. We were gonna. They asked for a yearbook, right?
Yep.
And then we had the pride flag in the back, just coincidentally, because I'm gay, right? And we happen to have one in the back. They took it out of the yearbook because you can't talk about gay people, and because the teachers are worried they're going to get sued and they're going to go get bankrupt, right? And so, and there was and then his daughter wrote a story about how their summer vacation and what they did, and in it she mentioned that her dad was gay because talking about his partner. They're like, don't write that story. You're not allowed to write that story. Pat, it's too much. It's too much.
Brother, Bill Maher. In high school, how many kids were gay when you went to school? You're not about the same age. How many kids were gay in high school? Be honest. Like, don't give. I'm not telling you, hey, Joey was gay. I'm saying like that. You and I know about. How many kids were gay in high school that were out?
That were out? Well, it was terrible to come out back then, and maybe one, maybe two.
But me too, right? And then later on they came out and you're like, okay, cool, bro, it's totally fine. But it wasn't like it was in your face. Traditionalists, 0.8% are gay. They don't give a shit about what you and I think. But they're 0.8% gay. Boomers, it's like 2-3%. Then you go, now Gen Z is 21% gay. You cannot, even Bill Maher talked about this, and Bill Maher's not going to vote Republican.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something no one else says.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you get divided into these two camps, which I don't think are right. So why are more people...
Dude. The fuck is wrong with you? Also, I'm pretty sure it's not 21% is gay. Or 22% is gay. I'm pretty sure it's 22% is gay, or maybe bisexual, or unsure, or transgender, which has no bearing on what your sexual orientation is, or like, it's in the incredibly wide, we're talking like asexual is in there too. Like, we're talking like all kinds of different folks. This is brain rot, Stout Man. I did not expect this to be this much brain rot. But my goodness.
People gay now, or coming out as gay. Does culture matter? Yes, it does. And so does the culture make them gay? No. What it does is it gives them permission. And it turns out the 21% would have been gay, bisexual, something along the spectrum, and they didn't have permission. Are you telling me that we had permission before? You knew how it was when we grew up. They did not have permission.
Stop.
Okay, they were
21% are finally coming out. No, it's also okay. So what religion are you? You were a Muslim. What are you now?
Atheist.
You're an atheist.
Yeah.
Who persuaded you to become an atheist? You didn't do it independently.
I'll tell you what persuaded me. I read the Quran and the Bible. And then I became an atheist.
You read those books and did any influence of Hitchens? Did any influence of anybody else? Any other books? Nothing.
No, I just read the Quran and the Bible. And I was like, these are obviously not correct.
Those are not me. I'm going to go be an atheist. That was your way. Okay. Yep. How many people you think become Christians because somebody baptized them and persuaded them?
Almost all of them.
Okay, same thing with gay. It's a religion. Being gay is a religion. Of course it is. So LGBT.
What a fucking nut job, dude. LGBTQ people are a religion. Nah, dude. Okay, you believe that? You think you seriously think that if you sat down and read I don't know, watched all of Will and Grace and then had sex with a man, you think you would enjoy that? I don't think you would. Because that's not your sexual orientation, bud. This guy, unironically, Patrick Bet-David, believes that if you put him into a feminization camp, he would eventually break and suck dick. Okay, like he thinks you can be both tortured into being straight and tortured into being gay, like, which is insane to me on both accounts. Holy shit, dude. Oh, another heated debate about Trump's character. Well, I don't really give a shit about it, but
And this is what it's
frankly, this is a clusterfuck I can't look away from.
establishment media does not understand about Donald Trump. Yes, I think Hillary Clinton said two correct things in her life. One of them was the deplorable line that everybody hates. No, that's totally true. In my opinion, half the Republican base is deplorable. And I think they are racist, bigots, sexist, etc. We could talk half, easily half, okay? But the other half,
That's 40 million people in America.
absolutely, not even close.
You believe that?
100%. We can debate it. Okay, but hold on. Let me get to the other 40 million, okay? The other 36 million or so that voted for Trump, no, they're just angry that the establishment is screwing them. And they don't know how they're getting screwed.
That's exactly what Charlie Kirk said.
Right, and that's
They're
what
scorned.
And they hate mainstream media, and they're right, because mainstream media is a factory of lies. So they'll say, "Oh, the status quo is great." For who? Yeah, the billionaires who run those companies and the millionaires who are on air. Yes, for you guys, everything's hunky dory. But it's not great for when wages didn't go up for 45 straight years. Now, because of inflation, they ironically went up a little bit. But for 45 years straight, wages did not go up. Okay, we have no universal health care in this country when every other developed country in the world has it. We have no paid family leave. We send moms back to the assembly lines and coal mines the day after they deliver. So we have corporate rule in America. And Chapter 5 is about the matrix. And that's mainstream media that lulls you back to sleep. Corporate power is awesome. Corporate rule is great. The lobbyists are innocent. The politicians, oh my God, they're such sweethearts. They're having ideological differences and they're having debates. No, they're not. They're getting checks and then doing exactly as they are told. And that's true of 99% of the Republican Party. And yes, 80% of the Democratic Party at least.
Stop. The way you just said it was so funny. So 99% Republican Party, 80% the Democratic Party. Okay. Can you pull up the chart that just came up? This one right here. Total spending of presidential campaign financing in the United States. They changed a law, I think, in 2019, 2020 that allowed corporations to just open up their checkbooks. I'm sure you're familiar with this. Look at the kind of money we raise for presidential campaigns. From Carter, 197 million, to Reagan, 228 million, to Reagan again, 380, to Bush Sr., 346, to Clinton, 478, to Clinton again, 612, then it's Bush, 891, then it's Obama, I think it's, 1.769 billion, 1.4 billion again Obama, 1.529 million Hillary Trump. Boom! $4 billion. Whatever they could to get rid of Trump, they spend all the money in the world to get rid of this guy. They figured out ways to say, dude, if we can outspend that guy, because, we can be controlled. So this is the part where, for me, where we agree and where we disagree. This is the part. Like, I had Ari Fleischer here. You know who Ari Fleischer is? And I'm like, a couple of the decisions you guys made when you listen to the CI, and I'm like, why wouldn't you double verify this? This is a big decision you're making to do this, to do that. Well, I don't know, but we could have done this and we could have done that. And we had Paul Manafort here. I'm like, dude, lobbying. Why? It's the dirtiest thing out there. And he's like, well, I totally get it. But, him and Roger Stone started the lobbying firm. I don't know what, one of the most powerful lobby firms that they had together 30 years ago, 40 years ago. He said, well, the other guy's going to do it. What are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines? Okay, valid point. But I'd like both sides not to do it, right? However, when you look at it now, and you see the kind of money that's being spent on the left for them to push their agendas over. You set aside this
push the leftist agenda of making people gay.
Corporations putting money in to who they buy, like
you see, the left is really invested in their religion and you see they're gonna make people watch RuPaul's Drag Race, and that's gonna turn the kids gay.
You set aside corporations putting money
and that's
in
going to
Nancy
serve Nancy Pelosi.
The joke about Koch brothers. Well, he wakes up and says, what do I get for my birthday? Which president, right? Now it's more the left that's doing that. You got the Soroses. You got the Larry Fink and BlackRock without their ESG score, and, State Street and Vanguard, and that thing's becoming a reality where it's no longer about Democrat and Republican. It's truly becoming more about the establishment folks and the anti-establishment folks.
100%.
And if we're talking anti-establishment, Cenk, you have to agree on this, bro. You have to agree on this. I know it's going to be tough for you to agree on this, but if you don't, give me everything you got, what I say right now. You can't say Trump is an establishment candidate.
No. but I can't say he's corrupt. So there's a huge difference, and I'll explain.
Okay, fair. Go for it.
Okay, so Trump is not establishment. The establishment hates him. You're totally right about that. Okay, and so
Which for guys like us, we like that, don't we?
yeah, but then you have to see, okay, why do they hate him, right? And so, number one, he's unstable, so business
Can't
interests
be controlled.
Damn it.
And that's also true, though.
Rockets.
That's
Okay,
also true.
okay.
Well, no, he can't be controlled because he's so unstable and unhinged.
Which is a
right?
strength, though. In a way, it is an edge you have against your enemy because if the enemy feels they can't control you, dude, we have to eliminate you if we can't control you.
Well, okay, now let's talk about that, though.
Okay.
So now, why do I still say he's super corrupt? And by the way, those stats you showed are in my book. Okay.
Hey, Suck
and I
Dunlap.
explain why. Once the Supreme Court, activist judges on the Supreme Court changed the rules, they basically allowed for bribery. Okay.
That's insane.
They legalized bribery. I outline it perfectly clearly. And there was a guy from the Chamber of Commerce,
how
Lewis
you
Powell,
doing?
who
Thanks
said
for the
we could just
raid.
buy the Supreme.
Hey,
we
Corwin
get on the
Shelway.
Supreme Court, we could buy the whole country. Corporations just can
IZ.
outspend everyone, right? And so, and they did.
Yeah, by the way, Cenk is not looking good in this debate. In case anyone had any doubts about that, he's looking terrible.
Nixon said, boom, you're on the Supreme Court, and they did it in Bilotti, they did it in Buckley v. Vallejo, they legalized bribery. Now, Trump had trouble getting money from normal corporate interests. And I agree, that's normally a good thing, right? So what did he do? He had to go make up the money. So he went and talked to Sheldon Adelson. So Sheldon Adelson is actually, before he passed away in 2021, largest political donor in history. He gave $100 million to Trump twice, to him and his PACs in 2016 and 2020. What did he get in return? He got corruption charges in China dismissed against him.
To be fair, he's like the Soros of the right. He was like the Soros of the right.
That's right.
Vegas,
fair.
casino,
Yeah.
tycoon,
Sure.
pro-Israel.
He got everything. He's the guy who got the embassy moved. He's the guy who repatriating taxes from abroad because most of his money is in Macau, China, because that's where most of his casinos
Casino
are.
business,
And he
yeah.
got that tax that knocked down to 8%. So from 35.
Well, he's already talked about it, right? Like, his main thing is that he's worried that, us, the farther left factions of the progressive movement are too unpalatable for the conservative mainstream Democrats. That's his main thing, guys.
5% to 8%. He made billions off of Trump. And on top of getting rid of the corruption charges and the tax cuts and everything, just as a little tchotchke, Trump threw in Miriam Adelson getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
His wife.
His wife. Are you kidding me? So Trump could easily be bought.
Dude, Obama got a Nobel Prize a month after being a president just for what he was.
I know, but that isn't about corruption. That was just them being silly, right? Okay. So my point is
for a
that
DEI score.
Trump is perfectly corrupt and can be bought.
Ah, yes, Obama got a Nobel Prize or a Nobel Peace Prize so that they could check off their diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know how the fucking Nobel Prize committee is a sucker for their diversity quotas. God, these people are the dumbest motherfuckers.
Bought. It's just
about. You set aside corporations putting money in Canada.
No, but I can't say he's corrupt. So there's a huge difference, and I'll explain.
Okay, fair. Go for it.
Okay, so Trump is not establishment. The establishment hates him. You're totally right about that. Okay, and so
Which for guys like us, we like that, don't we?
yeah, but then you have to see, okay, why do they hate him, right? And so, number one, he's unstable, so business
Can't
interests
be controlled.
And that's also true, though. That's
Okay,
also true.
okay.
Well, no, he can't be controlled because he's so unstable and unhinged.
Which is a
right?
strength, though. In a way, it is an edge you have against your enemy because
Is
if
it,
the
though?
enemy feels they can't control you, dude, we have to eliminate you if we can't control you.
Well, okay, now let's talk about that, though.
Okay.
So now, why do I still say he's super corrupt? And by the way, those stats you showed are in my book.
Yeah, look, when you're crazy, it's great for everybody. What the fuck are you talking about?
Talk to Sheldon Adelson. So
Yeah,
Sheldon
I went
Adelson,
back too far. My
that's where
bad.
most of his casinos
Casino
are.
business,
And he
yeah.
got that tax. I know, but that isn't about corruption. That was just them being
we go.
silly,
Right.
right?
Okay.
Okay. So
That was
my point is
for a
that
DEI score.
Trump is perfectly corrupt and can be bought. It's just that who's buying him is the question.
I don't know.
So you read the portion about Adelson in
Sure,
my book.
sure.
There's no question he did everything that Adelson asked him. And by the way, I say to the readers, are you sure you wouldn't? if somebody funneled $100 million to you, and then $200 million to you?
I would.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Look, I've given up a lot of money to do the right thing in different portions of my career, but I haven't seen a lot of other people do that. So my point is that money is intoxicating. It corrupts Trump. It corrupts Biden. And by the way, here, I'll go further.
No, bro.
But
I'll push back on that when you're done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, one last thing about it. To me, though, let's look at the flip side of it. Mainstream media will tell you, oh, the Republicans, Mitch McConnell, when he takes $1 billion from corporate interests, he's obviously corrupt. And look at it, he's working for the corporations, et cetera, right? But wait a minute, Nancy Pelosi also took $1 billion. And almost all from the same donors. So why aren't you calling her corrupt? And everyone in mainstream media says, no, Nancy Pelosi's an angel.
Right.
And she's a master legislator. So when Mitch McConnell takes $1 billion, he's a crook. But when Nancy Pelosi takes $1 billion, she's an angel? No, they're all crooks. That's why we have...
Yeah, exactly. Obama shouldn't have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize, but not because he was only getting it for diversity, equity, and inclusion reasons.
Feinstein drooling. I'm sorry, but it's a reality. In the Senate, Mitch McConnell freezes. He's like, they're all
Hey,
90
Jamie
years old.
Online.
Why? Because
also, hello, Marco
corporations
DeSoon.
know they get a great return on investment from those people.
No question. We're on the same.
We need, honestly, and I mean this sincerely, we need to outlaw lobbying. Lobbying should have been illegal right from the get-go. It's one of the greatest crimes in our country that we never outlawed it.
Page there, just so you know. But here's how I gauge who can be bribed and who can't be bribed. Okay. So most of the time, you know, like this Leon Black story. I don't know if you saw the Leon Black story with Epstein, where he paid Epstein $158 million for consulting fees and estate planning fees over a 5-year period. And
sure,
what do you mean $158 million for those fees? And then story comes out about a 16-year-old girl who was autistic and. So
Jesus.
Yeah. By the way, this story came out. It's pretty wild. So you hear stories like this, and you're like, okay, he was bought. Then you watch this video from, and you'll see where I'm going with this. Can you pull up the video clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson? I don't know if you have it or not. I almost don't. I'll play this clip here in a minute because I don't want to confuse the two clips. I'll come back to it where, the point is being some people flip their position suddenly where you're like,
why?
You would have never said that. Why are you saying it now? What happened to you? At least with you, where you're at, some people are saying, what are you doing, bro? Why are you not making a couple adjustments, but you're like, no, this is all I'm going to talk about and da-da-da-da-da. Great. So you're not controlled. People may not agree with you, but you don't come across as a guy that's controlled, right? They don't have 100%. To like you, but you don't come across as a guy. Now, some will say, well, you took money from Soros in the past. They'll say all I'm saying to you is they'll say that that's happened, all that stuff. But to me, you're unhinged, you're not controlled, and they don't like people like you, and I totally get it. You could make a couple adjustments to increase your business affairs, but that's to you. You've chosen the route that you're playing. When I watch a Trump and I watch some of these guys, I'm like, okay, that guy, you can win him over. Just introduce him to a couple girls. He's good. Mm-hmm. Easiest way to win guys over, right?
Yeah.
It's typically guys that don't get a lot of play, and they're not good with words. They're not good with the ladies. Hey, go do X, Y, Z to him, and he's going to fall for it at a bar. Boom. Hey, here's a clip we got from the room with you. Guess what? Da-da-da-da-da. Can happen to anybody, by the way, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So girls is one of the ways of doing it. Attention is another way of doing it. Fame is another way of doing it. Money is another way of doing it. Guess what? Trump has had it all. He's had all the girls. One too many sometimes, okay? Some that he was single, some that he wasn't single. He's had all the money. He's been to all the parties. He's got all the letters from all the most powerful people in the world telling him how much they love him. Alec Baldwin, no one ever treated me like this. Oprah Winfrey, that book he wrote about all the letters that others wrote for him that now they hate him. Chuck Schumer used to love me when this, that, that whole talk that he gave.
And he's right about that part.
Yeah, but the point is, he's had the girls. He's had the fame. He's had the properties. He's been to the parties. He's had the money. How the hell are you going to, does he want to be, if he's worth $2.5 billion right now?
He's not.
Let's just say he's worth,
he's not. He's a total loser. He's almost bankrupt.
Well, okay. So you can say that, and that's fine. But
you can't say he's a loser.
But
total loser.
All right.
If you say he's bankrupt, you can say that can be your opinion.
Matt Netanyahu?
But the last 60 years, or the last 50 years, proves you wrong. Okay.
It doesn't. It proves me right.
15 Years Apprentice was number one. How the hell are you that entertaining to be number one for 15 years, right? You know, financially, real estate properties, when you think about a real estate name brand, you think about
What do you want your second name to be, Matt
50 different
Yahoo?
names. You think about a guy that's been able to brand himself, you think about Trump. Now, are you going to buy
Does he
Trump
need a
steak?
last name?
Probably not. But you're going to buy...
Neither did anybody else.
Neither did but the point is, he's had great victories. He's got kids that are doing well for
Also,
themselves.
stock photo
He's got a daughter
Samoyed.
that, you know, has done...
Hello.
Yeah. That was a different angle you took. But where I'm
Oh
go-
no, they're in a bank, Corwin Shelway. Those are all like bank lock boxes.
What this is, that's the part where
You
I
know, 'cause
feel
money and such.
They can't stand the guy because they cannot control him. So for me, when I see, you know, what's going on with them
Exactly,
wanting to
stock
get rid
photo.
of this guy, and you're like, look, the big donors don't want to give him money.
Call me
Look how much money he
McBoatface.
got.
Oh shit.
Nobody wants to give him any money. And look at this stuff. Yeah, but the people that are raising money are the people that are not being trusted because they're
There you
part
go.
of the establishment. Left
Matt
or right,
Yahoo,
a lot of people are saying.
McBoatface.
This is why guys
Here
like
we go.
RFK are getting some momentum. This is why guys like Vivek are getting some momentum. Because Vivek's got his own money. RFK's coming out doing some
All
grassroots
right.
stuff. So what are your thoughts on this with Trump?
Yeah. So first of all, with Trump, look, the guy's got insatiable greed. So I don't buy that, oh, he's had enough. He's never had enough, okay? Number two, he's a natural born loser. He's lost at everything except two things. Obviously, he won the presidency in 2016. Yeah, he lost the popular vote, and Democrats cry about that. And they should. The Electoral College is terrible. It's a disaster. But he won the Electoral College. He won it, right? So you give him that for sure. And he's great at marketing. Just blah, 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 Trump, 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 Trump. And Democrats don't get it. They're such knuckleheads. They're like, oh, if we have an accomplishment, we should whisper about it on NPR. No, you should scream at the top of your lungs like Trump does. But having said that, bankrupt 6 times, got clowned in 2020, and he's been crying
First
about
name
it ever
Lefty,
since, like a little spoiled
last
brat.
name McLefterson.
He had to have his dad get him into the schools that he got into. He hides his grades from high school and college because he's a loser. He's a spoiled little baby. He blew $413 million from his dad, blew it all. Then he got $400 million from
the
Apprentice.
Gremlin
Why
Mark
was
III.
that successful? Because of the producers. I know the producers on that show. They had to treat him like a baby. Hey, baby, come here. Baby, say this.
The same
Okay.
producers have done shows that flopped.
Yeah,
You know how
no,
hard
but
it
they've
is to
also
keep-
the same producers who did other
It
number
is
one hits.
so hard to keep a number one hit show for 15 years.
But if you want to say Trump is
Yeah.
entertaining, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's pretty good at marketing, right? And he says these terrible things, but people laugh, right? And I get it. And you know his giant strength that people don't talk about, and no one in mainstream media acknowledges this. He doesn't look fake. I think he's a con man, and he's been a con man his whole life. But he looks authentic because he doesn't go off a prompter. And you think, well, that's a real guy. He's saying crazy crap that nobody else would say. And all the other politicians look like actors. They're robots. They come out like Pete Buttigieg came out from a factory. Everybody knows that, right? Gavin Newsom, but also DeSantis and McConnell. They're all robots. They come in, I will do this. I have been told by my donors this is great policy, right? And so he has the feelings of authenticity. But if you look at his records, like you said, great in real estate, he's awful in real estate. In Atlantic City, he built 3 casinos. Everybody said, you're going to cannibalize it, you moron, your own business. And you know, one of his top assistants says he just likes his name in lights. So he'd like to see Trump, Trump, Trump in Atlantic City, and he bankrupted all 3 because he sucks
Jank,
at
you're-
business.
You think you're good in business?
Yes.
You think you're good in business?
Yes.
Jank.
Yes.
Seriously.
100%.
Okay, so when's your birthday, by the way? What month's your birthday? Let me see. When
March.
is- March 30, 21st. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're a Pisces. You're a Pisces.
Aries, beginning of Aries.
Oh, you made it to Aries.
Yes.
Interesting. My dad's in Aries. I get along with Aries. Okay. So he's on April 10th. You're March. So you barely are in Aries, though, by one day, right?
Beginning
How the fuck does this guy know so much about astrology?
of the
Interesting.
of spring.
Okay.
Yeah,
You made the
vernal
cut,
equinox.
man.
You
very
made
cool.
it.
So okay, bro. When you say that, you know, for me, I feel like if there's anybody that would be like a pro-Trump guy in a confusing way, it would be you. Okay, I know this is like this guy's lost his mind. You have no clue who the F I am. Are you crazy? There's no way. Because in business, you know, do you have a perfect record with business? No. Do I have a perfect record with business? No.
Nobody does. Yeah.
Nobody does. But, you know, has Trump taken it to certain levels that his dad didn't take it? Yeah, that's not easy to do. His dad wasn't as famous as this guy got. It's a very hard work to do that. There's a lot of kids that are spoiled kids from a rich father who don't do shit with the money, and they become crack addicts. And they become drug addicts, and they hire prostitutes all the time, and they go try to sell their laptops at different places, and they, I'm not saying about anybody specific, but this happens
seems
every
like you're
once.
saying it about somebody specific.
This kind of stuff does happen every once in a while, right? There's stories like that you hear. It's like, oh, okay, this guy's gonna make it, this guy's not gonna make it. So there is something about him. One can say John F. Kennedy became a president because of his father, Joseph Kennedy, because okay, fine. And Joseph Kennedy became successful because his dad had all this money from. Okay, fine. Okay, there's some of it that's got to go to the credit of the individual.
loan
Perfect.
of $1 million.
If I listened to you and I didn't know who you were,
Hey, Melody MP.
Okay, and I just came to America.
Yeah, Jenk is not beating the allegations, by the way. Just as an FYI.
And I've heard about this Trump guy, and I've heard about the Biden guy, and I'm listening to you. I would say that guy is angry at Trump for what reason? He's either envious of Trump, he's angry with him because he sounds personal. He doesn't sound like he's being reasonable. He sounds he's being personal when he's attacking Trump. And I think he loses credibility a little bit for taking the angle that he does. Because you're coming from a place of saying this guy got this much money and he became rich because of this, and he's a loser, he's a this. The guy was on Oprah Winfrey, 1988. And Oprah Winfrey says, so, hey, you sound like somebody that's going to, you've seen this, you sound like somebody that's going to run for office one day. No. Well, do you have any plans? No, but if I ever did, I would win. Who the hell says that? That's like a Babe Ruth call. When you say, I'm going to hit the home run, you point the finger and you hit it. His book crushed it. His show crushed it. He crushed it in New York going up against all these other guys. He's done good with women. He's done good with his kids. He became a president. I don't know, love him or hate him. I don't have a relationship with him. So there is not like a...
Oh, yeah. Borealis Phoenix. Over 1 million people have died of COVID, actually. It's wild stuff.
I'm defending this guy. I'm doing it. We're in Florida because of DeSantis. We came here because all of a sudden DeSantis, I'm watching him market. I'm like, dude, you're not even out there doing your part marketing. Finally, he's getting to it, and now everybody's asking a question that they shouldn't be asking you, which is what? Why are you so down on the polls? Can you make a comeback? You should have never allowed these people to ask that question if you would have played offense earlier. But when you see a winner and complicated individual, the
transphobe allegations. I'm pretty sure most people knew that Cenk was a huge liberal prior to this.
Misunderstood individual. I don't know how many people you're going to put on the list as Trump in the history of America, by the way. Whether you love this guy or hate this guy.
Ooh, time to attack a UFO.
Demonize the guy's resume. And I know
it's
you
true.
like to do
YouTube
this,
chat
but it's
can't hurt you. It's not real.
Not remotely tough.
You think so?
So, Pat, look, I'm giving you nuanced answers. I'm telling you that he's anti-establishment in some ways, and that's part of his appeal.
Right.
I'm telling you he's good at marketing, and almost everything you're saying is he's good at marketing. He was good on TV. He was good at marketing his book. He went on Oprah. It's marketing.
No, you said he wanted 2 things, and what I did is I showed his resume. That's more than 2 things. It's a bunch of different things that he wanted. That was my defense to you saying he only wanted 2 things, not the marketing side.
Pat, imagine if your dad gave you $413 million.
Which we don't know that's the number, but
Okay.
you're saying $413 million.
Yeah, New York Times says this was $413
New York
million.
Times also said science is,
New York Times,
I have to take the
New York
COVID or
Times has
else.
also lied about me. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, but his dad was enormously wealthy.
There's
and
no
gave
question
him an
about it.
enormous
Sure.
fortune.
Yeah.
And which he lost.
413 by today's standards, or what was it back then? What was the actual?
14 million is the
okay, I
number
thought it
you
was
hear
like
about.
No way. It's look, I forget. I think it's by today's standards, but I'm not
Yeah,
positive.
it
Okay,
could have been 413
but it's not
back
14 to 413. That's not how inflation works. So.
Oh.
But Pat, if they gave it to you, you'd probably be worth $4 billion by now.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
On,
No,
it's such
I
an
think Dr.
enormous
Ritchie is still there.
Cenk, do you have kids?
Yes.
What are you talking about, bro? Let me unpack this for you. So, one of the hardest things to do is to be the pastor's kid. Are you kidding me? Like, the pastor's kid is like, so you got to be a virgin till you get married. I'm gonna go freaking smoke weed, dude. I'm so sick and tired of this pressure. What are you gonna be this? No, I'm not, bro. I remember we're at a church. We're going to the church. The pastor's son. You ready for this? This is a pastor loved by so many people. His son gets arrested across the street from the church with a crew of players taking stuff from Best Buy. And the pastor's gonna come on Sunday and preach in front of 20,000 members. So the point I'm trying to make to you is Nobody wants to be Michael Jordan's kids. Nobody wants to be Brady's kid. The level of pressure and scrutiny of wanting to do that. Trust me, I understand the level of influence and addition.
I hate this man. I hate him very much. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'd much rather have been the kid of a very, very, very poor person. It would have been so much easier than having all of this pressure. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Additional cards and stuff that you can get, but we did a research on a generational
I'm harmless.
wealth.
Oh no,
Jay
Victory Official. People
my kids.
People
get my
pretend
wealth
not to
without
know
them
that
being
YouTube
spoiled.
chat
Okay, so it's something that's important to me. I kind of want to figure out. I'm in a community, couple families do it right. So I said, let me go out and study this to see how to do it right. Vanderbilts, do you know how long the wealth lasted? This guy was the richest man in the world, giving money back to the country. You know how many generations money lasted? Two generations.
Usually it's always two generations.
The only wealth that lasted 7 generations, the Medici. Medici lasted 7 generations. It's the only one. Every other one is 2, 3. Rockefeller's still on 4 right now. They're not even on 5, 6, 7. So the notion when you're saying like if you would have had a head start, bro, a lot of people you give them money, they become spoiled little brats. I had a guy I interviewed. I
don't think we have any rightoids in chat right now.
He managed the Templeton family, 16 grandkids.
Hey, Catalina Gearbox.
You know what his job
Give her the
was?
$5 dono.
With Boomer and Boomer.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
His job was, he was the guy dealing with billionaire families, and the reason why Seattle, you know why Seattle, Amazon, Microsoft, all those guys, there's all these billionaires and guys that are worth $100 million that no one knows who they are. He's worth $28 million, $148 million, $300 million.
Yes, sir.
They're kids, drug addicts. He says, my biggest job with these guys was to make sure they didn't do drugs. They didn't do alcohol. So, but you know what the biggest problem with me was? He says, what's that? They typically came to me too late. They came to me too late that I couldn't do anything about it. Dude, this guy's never drank alcohol. He's never done drugs. He doesn't do that. I mean, that kind of stuff to come from that amount of opportunity to screw up, dude, that's not easy to do.
6 bankruptcies. I mean,
No,
look, people make mistakes in business. If you're not making mistakes, you're not really a businessman. Like, there's no question. I get it, right? And I'd cut him I'd cut any business person a lot of slack for, you got a bankruptcy, you got 2 bankruptcies. It happens, brother. 6? He's never had a successful business. Trump Steaks, Trump Water, Trump casinos. You can't name a successful business. He bought an airplane company. He put gold seats in an economy airline and immediately went bankrupt. He's terrible at business. But look, if you say it's personal, well, number one, it isn't, because I'm giving you nuance on both sides, okay? But having said that, look, it got personal when he lost the election in 2020 and said, screw it, I'm going to try a coup. I'm going to do these fake electors scheme. I'm going to try to rob America of its democracy just so I can stay in power. Screw that guy. And if any of you are voting for that guy who's...
No, Lefty McLefterson. Lefty McLefterson. J Victory Official's a real one. They're okay. You don't gotta try and fight other people in chat. It's fine. It's fine. When a tasty morsel comes into chat, you'll know. You'll know.
Totally un-American, who betrayed this country. You're nuts, and he won't ever leave office. He's a wannabe dictator. He always praises dictators, whether it's Xi in China, whether it's Kim Jong-un in North Korea.
It's okay.
Putin. He's always saying, they get all the applause when they walk in. No one is allowed to disagree with them. And then freedom, my ass. You're
good.
Freedom.
It's okay.
He wants to take away everyone's freedom so that all the power goes to him.
Tasty morsel feels a bit loaded.
So
maybe.
No, Pat, look, you can...
I'm not laughing at you. It's entertaining what you're saying, and
it's 100% true.
I can see. Okay, so let me ask you a different question. Who do you trust more, him or Biden?
I don't trust either one of them. It's not about trust.
Fair. Okay, so who do you see more? If your choices are the 2 guys right now, are you going to sit this one out?
Oh, no way. I'm going to vote Biden because I want another election.
Okay.
If you put Trump back in charge, there's at least a 50% chance we're never going to have another election.
So let me ask you this other question. To the people who, when Hillary lost, you've seen that clip when Hillary lost. It's one of the greatest.
Punch time.
Bill Burr said it best when he was on Conan O'Brien. He says, "Look, man, forget about the Olympics, Russia, U.S. Forget about the home run. Forget about this." He says, "Dude, this guy beat Hillary Clinton." It's like the people lost their minds, right? What did Hillary Clinton do for 4 years? You know what she did. She went around campaigning around what? They stole the election. They stole the election. They stole the election. And we.
What do you mean before, Pat? Before she was doing it with all that bullshit.
No, but they didn't say that he physically stole the election. There's a giant difference. Saying, oh, boo-hoo, which he did, of like, oh, ma, the Russians interfered in the election, which, by the way, they did, but not enough to make the difference, okay? But that's just...
I don't understand why he's even conceding this point. Like this is what is most baffling to me. It's not that he's wrong. What baffles me most about this is just the constant concession to the conservative frame. I don't get it. Why? You don't got to do that.
Just crying after your loss. Whereas Donald Trump had a scheme of fake electors to do a goddamn coup.
So I got a follow-up.
Hillary did not do
and she
that.
did
I can't stand
concede.
Hillary.
And she did actually concede.
Wait, hold on.
She conceded.
So, well, here's my question, Jen. So let's say you are Trump. You legitimately win the election. Hold on.
Don't use the word legitimate.
Time out. You won in 2016. You find out all these years later.
Who the fuck's this guy? Who are you? Where did you come from?
With the Durham report and all that shit, that not only did Hillary help set up lawyers, the dossier, everything. How can you blame somebody for not trusting the FBI or everything in 2000?
That's a good question.
I wouldn't trust. I wouldn't.
Can I answer?
I wouldn't trust anybody.
Okay, so look, when he asked for a recount, I said, hell yeah.
The pocket
when
bigot.
he asked for a hand recount, I said, hell yeah. Why? Progressives have been asking to verify elections for decades now, right? But when some Bernie supporters back in 2016 said, oh, no, Hillary stole the election from Bernie in the primaries, I said, look, when you're talking about how they set up the debates, how they funneled money from the donors through the state Democratic parties, that's true, okay? But if you're talking about evidence of rigged elections, you have to come with frickin' evidence. And our side didn't. So I said, no, I don't care how angry you get at me. Hillary Clinton did not steal the votes in those elections in the primary in 2016. So when you get to Trump, if he says, hey, I want to recount, great. But they did. They recounted 3 times. They did hand recounts. Then they went to court 60 times. And guys, this is definitive. He couldn't present one piece of evidence. He had 60 shots at it. You know why he couldn't present one piece of evidence? Because there is no evidence. There is no evidence, and he knows it. He made it up from day one. He's a giant liar. He's always been a pathological liar. And he came in and was like, oh, I don't like losing. I don't like losing. I don't like it. Boo-hoo. Oh, I think they stole it. They made up 7 million votes. Hugo Chavez, they blamed the Kraken. All these insane donkeys or mules or whatever the hell. Get out of here. Hey, all of MAGA, show me one piece of evidence in court, not BS. Oh, I said it on TV, doesn't that count? No, all you ever do is lie on TV. All the politicians lie on TV. Go to court, show the evidence. Until then, shut up and stop trying to steal elections and stop hating America. America's about elections, it's about democracy.
So by the way, I will say this to you if you could. I will say this to you. So you're right when it comes down to if you think the other person is guilty, show the proof and go through it. That's the whole thing with innocent until proven guilty. Totally get it. But bro, mainstream media ran for 3.5 years that Trump, Russia, all that stuff. I'm not saying you. I'm saying mainstream media ran against them 3.5 years every day. This guy thought Russia got him elected. I mean, people that we know, smart guys.
But brother, mainstream media hates progressives. They've destroyed our movement.
I'm not.
Am I saying, we won the election?
But I said to you, I said not you. I said not you. I said mainstream media.
But my point is, Pat, you got to play the playing field. That's true for me. That's true for Trump.
Sure.
Right. So yes, mainstream media hates him. Yes, they did propaganda against him for 3.5 years. But that's the playing field, right?
Totally get it. No, it's totally fine. They have the edge. Listen, Republicans, if they want to have that, go buy some media companies and compete directly.
Yeah.
Musk is buying Twitter. Great, go at it. Play your game if you're going to do what you're going to do.
Murdoch influences elections more than anyone else.
Murdoch is right now more at a whole different place. He's not a Team Trump guy. You know that, bro. He's not. But where I was going to this is the following. Okay. So the part for me that got confusing was the following. Okay. Do you remember during COVID, I had a lady named Judy Mikovits on who used to work with Fauci in 1980s with the AIDS thing.
Dr. Fauci.
Oh my God. It was like, boom, 2 million views taken down. Short clip, strike. What? Okay, let's interview this other guy. Boom, strike. Okay, all right. Boom, strike. They took like 40 of our videos down during COVID.
Oh my
and
God.
We kept doing the interviews, and we were not like, well, this is 5G. Remember the whole 5G thing? Like, that fizzled out very quickly. Everybody thought it was a 5G. But there was a community that was like, well, this is what's going on. Here's what they're doing. This is what they're doing. Okay, cool. You know, we're like, all right, let's kind of take a look at to see what's going on. Election claims. Yeah, this is what they did, you know, the drop and okay. Yeah, election fraud has been going on for a long time. Okay, this ain't anything new. It was something known for Democrats that would do a lot with John F. Kennedy, Dewey, all this stuff, and it's been going on for many, many years. Great. Okay, they're doing that. But if you put up any clips disputing it, guess what? You were getting strikes, and they were taking those videos down. Then 2-3 months ago, YouTube comes out and saying, moving forward, we're no longer taking those videos down. They can stay up, okay? Why would YouTube do that? Why would YouTube not allow it for 2.5 years and all of a sudden YouTube, can you pull up that clip on YouTube, change their guidelines on election claim or whatever? Like, no, moving forward, we're not going to take it down and we're changing our guidelines for it. So I'm not saying one or the other, but did YouTube behind closed doors, are they worried about a Twitter files coming out? Are they worried about, yeah, YouTube changes policy to allow false claims about past U.S. presidential elections. YouTube will stop removing content that falsely claims the 2020 election or other past U.S. presidential elections were marred by widespread fraud, errors, or glitches, the platform announced Friday. This is what, AP News? Less than 2 months ago. It's exactly 2 months ago, you know, it was when they put it up. Why would they do that?
I have a good theory.
I'm curious. I want to hear your theory why they would do that.
Yeah, because now every Republican believes it. Like 8 out of 10 Republicans believe it. So what are they going to do, ban every Republican? So I think they got to a point where they're like, we give up. Every right-winger believes this nonsense that's totally made up. So we can't ban all the right-wingers, so we just got to let them say it.
How much of it is, well, you know, these guys on Rumble are kind of picking up some
Not
steam.
really. Rumble
No?
sucks. It's got no steam at all. Steven Crowder's career is dead. Everybody who's on Rumble's dead.
Steven Crowder's career is dead.
Of course, he went to Rumble. 3 people watched there. That's a terrible mistake. He should have taken the Daily Wire deal. I forget politics, right? Daily Wire offers him $50 million. He could have stayed on YouTube. He would have been relevant and had more money. It was a disastrous decision by him. Look, I'm happy to be wrong. If it turns out Rumble does great going forward, I'll come back and say I was wrong. But I'm
Who are
telling you,
the top
anybody who
guys
goes
on Rumble right now? Obviously, Fresh and Fit is on there. Sneako's on there. Not that they're in the
look, you'll
political.
find 2 or 3 people who are getting views, but on YouTube, the whole world is getting views.
Right.
YouTube is taking over the planet. And that's part of why they're doing this, because they're like, what are we going to do? Not allow any right-wingers on YouTube? But if you guys say they're a little worried about competition, fair, no problem. I'm sure they consider that. They're business people.
So we got 2 theories so far. Your theory is 8 out of 10 Republicans believe the election was fraud. So that's like, hey, let's not lose a Republican. Republicans buy shoes as well. Look, that's kind
It's the same. It's the. That at least is like the most logical thing that Cenk has said throughout this entire thing. Like, yeah, like Twitter didn't ban Nazis, not because they didn't want to, but because it would have caught all of the Republicans on Twitter, you know? So they didn't do that.
Kind of like your angle, what you're taking. You're saying Rumble's giving them competition. Maybe that's it. Maybe let's add Twitter in it because Twitter's eventually going to be doing video. So I think actually Twitter's a bigger fear to YouTube than Rumble is.
Probably.
No matter how much they trash Twitter, I think Twitter's going to eventually figure that. I don't think Elon's a guy that gives up easily.
It's called X now. Let's have a little respect.
I don't know how to say I'm going to X. Go read my X. I just exceeded something. It's kind of weird, right? So, but we'll adjust to it. Yeah, we'll adjust to it. But to me, that was kind of weird when they did that. And you know, my other theory was maybe, you know, the whole, like I said earlier, Twitter files information came out. How many people on the Fauci side were, you know, embarrassed on what's going on? Even Rand Paul came out here and announces official criminal referral Fauci COVID is a lie. Page 11, I'll read this story here, Rob, if you want to pull it up. Senator Rand Paul made an official criminal referral to the Department of Justice accusing Dr. Anthony Fauci of perjury during this testimony about COVID-19 and funding gain-of-function research in China's Wuhan lab. Paul called for an investigation into Fauci's knowledge of dangerous virus research. Fauci faced criticism after released emails revealed he knew about gain-of-function research in Wuhan lab. Despite denying it during previous testimony, the Government Accountability Office confirmed Wuhan Institute of Virology and Wuhan University received NIH funding for coronavirus research. The debate over COVID-19 origin continues. with some officials suspecting a lab leak theory due to the Wuhan lab's location and research history, while others support a natural spillover event from animals. So are they afraid that maybe a YouTube files is going to come out and they're going to show behind closed doors?
Why does it keep saying a YouTube files? No one's afraid of that. It's literally a thing you
Communication with
just
Fauci
made up.
about not allowing those types of videos to be shown? I don't know. Are they YouTube files going to come out, emails saying, hey, you can't let them show these clips about, you know, what they're doing with the election and what happened to it, and those videos with this mules and all this stuff. You can't let those guys got to be taken down. This is creating too much momentum. Maybe. Could it be that they were afraid for maybe additional stuff to come out with communication with Biden? I don't know. Like, I remember when they changed. One of my favorite things about YouTube, I don't know if you like this or not, I loved it, when you could give a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah.
You know, I love the thumbs down thing because I'm like,
yeah, no, Patrick Bet David is gone, folks. He's so fucking gone. He's like full on zooted off the deep end.
we would do a video. I'm like, damn, I thought this was a good video. They hated this video. You know, the ratios was so bad with thumbs down to thumbs up. Biden's videos, I don't know if you remember this, okay? Dude, when he was campaigning, it was like 28,000 likes, 600,000 dislikes.
Yeah, it was bad.
Like every video's like
it was bad.
to dislike ratio was astronomical. It got so bad, and out of nowhere during election, they said, due to mental and anxiety for kids, we're going to get rid of thumbs down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So full in real estate. In Atlantic City, he built 3 TV. Doesn't that count? No, all you ever do is lie on TV. All the politicians lie on TV. Go to court, show the evidence. Until then, shut up and stop trying to steal.
On for a long time. Okay, this ain't anything new. It was something known for Democrats that would do a lot with John F. Kennedy, Dewey, all this stuff, and it's been going on.
Sorry, I accidentally pressed the 4 key, and now I lost our place. So I hope this is close to it.
For many, many years. Great. Okay, they're doing that. But if you put up any clips disputing it, guess what? You were getting strikes, and they were taking those videos down. Then 2-3 months ago, YouTube comes out and saying, moving forward, we're no longer taking those videos down. They can stay up, okay? Why would YouTube do that? Why would YouTube not allow it for 2.5 years, and all of a sudden YouTube, can you pull up that clip when YouTube changed their guidelines on election claim or whatever? Like, no, moving forward, we're not going to take it down, and we're changing our guidelines for it. So I'm not saying one or the other, but did YouTube behind closed doors, are they worried about a Twitter files coming out? Are they worried about, yeah, YouTube changes policy?
Honestly, he could have stayed on YouTube. He would have been relevant and had more money. It was a
Senator Rand Paul made an official criminal referral to the Department of Justice accusing Dr. Anthony Fauci of perjury.
Oh, we were basically at the end.
I thought this was a good video. They hated this video. You know, the ratios was so bad with thumbs down to thumbs up. Biden's videos, I don't know if you remember this, okay? Dude, when he was campaigning, it was like 28,000 likes, 600,000 dislikes.
Yeah, it was bad.
Like every video's like
it was bad.
to dislike ratio was astronomical. It got so bad, and out of nowhere during election, they said, due to mental and anxiety for kids, we're going to get rid of thumbs down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
feelings over logic.
So you know, some of this stuff maybe for me, where YouTube is sitting there saying Twitter's becoming real competition. The last thing we want is the government to start investigating some of our emails on what we did, and what if this stuff leaks?
Yeah,
that could be a theory.
And check, if we're going to talk about cheating, the FBI working with the White House, or just do to censor stories and don't put out, you know, how many was it? 80% of voters or 75 were like, if we knew about the Hunter Biden laptop and what Biden, everything that's coming out right now, we wouldn't have voted for him. That's, if we're going to talk about interference and cheating, the guy that's sitting in right now, and I know you're not a fan. Nope, I don't think anybody at this point is, but that is hands down cheating with the Department of Justice. And now it's like, nobody really cares. But
I mean, look, you can make the same argument for if James Comey hadn't come out with the Anthony Weiner laptop, Hillary Clinton wins, right? And so did they rig the election in favor of Donald Trump the first time around? So there's a ton of factors that go into an election. In terms of YouTube, I think they mainly took it away for like political correctness / mental health reasons, et cetera. But I don't mean it for Biden. I mean it like Kids these days are very upset if anyone does a thumbs down.
Who cares?
Right?
They need that.
No, because they care about kids, because that's a huge, huge part of their audience. But in terms of Biden, of course he gets 600,000 dislikes. Why? Two reasons. Number one, he's a fake politician, and people don't like fake politicians on YouTube. And number two, because the Republican troll army is gigantic. They like the Democratic trolls barely exist, although now on the radical left there's some, right? But the right wing is all trolls, so they're of course. But those are, look, Pat, I know YouTube, and it's a
both sides are the same.
Giant business. Those are minuscule concerns for them.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And
Oh no, we're good. Fuck you forever. Thanks. Oh boy. Let's just, let's just chill. Let's just chill a little bit. Is the pain over? The pain is indeed over. Good night, Ryla. Hey, trans girl Jade! Finally, your psionic training is complete. Or is it? Shall we? I think we're gonna continue training you. Hell yeah. Ooh, you can learn Null Lance. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's just keep doing this, huh? Yeah, we vibing right now. Oh, come on. try this real quick. Just doing a quick reset of Reno. See if this helps. What song is this? This is Asgore's theme from Undertale, a very good video game. And Salmon Moose, we have finally finished your vehicle. Have I? Yeah, I answered your question. I just started playing, but I didn't feel like I really wanted to try and figure out how to play it on stream. So I went with another game that I know how to play already, XCOM 2. But I have played a little bit of it. It seems fun, and if I like it enough by the time I finish it, I'll get the second one. God damn. 10 out of 10. Ah, it's okay, Sock Dunlap. I've not played Phoenix Point. Hey, Exol. I saw one page of the Giuliani transcripts, Exol. Also, thank you for jumping on over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. I read one page and I was just like, I can't read this. I can't do that to myself. That seems like a poor decision. It was just gross, and I didn't like it. It made me feel bad. Like in a way I can't wash off. Best soundtrack from Xenonauts? Alright. Oh shit. Okay. Moose spot. Nashbreed, thank you for the follow. Okay, that was fun. I liked that. Okay, I'll play your video as well.
How about anonymous radio graffiti?
This is True Communist Radio. True Communist Radio.
I am your host, the man they call Ghost.
The badass of collective funds.
Give him communism
I don't know what this is.
or give him death.
I'm communist. I'm Sophie Hit. I deserve the respect accorded that title.
Broadcasting live from his beautiful Skyline office in downtown Pyongyang, North Korea.
I am going to slam your leg and fuck solid.
And now he will take it from here. Your host, the chairman of all chairmen, the man they call.
You goddamn communist bastard! You fucking commie! You damn commie! Alright, that's it! That's it! Stick a fork in me! I'm done! I'm done! I'm done! I'm done! I don't need to put up with this crap! This is America's birthday! This is the 4th of July! I don't need to be taking crap from a bunch of anti-American commies! Jesus Christ! I hate communists! I hate them! I hate them!
I'm really confused.
I'm done done with this crap. I'm so done with you idiots. I'm done. Give me my goddamn mic. Give me the mic. Give me that fucking mic, you asshole. Look, I'm sorry, folks, that I'm cursing here a little bit. I'm sorry I may be going off keister here a little bit, for Christ's sake. But this is the 4th of July, man. This is the 4th of July.
What is
This is
happening?
the 4th of July, for Christ's sake. This is America's birthday, for Christ's sake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear America.
What's happening?
Happy birthday to you.
But why? But why though?
It's America's birthday. And you people could care less. You people could care less that this 4th of July. You could care less that this country is being flushed down the liberal toilet. You could care less. I'm telling you this right now. I can't believe you people. I can't believe you people. I cannot believe you people, for Christ's sake. Don't you understand? This is America's birthday. This is the 4th of July. We should be celebrating the American way out here. Instead, you idiots are giving me commie splices. You're giving me the Ruski national anthem, for Christ's sake. Oh, you sons of bitches. I'm telling you this right now. Y'all make me sick. You know that? Y'all make me sick.
Okay, I'm coming around on this.
This is my 4th of July. This is mine, and you idiots have ruined it.
Wait, is this Alex Jones?
Ruined my 4th of July, for Christ's sake.
Who is this?
Screw you. Screw you. Screw.
Jesus Christ.
Son of a bitch.
I don't know what true capitalist radio is.
America's birthday, for Christ. It's the 4th of July, man. It's the 4th of July. It's the 4th of July. It's the 4th of July.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. I gotta calm down here, folks.
And no kidding, bud.
I gotta calm down. I can't calm down. I can't calm down. I can't.
Jesus Christ.
Americans being flushed down the liberal toilet, and nobody cares. America doesn't care. The American public are a bunch of idiots. The American public are half-tards, for Christ's sake. American public are half-tards. I mean, good God. Oh my God. I've had enough.
I've had enough.
Me. I'm done. No third hour. I'm ending the show, for Christ's sake. It's Miller time. It's 4th of July. I shouldn't have to be messing around with you troll terrorists and cyber vermin. I shouldn't have to be freaking doing this with you people.
Freaking frogs.
Give me the goddamn mic. Give me the mic. This goddamn mic. I shouldn't have to be doing this to you people. You understand that?
First the frogs and now this.
Every day I come up here.
Is
and
he
I give
mad?
you 2-3 hours of my life, you pansexual Peter Puffers, you gender fluid fondlers, you camel jockey jockstrap sniffers, you pieces of crap.
What the fuck?
I'm tired of it, man. I'm serious.
I don't know who
I'm
this
tired
is.
of this garbage, you know? I mean,
It does sound like Alex Jones, though.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna have a good 4th of July. It's America's birthday, and I don't need to be sitting here putting up with a bunch of troll terrorist pieces of sphincter fingering, enema bag clinging, cup cold connoisseurs. All right, you foreskin, muzzle loving, milky licking pieces of cauliflower cock having shitty, bloody underwear collecting piece of crap. I'm done with this crap, all right? I'm done. It's Miller time. It's 4th of July, for Christ's sake.
It's Miller time.
America's birthday, assholes. It's 4th of July. It's America's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Very fine and normal person.
Happy birthday, dear America. Happy birthday to you.
It's America's
I can't take it
birthday.
anymore, man. I can't take it.
Good job, America. Good job, America,
I just
everybody.
can't take it anymore. I just can't take it anymore. These
This came from
liberals,
an answering
these
machine?
Democrats, these career bureaucrats, the stupidity, the retarded American electorate. I just can't take it. I 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 can't take this crap. Give me the mic. Give me the mic. I can't take this crap. I'm getting the hell out of here, folks, all right? This is a 4th of July edition. You people have ruined it. You've ruined it. You've ruined
I
my
do the
4th of
best Trump
July,
impression.
And I'm not letting you ruin it anymore. I'm not letting you ruin it anymore. I'm getting the hell out of here. Stick a goddamn fork in me. I'm done. You'll be lucky if I do come back tomorrow, I'll tell you that, for Christ's sake. You're ruining my 4th of July, you scumbag! Anyway, folks, I'm getting the hell out of here. Stupid sons of bitches.
At the end there, he sounded like Peter Griffin. Here, let's chill again. Lefty McLefterson.
Thanks for the laughs for my last dono. This one is more chill, I promise, lol.
Thank you for the $20 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. We are gonna finish this song first before we look at your link. How y'all doing tonight, folks? Also, hello, Chimmy99. All right, I'll look at your link now. Ooh, Jagged Alliance theme. Don't mind if I do. This is more chill. I like it. Spider dance next? Sure. I got you, Lefty McLefterson. What brings you to my chat, Chimmy99? Always love seeing new faces in here. Peganox! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're vibing right now. We vibing and playing XCOM 2. Jamie Online, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Hello, hello, Peganox. How was your stream? I hope it went well. How y'all doing? Lefty McLefterson also says hi. Went good. We played Diablo and Fortnite. That sounds like a really nice time. I never got into Diablo, and I'm really bad at Fortnite. I'm a bit better at PUBG, but like I don't know why the building mechanics never clicked for me in Fortnite. Been watching your channel for some time. Sorry for lurking. Oh, yo, it's okay. You never have to be sorry for lurking. I just, you know, I like getting to know your names, because I remember you folks, you know? I love PUBG vehicles. PUBG vehicles are great. Everything about PUBG was great except the player base. And also the fact that it looked like ass. But other than that, it was great. I'm really selling it. Ah, there y'all are. You were hiding behind the corner. I knew it. The building mechanics probably didn't feel right. It was supposed to be a different game. Yeah. I remember covering that at, like hearing about it at Game Informer before it came out. Wild stuff. It was a good time. Like the game it was supposed to be was like gonna be a really decent game. Just didn't turn out to be the game the publisher wanted it to be, which in the game world is a big deal. Gotta do what the publisher says, baby. Yeah, you got that right, Borealis Phoenix. I feel like I'm in a police procedural. This is great. Wrestling with the news, you get good sleep, okay? Had to do a quick thingamadoo, but now you're back. Hell yeah, Peganox. Welcome back. Talked a bit how I, as an indigenous trans person, exist in the world. Hell yeah. We love folks in the indigenous community. Or communities, I suppose, would be the more accurate term. It's like 80s detective music, right? I feel like I'm about to solve a murder. Alright, let's end this fight. Get on the platform. We'll start the final stage of this mission. And we can end with taking out one of the Chosen, which I think is a big accomplishment. Go us. Yeah, it is very much Beverly Hills Cop, but Beverly Hills Cop has a lot more synth. It's basically this, but more synth. Plus, who can forget da 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 da. All right. We love indigenous people, we do. That was very nice. I enjoyed that a lot. All right, let's see what else we got here. Let's do... Peganox, thanks for making the leap over to riverboat.gg. Does one's trans person to another, can I ask how long you've been on HRT? Do you mean me? Are you asking me? Oh, I've been on hormones for 5 years. My HRT birthday, or birthday, is April 10th. Well, the good rule of thumb, Borealis, is basically just contextualize it in the context of, like, you know, how like teenagers go through puberty, right? Like puberty starts at like 12 and like goes until 25. You know, like it's a 13-year process, sometimes longer. And so I always just tell myself, you know, we got to be patient. We got to be patient with our journey. And everyone's journey goes at different paces. And so I don't know. There's a lot more changes at the beginning, but then, like, you know, 5-6 years in, you're 16, 17, 18, equivalent, you know, where like a teenager would be in their puberty. That's where you are, you know? Does that make sense, Neuron? No one's gonna use birthday. I use it. Have for 5 years, baby. Borealis Phoenix, you got this. You'll be a hot MILF.
Hey guys, thank you for checking out this.
I love this guy's music. How about... Here, you know what? I'll just do this. Sorry, cutscene. All right. He's gonna die shortly. Loud word, I'm sorry! What? Wait, what? Okay, wait, never mind. It's fine. Oh, this guy's about to get bodied non-stop. He's literally weak against melee attacks, and I just have a bunch of guys who do melee attacks. I don't think this guy has spider dance, but we can play the spider dance music. Here, you know what? Let's see. Spider dance remix. How about that? See what we got. Good night, Lefty McLefterson. Okay, I don't like this remix. We're gonna try... Okay. This does slap. Yo! Shimmy 99! Is today the day before your birthday? Berwin of Greyhawk. Always am. Hey. Oh, April 11th. Gotcha. Auspicious day. Sorry, we're about to win this mission here, baby! Pretty sure, anyway.
It wasn't easy, but we managed to pull it off, Commander. If only we could see the look on the elders' faces.
Yeah, they about to be real mad. That's what I say to all the ladies. And all the dudes and all the non-binary pals too. Also, chat, if you've been enjoying stream, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping a couple subs. I know we got some homies like Peganox here who could use some subs. And I would, for one, would certainly appreciate it as well, because your support and contributions help me to not die and continue making new content. You know what? Actually, that Spider Dance remix was so good, I want to listen to it again after I finish promoting these guys. What? Oh, okay. Paladin lost is fine. He's just shaken. All right. Excellent. We're gonna listen to this again. It's true. Your subs keep the XCOM team alive, folks. How's your training going? It's going well. I got an engineer on it to make it faster. Is Robotrans fixed? It's in the process of being fixed.
Neutral. Commander. Excellent. My analysis of the fragmented codex data is almost complete. So far, outweighs the loss of the Shadow Chamber, as you'll see.
Is that an elder? Haven't seen one in at least a decade.
Yes, and I believe I now understand why. The elders appear to be afflicted with an aggressive form of tissue degeneration, rapid muscular atrophy, to a degree I had not even thought possible.
So they're dying. Sounds like our job just got a whole lot easier.
As with most things involving this adversary, it's never quite that simple. The elders have been aggressively searching for a cure to their condition for centuries. Each time they encountered a new species, they procured what genetic information and material they required and moved on to the next world. Until now. I believe they found something in us. Something important enough to cause them to take root.
A cure?
Not that I can determine. Several key files were previously deleted as part of something called the Avatar Directive.
Avatar. We need those files.
Were I to gain access to a fully functioning codex, I might be able to recover them.
Or blow the entire ship to hell this time around.
I didn't say I needed the creature here, Bradford. I am confident I could access the unit remotely, provided your soldiers can get close enough to it in the field without destroying it first.
That we can arrange, Doctor.
New objective added.
We're ready to move when you are, Commander. I've updated our objectives based on the latest information.
Okay. So, we need to build a skulljack, which we don't have right now, but we can build one in the proving ground. We just need supplies, and those are things we currently do not have. But we will have them in 13 days. Damn it. Alright, well, this seems like a good stopping point for the game. So, Peganox, XCOM... How do I explain this? The first XCOM game, aliens come to Earth, they start blowing shit up. You gotta organize a ramshackle defense of the planet. And it ends with you supposedly driving off the alien menace. However, XCOM 2 picks up like 10, 15 years later. And it turns out the aliens came back, have completely occupied the planet, and are now doing various sinister things all across the globe. And so you are able to get in contact with the Resistance, and you take on the role of kind of their field commander. And in War of the Chosen, the DLC that I'm playing, there are several different kind of lieutenants to like the main alien leadership who run around, cause a bunch of trouble for you, are really irritating, and they smack talk you. So what's going on? They're basically trying to harvest humans for unknown reasons. And they're all under the leadership of these elder beings that are very, very powerful psychic creatures. So that's just kind of the general idea of what's going on. I really, really like it. I have I literally have 237 hours in XCOM 2. You know the reason? I haven't finished War of the Chosen, so not yet. No spoilerinos, please. But also, chat, I've now been streaming for about 8.5 hours. If any of you, last call for any subs or donos to make sure I don't die. And also, if you've been having a good time, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream. All of that helps a lot. We have a bunch of really great VODs that are going up every day now on the YouTube channel, so make sure you stick around and check out some of those videos from time to time. Hit the like button and comment on those if you would be so kind. We got some fun politics stuff going up on the channel, some spicy politics stuff, and we also have the investigation into the Monument Mythos Season 1, as well as my attempt to summarize the events of Season 1. So, all y'all, hope you enjoy the new content that's coming out. And I'm going to go to bed, and tomorrow I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to play Baldur's Gate 3. That's my plan. I'll be here. I'll be live. I'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3. And none of you can stop me. I've gone mad with power. It's always a great time on stream. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Thank you so goddamn much, folks. Like, seriously. For like, wanting to watch, and honestly, just real quick, just taking a quick head count, we got 86 plus, we got like 107 people here. That's not too shabby for 4:44 in the morning. Not the ideal stream hours for sure. But y'all, have a good one. I'll be back later today. And we'll be raiding into... We will raid into Pixel Smixel. It's been a while since we raided Pix. So, y'all be nice. And behave yourselves. And just... She's deals with a lot, okay? You be nice and kind and loving, like our community. And I will see you later. Bye. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Going to hit the button. Do 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 do. And host. Pixel Smixel. There we go. Bye.